Um, okay, we're recording and we've got closed captioning on. Great. Okay, good evening, everybody. This is a meeting of the Town of Greenwich Planning and Zoning Commission. It's Wednesday, February 22nd. And we have one postponement on the agenda this evening. That will be item number 2, Otter Boulder LLC for a final coastal site plan at 204 Otter Rock Drive. I assume we got an extension on that application? Okay, the second thing is, as mentioned earlier, we have a couple of commissioners are not here yet. Until they join us, Mr. Wells is seated for Mr. Yeski, and Mr. Barilak, you will be seated for Mr. Levy until they come in. Our first item is a discussion item with Desegregate Connecticut, who are presenting to us an upcoming state proposal. It is a bill that does not yet have a bill number or a hearing date, but they are here to explain to us what it would involve. It will be heard hopefully shortly by the Planning and Development Committee of the state legislature, and they are here to tell us about the bill and request our input. I had entertained whether at the end of our discussion, even if we do it at a subsequent meeting, whether we might agree on what input we would like to send in formally as we go forward with this. And with that, Pete Harrison, thank you so much for making the time. I'm glad you're in Stamford now, your office is, right?
Oh, I'm up in Simsbury, actually.
You're in Simsbury?
Yes, I appreciate the virtual meeting. It's snowing right now, so this was a lot easier.
I know the weather well up there. In fact, we've just been talking about that new Yukon primary care health center that you're getting in the old Andes location on Hop Meadow, 836 Hop Meadow. Mr. Levy has now joined us. So Mr. Barilak, you are no longer seated. Mr. Wells, you will proceed for Mr. Yeski. Go ahead now, Mr. Harrison.
All right, so just give me 1 second here to share my screen. Oops. All right, well, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. Thank you for everybody on the Planning and Zoning Commission. And thank you, Margarita, for coordinating with this and having a good discussion about this to kind of prep beforehand. My name is Pete Harrison, and I'm the director of Desegregate Connecticut. I've got about 10 minutes to present. So what I'm going to do is very quickly talk about who we are, a little bit of the thesis statement for Work, Live, Ride. And then we've had a couple of questions kind of specifically that commissioners have brought up from a discussion previously. So I'm going to kind of jump around the presentation to really try to cover those 6 questions in that 10-minute allotted time. So I apologize for folks following along. I'm going to be jumping back and forth a little bit on the presentation, but I'm happy to give this over to the commission that they can get that out to folks to follow through the full thing today. So again, thank you so much. I know this is anything with housing and zoning can be a very emotional issue. It's our home, so I can understand why that's the case. And oftentimes very passionate conversations mean the loudest voices or the hardest edges can sometimes come to the forefront. So what we're really hoping to accomplish with this presentation, but also frankly with the Work, Live, Ride proposal is a level set. No one group, one idea has supremacy over others. This is part of a conversation of all stakeholders. And we're really excited to figure out how we can solve some of the problems that our state has together. So we really are excited to give the presentation, get some feedback from folks here today, and answer questions and hopefully really continue this conversation in somewhat of a different tone than perhaps it's happened before. So we are a pro-homes coalition of about 80 nonprofits and neighborhood groups. By that, we really mean we want to see abundant and diverse homes and communities across the state. We really have 3 core issues that we focus on through the lens of land use reform. It's economic prosperity, racial inclusivity, and environmental sustainability. We have a motto. Here's a bit of our coalition. We are a program of the Regional Plan Association. I suspect I'll get some questions about that, so happy to clarify some misconceptions on that from folks later on. But this is a bit of the sample of folks that are in our coalition working with us on our work at the local and state level. Whoops, okay. So we have taken what we call an all of the above approach to solving not just the immediate housing crisis that we face in Connecticut, but some of the economic stagnation that we've had really for almost a generation, and certainly the climate crisis that we're really experiencing now. So it is an all of the above approach to solving these problems. And really what that means is building more kinds of homes, public, private, larger scale, smaller scale, you name it. It means acting at all levels of government, primarily at the local level, but also at the regional and state level, and also working in and with diverse coalitions. We all know that the crises before us are not going to be solved by one bill or one approach. We think land use is a really big part of it, but certainly there are lots of conversations happening where there are different solutions and different folks with different expertise that we want to learn from. We want to help educate the impact of land use and collaborate with folks like you as well. I don't really have to stress too much about what our focus is. I just want to say that, you know, transit-oriented communities is another way of saying transit-oriented development. Those are interchangeable, but why we think that's such a big part of the solution for really all of these problems in Connecticut is, number one, you know, it centers riders and pedestrians over car infrastructure. It offers a diversity of types of homes and types of jobs and walkable concentration. And, you know, primarily it creates exciting places that are good for the tax base, good for job creation and business creation. And also they're just more sustainable and frankly safer. The more that we're walking, the more that we're using public transportation, the less our roads will be clogged, the less pollution we'll have, and frankly, the less danger a lot of us will be in. I'm going to jump around this a little bit and really kind of get into the broad thesis statement for what Work, Live, Ride is really about. And then I'll kind of get into the specific questions that I have from the commission so far. So really, you know, the broad thesis statement for Work, Live, Ride is, given these kind of three crises that we're experiencing and really have been experiencing, will be experiencing, we really want to see two broad things happen through the Work, Live, Ride proposal. On the one hand, and the pertinent one for folks today, we want to see and incentivize good local planning, forward thinking, having the state, with all of its resources, help communities that want to embrace transit-oriented communities. Some very much diverse parts of the state are already trying to do that work. Some are kind of trying to figure out how that works, and I think that's a little bit of the case in Greenwich. But we really think there's a lot of energy for this solution. And rather than thinking about it as a mandate from the state on down, we want to think about how can we have state resources really be collaborative and encourage creative, innovative solutions that are really locally contextual. So that's one really big aspect of it, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a second. The other aspect is really kind of getting the states act together. There are, of course, a lot of different agencies, a lot of different programs, a lot of different views of how we kind of grow our economy, build more homes. We think that can be really a frustrating thing for local governments and advocacy groups to deal with. So Work, Live, Ride has a second component of really trying to coordinate at the state level through this Office of Responsible Growth, which already exists in OPM. This was an executive order from Governor Rell back in 2006. We really want to see this office staffed up, empowered to really coordinate discretionary funding at the state level, bring in technical expertise for local folks, and really coordinate all the kind of disparate parts of the state that can be really frustrating for local governments, for COGS, for developers, for advocacy groups to really figure out. So that's kind of the broad-based thesis of the overall bill. And as was mentioned, we don't have a bill number yet. We don't have a hearing date yet. That's probably a few weeks out. So, you know, it can be a little bit hard in the abstract to have a discussion about the policy. But, you know, we have a presentation or a proposal that I think hopefully will be reflected in the final bill. And I know commissioners have kind of gone through that. They've seen some of the other presentations I've given. So at this point, I'm going to kind of jump around based on these 6 questions that I've received, if that's all right. And the first one that came up was one of our proposal parts is these kind of 3 categories of rapid transit communities, and transit adjacent communities. And specifically for Greenwich, it's would fall under the designation of a rapid transit community. That's because it has both bus service and rail service, obviously with the 4 train stations. As having a population over 60,000, the threshold and work live ride would, to create this transit-oriented district, would be about 30 homes per acre. And the question was, what was the sort of thought process, both for that density and specifically for that population cutoff?
And also that we only found 15 towns in the state that have a population greater than 60,000, and we checked several sources.
Yeah, I think it's 14 or 15. I think you're right.
And you've got, so maybe it's a typo. So that was the first thing so that is an impact where you moved us and West Hartford, your neighbors, Pete, in West Hartford, you moved them to that kind of city status, which the rest of them are cities, really. And so that gave us a lot of pause that we would be in that group. Okay, go ahead. So what was the thought process?
And I think, some of the criticism and our big theme for this session is we really took to heart a lot of the good faith criticism about the bill last year, specifically related to mandates. We're doing opt-ins. But one of the criticisms that came up was it's kind of was a one size fits all proposal. And for folks not super familiar with last year's proposal, similar to what had passed in Massachusetts, but we basically had called for as of right development around a half-mile radius of rapid rail or bus stations at 15 homes per acre. So that was kind of the baseline for the conversation. One of the things that came up was, well, there probably are places with more transit service, more infill already that probably can support more density. There are probably some places that might support less. So we kind of went back to the drawing board, went through research, organizing, of course, of what the topography of stations in Connecticut are, and kind of came to this consensus that we obviously want to identify the great opportunity in our cities kind of for the long-term growth of Connecticut. And that really is a big vehicle for work, live, ride. We also wanted to identify that sort of inner ring suburb that has kind of a larger population, perhaps built out a little bit, and figure out where comfortably kind of that level of density sort of already exists in a large part of parts of this. And specifically, you mentioned West Hartford. That was really, they did a great TOD district just this past summer, and that was really the model for that population level and distinction. And I know somebody had said, is it possible to kind of higher that threshold to 75,000? This is partly why we're doing these presentations. As we've said, we come in with the perspective, empirical research, our data from our zoning atlas, and what we think is best practices. We're not saying we have all the answers. So this is something that I think is a healthy discussion to have, and certainly getting feedback from towns like you at that size is a good thing. This is where we think it makes sense. And I've got a couple of pictures on this presentation. I won't spend too much time on it, but really visualizing what that 30 homes per acre looks like, because I think there's sometimes misinformation and folks have skyscrapers floating around online or something like that. But it's
no,
typically
actually, we did the math for ourselves. We said if you did 50% coverage, and of course we're trying to reduce overall coverage, and then we calculated that you would lose 20% to hallways and access ways, and we got that you would be at a minimum of 4 stories. Nick, does that sound about right?
Yes, that sounds about right.
4 to 5 story. That's what, yeah. And so that's what you're showing. So we weren't thinking we were going to get a skyscraper. We just did the math, and we said, what would you want so that you have some green area left over, and what will your numbers be? As you likely know, we don't have a lot of 4-story buildings in town, and we don't have a lot of 5-story buildings in town. But okay, go ahead.
Yeah, and I think it's important to have some context. These are some examples of kind of roughly, actually, frankly, a little bit higher density. But it's that kind of classic 4 or 5 over 1s. It's duplexes, those kinds of things. And yeah, there's aspects kind of in every city and town of some of this historically, but that's sort of the level that we're talking about. And let me jump back here. And that's sort of the logic that went into the process. And I'll talk a little bit. A couple other questions came up about sort of where that process would work. The second question was related to the extent have we considered this sort of hybrid work pattern, right? Sort of post-COVID, probably not going to see 40 million commuters, white collar commuters going down to Grand Central 5 times a week, or 5 days a week, 2 times a week. I think that's right. And we've certainly had a lot of discussion about that. One of the earlier slides here is this discussion of kind of what is the transit network in Connecticut. And number one, I'll point out that the annual bus rides was actually more than the rail rides. Obviously, the majority of rail rides are Metro North. That's not a surprise to anybody. But I will say that really, even since COVID, that bus ridership has come back, and in some routes already has actually surpassed that a little bit with the fare-free process. But we are very much aware that that work pattern is shifting. We actually think that's a pretty good opportunity, as I think we've said elsewhere, to reorient our transit system. I mean, to some degree, getting 40 million rides down to New York and bring all those folks and their Starbucks and lunches and dinner money to New York is a lost opportunity. So we really think if we can reorient the rail system to intrastate and intracity, we'll actually pick up a large amount of ridership. So it's not something that is going to evolve overnight. And obviously there's some fiscal concerns about the assumptions of the model based on that ridership, but we don't expect that to come back. We do expect it to shift. And we think that's a large opportunity, not just to think redefinitively about rail service, but how we integrate it with bus service, how we integrate it with more walkable communities. It's the classic sign of if you build it, they will come. And that couldn't be more true about transit. The state's put in a significant amount of money on the Waterbury branch line. Danbury's coming up, the Hartford line, and a little bit is obviously federal money coming in for Metro North specifically. So there's already a large investment. And we think that the next logical step is how do we reform some land use to encourage more access to those transit points. So that's a really good concern. I think we're all on the same page that we know 2019 numbers are not going to come back, but we really think that this is an opportunity to reorient the system that can maybe even surpass those numbers, not in the next couple of years, but down the road. And that's really the time frame that we're thinking about a lot for Work, Live, Ride. Sorry, I'm happy to stop to sort of take follow-up questions on some of these points. I don't want to monopolize. I've got my 10 minutes, but.
Is there anything that you're burning to tell us, Mr. Harrison, that you haven't had a chance to tell us?
So much, Margarita.
So tell us what you're burning to tell us, what you think we absolutely need to know that we may have missed. As I mentioned to you, several commissioners have watched your Saybrook presentation and everybody's read the material.
Yeah, and really appreciate that. That's a thorough job and saves us some time, and really appreciate the work y'all put in this. I guess the thing I'll mention then is a question kind of came up in the meeting yesterday. I know this sounds more like stick than carrot. So I think it's probably worth unpacking really what we mean in terms of how this mechanically will work. The basic idea here, again, is this is an opt-in process. So there are a couple of different ways to opt in. If a community already has a TOD district, they're eligible. If one wants to sort of plan one on their own that's compliant with some of the basic guidelines, they can do that. There's also the third component of communities, which we've heard a lot of, want to do this, but don't necessarily have the technical expertise or infrastructure funding to do so. They can sort of opt in, get this assistance and set it up. But at any rate, anybody that opts into this process, there is a number of different kinds of carrots involved that I really want to highlight. Basically, the opt-in process means this newly refashioned Office of Responsible Growth, which we're putting a fiscal note into the budget proposal to staff up and have some more technical resources. But basically, there are kind of 3 areas where this office would help assist on this slide. Number 1 is the planning and design. I think this is a very complicated issue, and we've had some really good discussions with folks in Greenwich and other wares about the difference between special permitting and as of right, which I'm happy to talk about. But basically, we think there's an opportunity, certainly for a lot of communities, to get this sort of soil samples, water sewer implications, traffic studies, a lot of that stuff that can be kind of cumbersome, to really figure out how big this district could be, what parcels it makes sense on. It makes sense to do it around a couple of stations and split it up, a bus line, whatever that might be. That's kind of one bucket where this office will really have planners embedded with the local P&Z, the local town planning to help kind of assist and figure out how this can work really contextually. The second bucket is this infrastructure improvements. And there are kind of 3 buckets of money to think about for this. One is the existing state resources across a number of different discretionary programs, and I'll list those out in a second. There is, gratefully a lot of state money available. I know Greenwich doesn't always get maybe its fair share, but there are a lot of resources that maybe just aren't coordinated enough. So the idea here is if we can really coordinate a lot of that resources, put them into districts like these TOC districts, we can get a better ROI and frankly more bang for the buck. So that's kind of the second already existing funding for some of the different programs. I'm sorry, the first bucket. The second bucket is this Office of Responsible Growth already oversees a TOD program to sort of encourage this kind of planning. It's pretty good on the face of it. We'll probably request tweaking it a little bit, but primarily we want to beef that fund up and really serve as a top-up fund. The example we often use is in Bethel, Connecticut. They did a great TOD district, but there's a plot of land across from the train station that they want to develop. There's a developer interested, but they need a pedestrian bridge to connect the train station to the actual site. Otherwise, it's like a 2-mile walk. There isn't exactly a program to help fund that project and expedite that project. So this program would specifically work on a project like that, hopefully stringing together other state resources, but serving as a top-up fund. Then there is a third component to this, the governor's budget, which includes some funding for Work Live Ride proposal, which we're happy about. But there's also a couple of bills that are floating around and some funding bills. One specifically I'll note is this Municipal Redevelopment Authority. And that could be a very powerful tool for bringing funding into these kinds of districts and meeting water, sewer, traffic, even some brownfield remediation type stuff. So that's hopefully a big chunk of carrots that can really move the dial for a lot of communities that are saying, hey, there's dream projects we'd like to do to really stir up some interest in development, but it's hard to do that, or converting public land into housing, whatever the issue might be. We really think this Work Live Ride proposal can beef that up. So that's kind of hopefully a little bit of more collaboration on the carrot side.
Okay. If you're ready to take down your share, then we're gonna start hitting you with questions. I see one of my commissioners is all ready to go. One more thing, Pete, on your chart of who has more than 25,000 people, I forgot to mention that we didn't get, I think you have 70 towns. It's 45, I think is what I got. Yep, 45 towns. So you had a shift. You say that 40 towns have more than 60,000. It's actually 25,000. So the numbers are all off.
I think you might be referring to the three categories: the rapid transit community, transit-adjacent community.
Yeah, it's where you have greater than 25,000. There's only 45 towns in the state that have greater than 25,000.
Yeah,
there's only 45
it's,
towns in the state that have greater than 25,000 and 14 towns that have greater than 60. And that's not what's in your numbers. We're just telling you that because we're geeks, we do that stuff. So the first person,
I just think that the 40 rapid transit communities across different population levels, there are 71 transit communities across full population levels. I don't know the breakdown that we even did.
Okay.
If it's
just, it'll confuse it because it gave us pause. So the first person who's going to ask you questions is Bob Barilak, and he has almost 40 years of experience in affordable housing, and he chairs our Affordable Housing Trust Fund, which is actively working to promote 830Gs that fit into the fabric of our community so that they are consistent with architectural scale and they blend into the fabric, and that way we can move our affordability numbers. So with that, great introduction, Bob. Go.
Pete, first of all, let me start by thanking you profusely for what you're doing now, trying to reach out to people. I'm confident that Greenwich and Desegregate Connecticut won't see eye to eye 100%, but I commend you for making the effort to reach out to us and other communities. Communication is very, very important. But the most important thing in affordable housing is I'm sure you know, is money. And I am hungry to get many more specifics of the additional funding that this proposal would have the state legislature put into affordable housing. When I look at it from the abstract, just reading the text of the bill, it appears to me that that it really isn't a carrot. as much as it is a program that would take away existing funding opportunities from towns who don't do what the bill wants and opt in. Do you have a list of existing programs? How much money is in them now? And do you have a number that you're asking the state legislature to put in to increase those or increase additional programs?
Yeah, and thanks for that question. I'm happy to clarify it. I mean, and obviously we don't have the bill number yet. So the proposal we've put together is really on the structural side of how these TOC districts would work,
Right.
what this Office of Responsibilities, role and function would be. But, as I mentioned, these three buckets of money, we are asking for a fiscal note. This is the first time we've done this. But in terms of how we've operated with the legislature, folks on P&D and leadership on the Democratic caucus, the discussion was we need to really articulate what the structure of the bill is, and the money ask comes kind of in obviously the appropriations side of it. So not to be coy, I have a slide here of specifically what programs we're talking about. It's about 14 programs in kind of three buckets. It's anything brownfield remediation, anything sort of revitalization process, and then some TOD specifically. So there are about 14 existing discretionary programs
And
across
can you
DOH,
tell me
DOT.
what is the aggregate amount of funding the state puts into those, and how much more are you proposing to ask the legislature to put into those programs when this bill is considered?
Yeah, so I think there are kind of three different asks for it. One is just the existing programs, which frankly have different constituencies and stakeholders that are asking for more money, which we're monitoring there. We're not specifically asking for more money, for example, for one of the brownfield DCD programs, that they're relatively well funded. For most of the feedback we've had, particularly from some smaller communities with not a lot of planning apparatus, it's hard to navigate the application and actually get funding in existing programs. So we think a pretty big value add for Work Live Ride is actually making it easier to qualify and get some of those funding out. So I think that's one aspect of it. I don't have the number in terms of breakdown of all those different programs. It's some of them are considerably funded, as you don't know. The second aspect is, what are we asking for the TOD program that exists under Office of Responsible Growth? And that is specifically trying to figure out, is it what's enough to really make that carrot and sort of a tipping point? Some folks in the governor's office, I think, are looking into that. I think something like a reasonable $50 million a year for 10 years is not a break the bank type of funding. It's enough to hopefully grease the wheel on this program and be that top up fund that we're talking. So that's likely what that discussion will be in the Appropriations Committee. And then honestly, we were not aware of some of the governor's plans and this municipal redevelopment authority that's based on the Capital Region one that has some bonding authority and some specific, a relatively large amount that could be really targeted for this, which is an evolving part of our strategy as well. So we think those three buckets, but our specific ask is that second part, which, from feedback, again, from the Bethels as an example I've mentioned, we think that can really, be a tipping point for some of these projects that haven't penciled out yet.
Yeah, 50 million a year sounds like a big number, but I know that it's trivial. It's actually spit in the ocean when you compare the magnitude of financing that's needed to build affordable housing in the state in any magnitude. So I would
and to clarify, Bob, sorry, to clarify again, I mean, we have a affordable housing component of this bill, and we think it makes sense. It's more targeted for different local market circumstances. It's, again, kind of avoiding this one size fits all.
Right.
But we also think this program is, of course, to incentivize market rate housing, subsidized housing, public development, private development. So, the other programs that are sort of part of the all of the above approach that I mentioned are very much more targeted, and there's more money for the RAP program and a number of things actually happening on Thursday in the Housing Committee. So we're frankly not trying to step on toes for specific affordable housing programs. We think they will work in Congress or concert with the Work Live Ride proposal, but we want that money really to be targeted on the infrastructure improvements to make those projects kind of pencil out and hopefully coordinate with the affordable housing side. We all agree we need more subsidy for housing. It's expensive. It's getting more expensive.
Well,
per
and
unit. So we
I think
understand that for sure.
what Bob is raising is the whole question of infrastructure. Bob,
Exactly.
did you have another question? And then Mary has
Well, I've got
questions.
100 of them, but I'm happy to let somebody else ask a couple.
One quick little follow-up question to what Bob just asked you is, did y'all look at doing a pilot and seeing how that would work? Since you're gonna have all this stuff that, did you look at just doing a few towns to start with, see if it works as a pilot, troubleshoot it, and then come in statewide?
No, I mean, I think there is an urgency to really
It's a year.
get this up and running. I think the practical reality is, as we, if this passes, and I feel good about that, we can scale up. We have some time to scale up this Office of Responsible Growth. There will be a few communities that have already done TOD districts, which will kind of be the de facto pilot where we can start coordinating, building up the technical expertise and getting some of the projects built. So we think that's baked into the process, but the urgency of the housing crisis where we're at, both for affordable housing, capital A and lowercase, we don't really think there's a need for the pilot. This is coordinating. There's an energy already,
All right.
particularly on the state agency side.
Okay, I want to make the
But-
best of the time. Mary, you
let
have
me-
a question. Okay, go ahead, Bob, and then Mary.
Yeah, just one more thing. I'm sensing a chicken and egg issue because for a town like Greenwich, for example, when we look at the funding that we would forego by not opting in, we ask ourselves, how much better off would we be if we opted in? And we can't know that unless we have a sense of how much additional funding could be attended to this program. As I said, I commend the thought process, but to me, it feels like you gotta solve the money issue. You gotta get the money on the table before you can get a whole lot of attention. But again, that's just me.
Don't disagree. And I think probably every legislative proposal comes down to that to some degree. And that's part of the sausage making process for sure.
Mary,
Yes, Mr. Harrison, I also would like to thank you very much for coming to communities to find out what our local experience is, because the more we communicate and the more you understand the issues that we face as well, hopefully the more reality you can bring to your programs. My question actually follows on Bob's. He's asked about funding. I'm going to ask about how you become eligible for funding, because I noticed that on one of your slides, the first step includes approval of transit-oriented districts. And it sounds like you've already got some of them. You said you have some that are kind of in process already. The bill talks about qualifying by having a reasonable district. And the concern I have is, who is going to define reasonable? And is there some way to make sure that whoever that is, whatever entity that is, and I assume it's the Office of Growth Management.
Responsible growth. Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. Growth is in there somewhere.
Right. It's a lot of mumbly jumbly acronyms.
Okay.
no, it sounds like an oxymoron. I keep saying really responsible. No, I'm sorry, go ahead, Mary.
Oh, growth. That other office that's not OPM. Will there be any sort of guidelines or uniformity about the determination of reasonable? Because obviously what's reasonable for one town is not going to be reasonable or feasible or even imaginable for other towns. So I look at the word reasonable and I'm just going, not only do we need more information about the funding possibilities, but are we even going to qualify if we decide to do this and we spend the time and effort to design something? How do we know that we're on the right track to do that?
Yeah, great question. The mechanical answer is this Office of Responsible Growth will hopefully, once it scales up, we'll have this sort of guidelines put in place. But the reason we picked reasonable is sort of twofold. One, again, is it's taking some criticism from last year, internalizing it and saying that half-mile radius, 500 acres that we proposed last year kind of doesn't make sense in all contexts. And there's a municipal border, a river, whatever that might be. So
Flood areas.
we think that makes a lot more sense to have a lot more sort of local discretion. If it means there's a commercial corridor that's 3/4 of a mile out from the station, that probably is a place we want to have a part of this. So that the number one thing, and this is what actually the Massachusetts bill, the guidelines have come out after passing it since our hearing. They've used that as a guideline too, which we just think gives more discretion locally and is a lot more contextual. These districts can also be non-continuous, so it could be parcels kind of split up, really trying to maximize the local context that you all know way better than anybody. So that is kind of the idea. Now, specifically to the idea of, who measures that, I do think it will be a lot of flexibility. It might not be 200 acres in one town. It might be 50 acres in another. We're hoping to really set these guidelines up in this conversation with Office of Responsible Growth, bringing planners in, having this local context that I highly doubt the process of starting that would mean that there's going to, and obviously there'll be tensions and growing pains, but the local impetus is really, I think, the bias towards what that reasonable means. I think there'll be some healthy back and forth, of course, and probably my definition might be different from yours, but we think that the bias will be towards figuring out that local context, recognizing local housing needs, regional housing needs, infrastructure, that kind of stuff is all going to be part of the mix to make sure it's, collectively reasonable.
And I appreciate the flexibility that indicates, but you say you have some towns that are kind of a little bit farther down the development of a transit district. If it's not a pilot program, can we at least find out what sort of issues they've had, what's worked and what hasn't worked? Because again, the experience guidelines are very helpful for us.
Also, bear in mind, Mary, that when he's talking, I'm just going to do a reality bit here. Even though somebody may have a designated transit-oriented district, we have a lot of density around the central station. And we just ran the numbers. We don't have 30 units per acre. That is a problem for us. And we ran those numbers, and it is a challenge infrastructure-wise for us, a very large one. But we have a lot of density around the station. We have multifamily. We have two-family. There is some single family, but there is a lot of variety and there's a lot of density around the station. So we may not have designated it, but we do have multifamily. Specifically, there are multifamily. I've got the map I can share if anybody wants to see it. Pat, I sent it to you last week of the different neighborhoods. We could share that, but we have MF around there. So we are different already than many other towns in the state because we've already done the density. We have multifamily, we have two-family. Yeah, those things have happened. The question is, can you do more? Well, have we met our own need for below market housing? Our affordable housing plan says we have people living in town who do not have adequate housing. And that is, I just listened to another seminar on affordable housing today. That's the big question to ask yourself. Okay, anything else, Mary?
No, that's it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okie doke. Who's next? Who wants to ask another question? And folks in the public, just be patient. I see the hands. We're going to get the commission asked out first, and then we'll go to the public. Mr. Lowe. Some people don't raise the virtual hand.
I don't know whether you or one of your representatives attended our briefing yesterday. I assume
No,
somebody.
they didn't. I sent them a
didn't.
summary of our questions of what
Right,
we
okay.
discussed.
So I just have a fundamental question. Is given the arguably dramatic shift in rail use occasioned by the pandemic, does the designation of rail stations as the core locus for these developments remain a compelling argument?
I really stress that it comes down to what you all think is best. There's, the Stanford CT Transit bus line, the 311 that runs through the Post Road. That might be an opportunity that makes sense. It might be an opportunity across those 4 stations and smaller capacities plus that. I've had some really great conversations with folks in Greenwich leading up to this conversation, and I am not an expert on Greenwich, of course, and I think it really does come down to maximizing the flexibility of that. And there the 4 train stations. It might not make sense to do a continuous district in one place. It might make sense to do parcel by parcel. It might make sense to think about the bus infrastructure. But I stressed from the earlier, I think rail is going to be different, but it's going to be more functional, I think, in the long term. So we don't want to discourage from that, but I would also encourage to think about, there's a great bus line in the town too. That might be an opportunity to think about.
Right.
Yeah.
Don't you think we need a fair amount of data to demonstrate what these needs are, what the evolving trends are in public transportation modes and usage?
I think we have that, and I think we have projections. I think we have, the build it if you, and it will come argument of understanding what kind of density supports more ridership. So
Well,
a
right,
lot
but
of that's
that-
out there. I'm happy to share some of
That's
that.
That's a wonderful phrase, but we have to, when we evaluate these issues, we have to rely upon fact and data.
And believe me, Peter, we do as well. We are a data-driven organization. We have empirical studies that we've done that we bring in from other parts of the country. And we are confident that this kind of density that exists already as described in parts of Greenwich could work. It could work certainly diffused across a number of different parts of it. So we don't know what the future will look like, but we know that we have not been building enough for 60 years, particularly in Greenwich. So we know that there's been a demand that's not being met. We know that the congestion of 95 is one of the worst in the country. We already have that with the housing stock we have. The only way to really improve that is to get folks out of cars, to give them options to do transit. And that does, chicken and egg to the comment earlier, requires having more stuff, jobs, and homes around those transit nodes.
No argument there. It's just that getting to the points that several people have brought up, and you've no doubt heard endlessly that one size fitting all does not work.
Agreed.
It just doesn't work for every town is at least a little bit different. So we urge you, or I would urge you to provide as much data per town and what makes sense, rather than just saying we're going to, within a half mile of a train station, we're going to implement this.
Yeah, and
Thank
to be
you.
clear, that's not what the proposal is this year. There's a lot more of that flexibility, and obviously the language isn't here. It's hard
Well,
to catch up on
I'm
that.
simplifying it, but
Yeah,
you
yeah.
understand my point. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, more commissioners. I got Bob Barrelli.
Just one more. I
Yeah,
was.
sure.
I
No,
was-
hey, come on. I told you as a person who really knows
Oh,
about this.
Listen,
Which is clear.
What I'm about to ask has
This is
nothing to
good.
do with what I know. It has to do with what I find very intriguing about the last two sections of your proposed bill. The next to last section says that this question that Mary addressed of being qualified, whether we are approved or not by Hartford, which for us sometimes can be a four-letter word.
Well, a lot of people, I think.
Yeah, depends on the Department of Housing in OPM, which you say is understaffed, in consultation with housing, determining whether we're in compliance, accounting for things like special flood districts, wetlands, drinking supplies, and areas identified as likely to be inundated during a flood event, which I find hopeful, but frankly, a little bit scary. If we were to buy into this without knowing what we're buying into in those respects, it's really a leap of faith that I think this bill asks us to take until we have some better tangible feel for what that means to say accounting for those things that are of vital interest to us. And I'll just stop there rather than ask the second question. Can you give some more specificity on that?
Yeah, I think from what and I might be incorrect, correct me if I'm wrong, it's a question of what would be exempt in terms of potential climate risk or other sensitive. Is that the part of the bill? I mean, the proposal. What we have consistently done, including last year, a couple of years ago too, is just acknowledge that particularly in your neck of the woods, there are probably train stations that should not, in the 30-year review of potential flooding, have density around. And we've very much carved that out. Connecticut Circa has a number of these kinds of resources.
It's
in
our
place, and
main
we acknowledge that.
It's our main
It's
train station. We
every
know
train
that.
station we have.
It's
with
every
maybe
single one
exception
of our train
one.
stations,
Yeah.
and we know that. And it's our main train station, particularly because it's got the flattest land before you get to the station. One of the things we've talked a lot ourselves is that the lots that are not developed around that station are made out of landfill and they're in flood zones. But go ahead, Bob.
Well, I hate to make this more of a speech than a question, but anything that you can do,
Don't let that stop you.
anything that you can do or your group can do to give greater specificity
Yes.
to that detail would be immensely satisfactory to us.
And
Yeah,
if
and
you're,
I think that hopefully the bill will have all the sort of specific language on that, but this is something, of course, we've done a lot of research on as well. As I stress again, because that could be the case for all 4 train stations, that's a whole other set of problems, and I don't envy you for all having to try to deal with that. But there are probably other parts, maybe again up on Post Road or otherwise. We've particularly Shoreline East, this is an issue as well, and I think including bus service, which typically is a little bit further north already from Post Road, it goes across the state. I think we don't know that as much as you will know that. The state knows a lot of that. Those are the resources and expertise that we're referencing in that bill. That's pretty well thought out. There are different models of flooding, but that's very much part of the process, which is deferential to how you all kind of figure out how this is going to work. And that's a big question that we're all going to have to be figuring out for a very long time.
and I think one of the things when you talk about the language of the bill developing, we're sitting here talking to you because when PA 2129 passed, even though we didn't want it to go forward because we had a lot of issues with it, we at the same time participated in helping with language that would not be disastrous. And that it isn't just a question of talking to you right now, but that we would like to be actively involved going forward and to think about language. For example, very much 30 units per acre is very difficult. We're built out. It's very difficult for us to get there. And then it's the infrastructure issue. And we keep saying that we have a sewer capacity problem. And I know you're not a zoning geek, so I don't know level of service for intersections. The worst an intersection can be is F. The worst traffic that can happen in an intersection for an engineer is F. Sitting there looking at our train station application, I'd mentioned to you that we're redoing the station. We're looking at redoing the station. That is already has a traffic level that is as bad as it gets at peak hours. So how do we then add density? We've got to think about how we would manage that traffic, those issues. Going from the 15 to the 30 is a real, I see it as making it very difficult for towns like us, but there's only a handful of towns that are in our situation because the rest of the group that you've put us in are cities who are already designed, hopefully, to do that. I don't know if they are. The only one I know well is the Danbury chair. And I haven't talked to him about this and how he reacts to it, but we're going to reach out to him in the next few days and see what he says and how he reacts. But I would love it to start lower. The
I'll
other
just say,
thing,
I'm happy to nerd out with you about that zoning. I got a master's in urban planning voluntarily, so I love this stuff. So
okay,
if we paying that
well,
off the rest of my life, I better
I
be
mean,
nerding out about it.
yeah. So yeah, well, here we are. We're all like that. So that's that. Now, the other thing that the commission has raised over and over again is we are all obsessed with things like where driveways are, because especially is when you're talking about developing on Route 1. The special permit process lets us do that. And if any regulation were to go forward that is as of right and doesn't look at the integration of infrastructure, of accesses, egress, and doesn't let somebody pull it all together, because that's our job. We pull everything together from every department in town and figure out what's the best way a site plan can move forward. To us, it's essential for towns to be able to review that. Any town, especially if you're on something like Route 1, where you just can't get out at certain times of the day. So how do you do that? Those are some comments from me. Arn, do you have anything?
I
know.
can respond just quickly to that. I mean, I
Let's
think it's a
just
totally
ask-
legitimate. Oh, sorry.
But yeah, just that's it. I mean, you know that I would like to have special permit, that I would not want to have this be as of right, because as of right is very frightening to a town that is dealing with infrastructure.
Yeah,
It's
and
just scary to us.
Yeah, and look, I think that's reasonable, and I think there are a lot of good tools out there, as we've sort of discussed, of potentially addressing that in good faith. I think there's a lot of local expertise about that. You guys have had a great conversation with Danielle Dobin and Westport about this specifically. At this stage of the process, I think there are tools available, form-based code, other reviews that I think can really put that in with as of right, just kind of simplifying on the back end. But this is a part of the conversation
So
I think is really helpful.
And I've said this to you before, form-based code doesn't address the infrastructure. It addresses the box. Okay, now we know, oh, can someone turn off their second sound system? Okay. form-based code addresses the box. It doesn't address the infrastructure. So yes, you could do some things as of right if they fit into that box, but it doesn't address what worries us the most, which is climate resilience, the flooding. We don't want to run out of open space, drainage. All those things are not going to be addressed by form-based. Now, I haven't hit the commission with this. Wilton is looking at going to form-based. I'm going to bring in the Wilton chair to tell the commission about it. We've looked at it. Patrick, when did we do that? I told Mr. Harrison we went like 4 years ago. It was before COVID.
It was before COVID. I think it was pre-POCD. I think we were
Yeah,
looking
we
at
all
the
went, we
plans.
looked at it. We wanted to go to form-based, and when we walked out of all the training, we said, we are at a point where it would be very difficult for us to transition. Because it isn't addressing our biggest challenges. It
Not-
sounds good.
yeah.
It,
And
it's,
just to add to that.
go ahead,
Mark,
Patrick.
Yeah, is the state enacting the non-conforming clause really prohibits us from actually effectuating it, because as you probably aware, that buildings that are in existence right now, they're allowed to keep their non-conformity in perpetuity, and so renovating or remodeling or knocking down a building doesn't exactly make it possible to come into conformance with the town's plan. So it also became a little bit of a fruitless effort, because we would have spent a lot on creating these design standards that no one would have to be able to follow on it for existing buildings or redevelops. So,
We've looked instead at village districts, which would give us a lot of that.
right.
But form-based is really difficult, and it doesn't give you the infrastructure question or the climate resilience. Okay, is everybody asked out? We have a ton of hands up in the public.
Yeah, I just had one clarification. In the
And then
section,
Levy.
it talks about opportunity market matrix, high
Oh,
opportunity,
thank you.
strong market would need to have 20% of the eligible housing allocated for affordable units. And then it slides down to like 0% for municipalities with low development activity. So does that mean that you could have a municipality that doesn't have any requirement for affordable housing, but will also participate in this program? And then, what's the thinking behind that?
Yeah, the logic for the affordability component was also a product of feedback from last year, addressing the kind of one size fits all. The proposal last year had a 10% blanket. Any development over a certain number of units would be have to have 10% units. And I think that was a good start. We heard somewhere we'd like to see more affordability. Some places it doesn't pencil out. So the process we did over research was trying to figure out what state resources exist of measuring that. And CHAFA, the Finance Authority, has this market opportunity matrix together. I'm not exactly sure that'll be the final product that we use. I think the intention of putting that at this stage was to say, we hear this, we probably want to have some kind of range to acknowledge we probably want to see more affordable housing in a Waterbury or market rate housing in a Bridgeport or Waterbury, and we could probably pencil that out in something for Gold Coast. I don't know what that number is going to be kind of at the end product, and that's, I think, what we're excited a little bit about feedback for, because I'm not exactly sure the CHAFA report is the smart thing to build off of ultimately, but we like this starting point of saying, let's acknowledge different markets are going to have different requirements and opportunities, and a small town that might want to participate in this will have a little bit more flexibility than I think a Gold Coast town. I think that's reasonable, but maybe that's not the exact numbers that'll be the final product.
Okay, thank you.
Peter Levy.
Thank you. We all appreciate you coming in and having this conversation. But I really, I'll just try to kind of wrap it up a little bit. I think that for me, I don't have a lot of confidence that a top-down government approach to a problem like this has been very successful in the past. So that's troubling to me, and partially because sometimes the effort is more of a social experiment than a rigorous kind of understanding of the details. And I think there's a lack of detail here that we've been talking about. So I don't need to go into that so much. And that goes for accountability. So when you don't have the details up front, then you have government officials trying to do that, which may create a different kind of outcome than we're expecting. So that's something that I think is very important to understand, that I think you're just a little light on filling in your information, and your information is lacking, but also it seems like there's some rashness in it, in that it just doesn't seem to be all that accurate. And as we pointed out, that gives me pause as to thinking that you're just trying to push something through. So that's why it's good that you're talking to us, and I appreciate that. But this is a long-term discussion, and I think that accountability is very important. And so I think it behooves this effort to take very seriously the idea of creating a good relationship through creating a book of facts that we can all agree to. Otherwise, we're going to fall into the trap of the one size fits all, and don't worry about the details. And I think that there's a lot that our town has done to try to understand how to preserve the character of what is so special about our town, and be very sensitive to the changing social environment, and that this very and this New England spirit of helping your neighbor is not lost on anyone. So I hope that you appreciate the discussion and take it to heart, and fill in some of these gaps, and understand that character is what makes this town and this state special, not building more housing, and not defining terms that don't take into account the differences between Greenwich and Hartford. We have a lot of housing here that should be part of the calculation. Housing for worker housing, but it's simply just not part of the calculation. And I think that needs to be discussed also. And on that
Okay.
count, I think I've said my piece, and I thank you very much.
10, 11, 12, 13, 14 people, 2 minutes or 3 minutes?
2.
2 minutes. Okay, folks from the public, I think you got outvoted, Peter Levy. We're gonna, because we have a loaded agenda, we're gonna give everybody 2 minutes to speak, RTM style. As a reminder, keep it focused on the bill, what's in the bill contents. No, you're not, the law doesn't protect you if you cast aspersions, etc. And we'll help you with that. But just if you would just stay focused on what your objections are to the bill, what you would suggest for it, and what you might support in it, because I think we've got some people here who do. So with that,
And try not to be repetitive.
Repetitive, yes. Is there anything else I left out? No, okay, and try not to repeat. If somebody takes your point, then make a new one, because there's always good points out there. Our first speaker is Gail Lauridsen, followed by MK, and we'll ask you who you are when, oh, wait, Gail, what happened to Gail? Did you already promote her, Jackie? No, all right, our first speaker then is now MK. Just tell us who you are when you join us, and you will be followed by Mark Pruner. And anytime you want to unmute, go ahead. And Mark Pruner, I'm going to promote you now. So you're ready?
Hello, I'm sorry.
Hello, hi. Go ahead. MK, you remuted. We had you. If you would unmute again.
Got it.
There, you
Sorry
got
about
it.
that.
You're good. It's good.
Sorry, I'll be quick. Name is Michael Kane. I live in Riverside in Greenwich. And I'm kind of curious, I've got kind of the following question. So,
Yes, sir.
I'm reasonably familiar with the proposal. And I'm just curious, if we put all the details of money and sewage and these sorts of things aside, I'm curious if Pete can kind of give me the pitch as to, as someone who uses the Greenwich train station regularly, it's extremely crowded in the morning during rush hour.
Mhm.
I can't believe there's anyone that would want to have more people getting on the train in Riverside or Greenwich. I mean, if you actually live through rush hour. So I'm kind of curious, can you give me the pitch for why would any family of four, or any person who uses the train system to commute, how is this in my interest, number one? And specifically, why would anyone want to see, who chose to live in Greenwich, Connecticut, want to see 4 to 5 story buildings with affordable housing that increases density around my home? And I'm kind of curious how you mentioned earlier that makes me safer. You used the word safe. And I'm kind of curious how high density affordable housing makes me safe and improves my quality of life. And is that actually your objective?
Okay, Pete, hold on to that question, okay? I'm gonna, Mr. Kane, I'm gonna answer one thing, and you're asking, ridership is still at about 70% below the pre-pandemic levels, so you still don't have the numbers, and it's really not anticipated it's gonna return ever. Mondays and Fridays are now projected to remain at a lower level than pre-pandemic. We're gonna let Pete answer the safer part and why he might want to see that happen.
Well, it's safer, and
Okay.
it's like, pitch me on why would I want to see incremental 4 to 5 story affordable housing buildings
Right.
in a town that is one of the oldest towns in America, where people come here for a certain set of reasons, which may be inconsistent with your objectives, but I think there's a lot of similarity. So kind of pitch it to me if you could.
Okie doke. So he's going to do that. We're going to let everybody speak first. Thank you, Mr. Kane. Our next speaker is Mark Pruner, and that will be followed by James Sarnell.
Hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just a couple of points. Last year in 2022, there were 43 sales within half a mile of the Greenwich train station. I was formerly the chairman of the Affordable Housing Partnership here in town, and we looked at a variety of different things. The problem of those 43 sales, they varied between 320,000 and 6.3 million. Only of the 2 that were done in the last 3 years, they sold for 2.25 million and 5.1 million. What we've been seeing with the 8-30G proposals is that we get expensive condos to the tune of 1.8 to 4.5 million, mostly around $2.5 million, and a small number of affordable units. So the problem with this is our land is very expensive here. And so it's very difficult to get anything that approaches affordable housing. The R6 zone presently is 12 units per acres. And what happens is, in order to lower costs, where developers have been going is our older historic houses. And what this bill really does is push people to tear down some of our most historic houses. We saw that where there was a proposal to intrude into the National Registered Historic District of the Fourth Ward. The other issue that I have with this proposal is building housing with the land cost is just expensive. What are the odds politically that they're going to authorize sending tens of millions of dollars to Greenwich to build a few dozen units compared to a place where they could build 50, 80, or 100 units for the same cost? So I just think that, you know, unless we're getting some major funding
Time.
Yep.
then we're in good.
Time.
it's gonna
Mr.
be a
Bruner,
problem. Thank you.
Time.
Yep.
And Pete Harrison, hang on to those questions. And the next speaker is James Sarnell, who will be followed by Tara Spies Rustieri. Mr. Sarnell, anytime you want to unmute. Mr. Sarnell?
Yes, can you hear me?
There you go. You're all set.
Oh, great, thank you. I think with Mr. Levy hit the nail right on the head when he said, this is really a social experiment that's really going to hurt the existing citizens. You're going to put 30 homes on an acre. Now that's 30 homes, that's at least 30 cars, because everyone, even if you live near a train station, you're still going to have a car because you just don't take a train or a bus to go to work. You still use your car other places. You're going to have more accidents. Just looks what has happened in Stamford, Yale in town. They built this 225 unit place that's now sinking. It's so crowded, it takes you forever just to get around. The strain on the infrastructure, the sewers, the water, schools are going to be overcrowded, crime. And just because you live near a train station doesn't mean you take the train to work. What if you're a plumber or a carpenter or a teacher? You're going to take the train, then what? Still have to walk? Or do you still have to take your car to a train after you still go to the place where you work? So think twice. Look what's happened to Stamford, and that's what's going to happen in Greenwich.
Thank you, Mr. Sarnell. Our next speaker is Tara Spies Rustieri, followed by Steve Hall. Spoiler alert, Ms. Rustieri is also on the Affordable Housing Trust Board, and she's a member of the RTM. Go ahead, Tara.
Thank you so much. First of all, I have to commend our commission. You guys are absolutely unbelievable in your preparation, your understanding, your questions. And I cannot say enough about what you guys have brought forth here. And I really think we as a town are just so much better off because we have you. Don't
start her 2 minutes yet. Just kidding. Go ahead.
So what I have, the biggest problem I have with this bill is it in many ways you can put lipstick on the pig, but this is the same as last year's bill. This is the same as fair share. It's exactly vague. It doesn't answer real town living issues. As Mr. Levy said, it's once again a top-down approach. And I think it's really a bad sign to see something like this coming in that is so lacking in the data and its inaccuracy. And so I would urge some correction in terms of what's happening here. I don't like this stick idea. It's not a carrot in terms of if a community has a transit route, but it decides not to opt in, then we're going to be penalized with holding back funding or holding hostage funding from towns and cities that could be used for the purpose of incentivizing cleaning up and additional development of residential housing in additional areas. I just think it's counterintuitive. I would also ask the question of how is this 60,000 population threshold really being determined? You're putting Greenwich in the same group as Hartford and New Haven, which, as you actually said, Mr. Harrison, Greenwich may not always get its equal share of funds. And that's the truth. We saw that with housing funds distributed by Governor Lamont. So I think there's just so many questions, especially the arguments of reasonable and excessive.
Okay, time, ma'am.
So
Okay,
please listen to our commission and answer their questions.
thank you. Our
Thank
next
you.
speaker is Steve Hall, if you would unmute, and he will be followed by Barron. Hello, Mr. Hall.
Hi, a quick point I'd just like to make to enhance any housing options that we might be considering under this program or independently is that I just attended a webinar the other day. And if we follow the Inflation Reduction Act benefits of energy efficiency, developers can achieve as much as 70% investment tax credit. That's a huge carrot. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much. I am not able to get Baron into the meeting. Baron, if you can hear us. She's can't get her in. Okay, Kim Fiorello is oh, there she is. Hello, Baron. Go ahead if you would unmute. And the next speaker after that is Kim Fiorello.
Hi, everybody. And
Hey,
thank-
long time no see. You haven't come to a P&Z meeting for ages.
I know, I miss everyone and all of it. I just have a quick question. What you spoke of, Mr. Harrison, sounds like wonderful collaborations on all these projects, work, live, ride. So if that's the case, why does it have to be legislated in Hartford? Why does it have to be a bill? Why don't we just, take up these projects separately? Because that, as everyone's been saying, top-down, uniform, regional approach is troubling. That's all I have to say. My question.
Thank you.
Why?
Thank you. Okay, you got that right, Mr. Harrison. We're just letting you accumulate questions.
Yeah, I'm putting down the bullet points to come back.
All right. Okay, then Ms. Fiorello, I believe, Mr. Harrison, you've met Ms. Fiorello before because she was a state representative. Hello, Ms. Fiorello, if you would go ahead. And after that is Nancy.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you so much, all our commissioners, for your great work. And thank you, Pete Harrison, for your presentation. Just 3 points I wanted to make is, one, so much of the conversation around housing is about affordability, but affordability has a bigger picture. And the reality about housing is there's the cost of land, the cost of lending, labor, and lumber. There's the broader picture of affordability in our state, the cost of living here, whether it's energy or other costs. And my trouble is that we're always focused on the bringing of housing. But when you think about the building of housing, as we mentioned before, this is going to destroy existing low-cost housing that's naturally occurring in our markets. And it's also going to destroy our very valued older buildings. And so this is really not about affordable housing coming to our state, but about luxury housing and just density, period. Another issue is these are just more new laws, but for the reality of living here, we have to take into consideration other new laws that the state's trying to pass, like fair share, like rent control, but also old laws. What is the impact of your desegregate law with 830G? Because if you're pushing density with minimum of 0 to 20% affordability, that will be a huge increase of the denominator for our towns when we're calculating, the 830G percentages. And then lastly, in other presentations, you mentioned Work, Live, Ride Plan 1, Work, Live, Ride Plan 2, and Plan 3 to come. Could you please clarify what are the other plans if towns opt in and can't opt out? What are your future plans in steps 2 and 3? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Fiorello. Our next speaker is Nancy. Thank you so much. And Nancy, go ahead, and Nancy will be followed by Dan Quigley.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I'd like to make make one statement and then ask a couple of quick questions. I moved to Greenwich in 1988. I was struck by what a diverse and vibrant and interesting town it was. It obviously had the beauty and the resources that I expected in a town like Greenwich that's been around for a few hundred years to get things right. But I was surprised pleasantly beyond that at just how many different languages I heard spoken, how many people from how many different walks of life I encountered. It wasn't just a charming, sophisticated New England village. It was a pretty hip and happening place in 1988. I find that still to be the case today. If you want to look at the diversity of people and housing and customs in Greenwich, all you have to do is walk through Greenwich High School to get a sense of just how diverse and vibrant we are as a town. And we are bursting at the seams. That is my observation of Greenwich then and now. With respect to people living in Greenwich who may be searching for better housing, if I move to Palo Alto, California, I may not have what I would deem as adequate housing. So I don't think it's a by right that people are guaranteed certain outcomes in standards of living. I wouldn't find the standard of living I might be seeking if I moved to Honolulu, for example. So my questions on this topic relate to Mr. Harrison. I understand that Desegregate Connecticut is a lobbying group that was formed in the summer of 2020. Mr. Harrison is a part-time lecturer at Baruch College, which he remains doing so today in New York City, and as he has described himself, is not an expert on Greenwich. So I would like to ask, what is your source of funding and how are you qualified to bring these items to this board? Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Dan Quigley is next.
Hello, Madam Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. And
Thanks
Dan
to our-
Quigley
Yep.
will be followed by Wendy.
Thank you to our P&Z Commission and to Pete Davidson from Desegregate for joining today.
Harrison, don't
Pete
hurt his
Harrison,
feelings.
sorry. I wrote down Davidson. It's Harrison. Apologize for that. Thanks for being here, though. You know, transit-oriented communities is a case, you said, of if you build it, they will come. And I don't think that's a goal of a town like Greenwich. In fact, I don't think it's a goal of some of the towns on the list of places that have over 60,000 people. Density is clearly the main issue for a place like Greenwich, and the concerns about density, which were discussed, but also left out and absent from the conversation is municipal infrastructure in Greenwich. It's antiquated, and if we were to see an influx of approximately 5,000 to 6,000 people moving to downtown areas, this would require likely massive increases to our local municipal infrastructure and government spending, which would assuredly lead to something like raising taxes. You know, I don't think Greenwich is a town that's looking to add a lot to its population. It's been around the same level for a long time. I think the town is comfortable with that. However, I think these goals do not measure up with what the goals of the town are. Secondly, I do have an issue with Desegregate because I know that Desegregate is part of the group called the Regional Planning Association, and the head of the Regional Planning Association is also the CEO of RXR Realty, which owns more than 30 million square feet of residential and commercial real estate in New York City, valued at over $30 billion. So I think since part of RXR's main objectives is to increase transit-oriented living, and one of its most recent successful test cities was New Rochelle, and they were quoted in a Forbes magazine article saying we worked with our partners in the city to change zoning laws to go above 5% in New Rochelle. This sort of has a clear problem in terms of who is leading the RPA and what the goals of Desegregate are. So that's something I think the public needs to know, but I appreciate your concern, and I think Greenwich needs to come up with a plan.
Time, Mr. Quigley. Thank you. Our next speaker is Wendy, followed by Michael Hahn.
Hi there. Thank you so much for having us be able to do this in this forum. I just have one question. Under this 830G requirement, will any town ever be able to meet the 10% to be exempt from this law? That's a
Okay, ma'am, this isn't about 830G. All they're asking us is to make units affordable, and they are setting it at a higher number than what 830G allows Greenwich to do. But there you go, you got your answer. And I don't know if we'll make it. We're working hard on it. Thank you, Wendy. The next speaker is Michael Hahn. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, hi.
Followed by Gail Lauritsen.
Can you hear
Go
me,
ahead, sir.
Madam Chair?
Yes, we can. I apologize. Yes, go
Thank
ahead.
you. Thank you for your time. And thank you, Mr. Harrison, for your presentation, which is directly the question I have. Unfortunately, Mr. Quigley touched on some of the things I was going to ask, but I'll just ask anyway, and I'll just take up a short amount of time. And that is through you, Madam Chairwoman, to Mr. Harrison. Could you please explain a little further the relationship between Desegregate CT and RXR Realty, a New York developing agency? And why are we doing Connecticut by New York standards like New Rochelle? And the other question through you, Madam Chair, to the other commissioners is, can you, in a way, take a sense of the body on this now, to see where people stand, so that we can evaluate what your thinking process is. And thank you for your time, all of you. I very much appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Hahn. Let me just answer your question. What we were planning to do was the commission was going to continue to discuss this and put together some input for Desegregate Connecticut on our positions. We don't generally, commissions are discouraged from taking a position on proposed legislation, but what we can do is suggest, so we can't opine on the entire legislation, but what we could do is say, here's an issue, and we could suggest a way of addressing it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for addressing everything, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you for your efforts. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Gail Lauritsen, followed by Marita Hamry.
Hi, I want to thank the P&Z Commission for your great questions and comments, particularly Mr. Levy. Mr. Harrison, I appreciate the work and time you've invested in aggregating the data to advance the goal of human density as expressed by the World Economic Forum. And I want to also say that the name of your group, Desegregate Connecticut, to me implies somehow that Connecticut is somehow deliberately segregated, which for Greenwich, frankly, I find to be an insult. We live in an inclusive, loving community. Suburban living is the golden ring for family life, for a lot of family life. The very existence of our suburbs is necessary so all people can aspire to the ideal. You purport great urgency in solving housing, climate, diversity, sustainability crises. In spite of your collection of data and words, I'm not convinced of the emergency or how the destruction of our suburb is any solution. You say this bill offers an opt-in, and I suggest the very best sort of opt-in is no bill at all. Make it all carrot, no stick. Our legislators already allocate our tax dollars in great amounts into housing, climate, diversity, and sustainability operations. Those dollars can be used to fund the carrot, and this bill is overreach. You talk about getting people out of cars. There's no living in Greenwich without a car. Life exists beyond the commute to work. And I'm sure no one in Greenwich is interested in living in a 15-minute city. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. The next speaker is Marita Hamry. Mr. Harrison, I haven't been telling you, there's a lot of these people are from the RTM, and one of them is Marita. Ma'am, if you would go ahead, and she will be followed by Patty.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Just two things I wanted to follow up on some previous comments. One, there were a number of points talking about lacking that the desegregate was lacking in data. And I just would like to point out the extensive data in the website. I don't know if people on this Zoom call have taken the time to look at the extensive data on the Desegregate Connecticut website. I found it very interesting, and it's very extensive. So I would like to recommend people refer to that and study the various links there, as well as the data. And the one other point I was hoping you might comment on is there were a few statements about how this bill encourages government officials to be more active and to engage in a social experiment in manipulating our society. I'd just like your thoughts on whether this involves more government involvement, or actually if it takes government out of the picture and actually stops local unelected officials from interfering with market forces, and actually frees up the market to solve our property issues and housing issues.
When
so
I
was hoping,
can answer you that, Marita, when when you have a law that mandates that you build, that you allow the building of X and that X be affordable, you are taking out the market forces.
Well, yeah,
and you're
I would like to just,
recognizing market forces doesn't do it, which is an argument. I mean, that is a point to be made. Sometimes market forces do not accomplish the goals of a state. And that, you know, the question is, where do you find the balance is what I would say to you.
right, so if I could just follow up on that.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there any mandate in this law that these buildings be built, or is it just freeing up regulations that would stop these buildings from being built? So if maybe Mr. Harrison could
We'll let
follow up on
Mr.
whether this
Harrison
bill,
ask you, we'll let Mr. Harrison address
yeah,
that.
whether this bill mandates building these, or whether it just stops zoning from preventing these buildings from being built.
Okay, I will let Mr. Harrison answer that. Thank you, Ms. Hamry. It was good to see you, or not see you actually, but to hear you. The next speaker is Patty.
Hi there.
Patty, followed by a phone number that ends in 0128, if you know who you are. Go ahead, Patty.
So I want to echo everybody else's comments and thank the commission. I am curious. I understand the value of putting housing along the major transit arteries, the highways and the train stations. But when I look at the NOAA website right now, and I put in 3 feet for a sea level rise, you know, that's very critical. How many people are going to be impacted by that?
Yes, it is.
By putting people, and if I move that sea level rise up to 6 feet, it's significant amount of vulnerability to populations along the coastline. So I'm wondering if that's been factored in. I know it's been mentioned here and there, but you know, the environmental impact is not just from the flooding, which it has been brought up a few times, but the sea level rise and the amount of sewage that ends up in the sound as a result of overpopulation and underbuilt wastewater treatment plants. So that was my comment. Thank you.
Patty, could you just tell us your last name?
Adams.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is also going to have to identify, please. I have you're a panelist now, but if you would, and then the last speaker is Amar Murad. 510128, if you would tell us who you are and unmute. There you go.
Hello, this is Thomas Cardello. And
hello.
Hello, how are you? And first of all, I also want to appreciate all the work the Planning and Zoning Commission has done, and also our presenter, who seems very, very committed to his cause. Okay, but so here are my questions. Hartford lawmakers have presided over Connecticut's stagnant growth and population outflow for decades. Pete, can you speak to why we should be comfortable ceding local authority to Hartford? And the next question is, do you have confidence that Hartford won't just turn this bill into a boon for developers?
Okay, that's your question. Then we're going to, Mr. Harrison is writing everything down. We're going to let him hit everything all at once because hopefully he can do it quick. Thank you very much, Mr. Cardello. And our last speaker is Mr. Murad.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commission. Thank you, Mr. Harrison. I have 2 questions that relate to density. I'm a long-time resident in town, and I would like to know if the proposed legislation take any consideration or study for the impact that would have on our school system. And furthermore, I'd like to know more about what kind of traffic studies are being proposed, because driving in our town and taking your child to school has been a challenge. And the last thing, I'm not certain if it takes in any consideration the services such as fire and law enforcement. Thank
So,
you.
Mr. Murad, one of the reasons that we as a commission had asked that it remain, that these kinds of projects remain as a special permit is just exactly that, is that for a special permit situation where we know we have a traffic problem, we get a traffic study. We always bring in the fire department for a review for safety on a multifamily development. Not normally the police, but it's really just not that necessary, but that is something we do with the special permit. And that's why we had raised it. So what we want to be able to do is integrate those things and continue to do them.
Thank you.
Okay, but that's why we're making that request. If it's as of right, as it's called, when it's not a special permit, someone can just come in and do it and not tick all the boxes. And that we are uncomfortable with because, as someone pointed out earlier, we're in a flood zone, we've got limited sewer capacity, and we got traffic and fire, and there's stuff. Well, thank you, sir. Thank you.
And what
for
about
joining us.
the school issue?
Oh, the school thing, we would need funding. We would want to see funding for our schools. And a second thing is that our filled schools are also the ones that are served near the train station, the main train station. So we would have to figure out how to deal with that specific issue, and that's troublesome. If there were state funding for our schools, it would be helpful. And it's something we should ask for that I haven't. Thank you, sir. All right. The people who, there's someone who was already spoke, and I think we're good because it's 5:30. We've been doing this for 90 minutes and we got a big agenda. So Mr. Harrison, do you want to answer all the questions in one go?
Yeah, sure. And thanks everybody who participated, had some questions. This is really why we like to do these outreach, to answer some of them. So I'm just gonna jump around here. Well, first off, as I anticipated, there'd be questions about our relationship with Regional Plan Association, who we get funding from. And I think sometimes there's just a bit of misinformation. So to clarify definitively, Desegregate CT, we started in 2020 as a really sort of ad hoc grassroots group. The Regional Plan Association was approached to be the fiscal sponsor. And really what that meant was any type of money that we collected, and this is a little bit before my time, was processed by RPA because they were already incorporated, and they could sort of collect that money from a legal entity and kind of see, distribute it back to us. And now that we scaled up, when I came on, the question was, do we try to sort of start our own program? Do we potentially deepen the relationship with Regional Plan Association? And I really was behind a lot of the question of saying, I think it makes sense to have Regional Plan Association involved. And just some quick background, very quick background, RPA has been around for 100 years. It's one of the first urban planning nonprofit organizations in the country. Sort of the nature of it is once a generation, it does a metropolitan region plan focusing on housing, transportation, more recently, climate resiliency and good governance. It's been a highly regarded organization really since its founding. It's been involved in Connecticut for over 100 years. So when we discussed kind of coming on as a program, the basic way that it works is we are an independent organization that has independent funding. So I know a lot of conversations in bed said, oh, well, RPA, is real estate backed. And to be clear, RPA has been around 100 years. It has all the biggest industries in New York City. One of them is real estate. That's true. The chairman is actually no longer the real estate guy. It's actually Ray McGuire, who has a finance background, who's a former mayoral candidate that he just took over recently. And that's true. But the Desegregate CT budget, we are an independent budget. We publish an annual report every year. We've got the third one. I can share the links on our website. And I can say very comfortably, we do not take real estate money, whether it's a New York developer or Connecticut developer. So, we take money from individuals in Connecticut. We take money from community foundations. Open Philanthropy is a provider. So that's, who we are. So I think sometimes the talking point of, are we a real estate backed group or whatever is a little bit misinformation. The reality is a little bit more benign. As I said, the annual report we have comes out every year, and I'm happy to share that. So, hopefully that clarifies it up. I'm the only full-time employee of Desegregate CT, and I know question was, are we a lobbyist? Well, I'm not. I mean, lobbyists work for firms that get hired by groups to advocate for themselves. Our job is, research on the data-driven side for zoning, which we've talked about, the education outreach, and some of it is advocacy. And as Representative Friel, of course, knows, anybody that does some percentage of their work professionally that talks to legislators has to register with the state ethics office as a lobbyist. I think that's probably a pretty good idea for transparency. But that, does not make me a lobbyist. I'm not getting paid enough for that. But certainly that comes up a lot. So I'm happy to clarify that, we don't take real estate money and I'm not a lobbyist. The other kind of questions, if I can try to sort of categorize a few of them, I think a couple of things came up about the density and specifically the gentleman at the previous end here about school systems and traffic. Again, these are completely valid questions. I know folks have a lot of concerns about them. I will say the student population of Connecticut, the K through 12 population across the state is actually declining fastest in terms of demographics. The most recent census, we've lost 10% of school-aged children. So overall across the state, it's
Just so
actually
you
opposite.
know, we don't have our numbers because we got such a huge influx during COVID, but they're not in the system. They weren't born in town and they're not in any of the schools yet. They're still all in strollers. We have no idea what's about to hit our school system. We know they're there because we see the strollers, and because the realtors tell us, but we don't know. So at least in the southwest corner of the state, there has been a shift and we just don't have numbers on it yet. And the census missed them. Go ahead.
Yeah, and that's a fair point. I mean, same thing for traffic. We sort of anecdotally have a sense of a lot of these issues. As I've said previously, the long-term solution for traffic, which already exists in terms of the housing stock and density in the region, really the only solution to that in the long term is removing some trips for some people some of the time through public transportation. Nobody has any illusions in desegregate Connecticut or advocates for public transportation that we will live in a magical world where we don't need a car in Connecticut. What we are suggesting is there will be ways, very reasonable, ways to have a couple of trips that are walkable, a couple of trips that are public transportation, and frankly, a small percentage of those trips that are now all done by car, single occupancy, and the vehicular miles traveled data really reflects that. That's a really meaningful way that we can reduce that. And that is a safety issue. That really does come down to less cars being on the road, certainly for drop off and pickup, for schools, for train services, as Marguerite mentioned. So that's the long-term solution, is having the ability to walk a little bit, having the ability to take public transportation a little bit. Certainly another question was about the sort of golden ring, I think was the term, the idea of a kind of particular sense of what suburban life should be, let alone sort of Connecticut life. And I would just say there are plenty of people, particularly younger folks, particularly folks with strollers, myself included. I have an 11-month baby. There's a generational shift of folks wanting more walkable communities, more public transportation. And I think that's a really good thing for the infrastructure concerns a lot of folks have. So it's not saying because we build it will come, that's magically you're not going to need a car, but we can certainly create some opportunity to reduce that. Otherwise, there is no solution to traffic other than tearing down the homes that exist currently and having people leave the state. So we think this is a constructive aspect to really measurably reduce a lot of those concerns, giving folks more options than sort of exist currently. And again, I think that can comfortably exist even in a more suburban community like a Greenwich. Let me see here, just going through a couple other things here. Still need a car. I think there was a couple of questions sort of related to, is this sort of a different bill from last year, or do we need a bill at all? If there's sort of an organic relationship in some communities doing this. I think that the two components of the bill I talked about early, one was, coordinating at the local level and providing technical expertise and assistance for communities that are really excited about this. And look, Greenwich might not be, and there might be a conversation that we can continue to have, which I'd love to. You might not want to jump into this right away, but I can assure you there are lots of communities that are really interested in this kind of development, see the opportunity from increasing the tax base, which would have an impact positively on property taxes for everybody. So I think there is opportunities for communities that really do want this to coordinate and have some technical expertise and assistance at the local level. The other component of it is the coordination of state resources. And I think a lot of folks have expressed frustration of both, a community like Greenwich not getting funding, or can one trust Hartford to sort of execute this? And I think that's a completely reasonable problem that we have just as much of frustration with. And a lot of this bill is trying to streamline a bureaucracy that really is not effective. And I can tell you too, at the state agency side, the commissioner level, the staff level, there's a hunger for this kind of streamlining and coordination process as well. So we do think there's an opportunity to really reduce a lot of the kind of needless structures of bureaucracy that can be really frustrating, and streamline this, and particularly do this in communities that want to have this kind of development. So, right now, this does not exist. That's not to say that it's an abstract idea or a social experiment. It's just to say that there's precedent in other places. There's interest at the state level. We can have a kind of competent coordination and the collaboration at the local level. And I think this is one step to it. So I think we do need legislation. And I do think we need a mindset, certainly, in the local communities, in some cases, at the state level, certainly. But there's an opportunity here for Connecticut to really position itself in the 21st century as a place for growth, as a place for dynamism and innovation. And we're kind of not there yet. And I'm really encouraged by the conversation here. And there's a lot of expertise in the P&Z, and I'm not at all surprised by that. So I'm really excited to get the feedback and continue the conversation. I know there'll be points that we disagree on it, but I do think there's a space for getting the states act together, and particularly in communities that really need that support. And I fully acknowledge maybe Greenwich isn't there right now. Maybe there's an opportunity to continue that and keep tweaking the process. But I do know there's a lot of places that really do support this. And folks, I think, can intuitively understand that it's just not working the way that it is. One person had I guess, sort of a comment more than a question about not sort of acknowledging or recognizing that there's a crisis. And there is. We have the population numbers, we have the climate numbers, the economic numbers. Connecticut could be doing a lot better for all of us, for current residents and future residents, not asking for dramatic change in any given community, but spread around in some smart ways. And that does take some coordination that we don't necessarily have in place, but there's a lot of really smart folks at the local level, a lot of, maybe despite some folks' opinions, some smart folks at the state level that can coordinate a lot of this. And that's what we're trying to do, and still having the bias towards that local expertise in that local context.
Okay, last question, Mr. Harrison, you got to make this quick, okay? Marita Hamry asked you if what you effectively accomplished was to eliminate, I hope you wrote it down because I'm going to characterize it differently, but zoning regulations that prevent people moving forward, that's what you would be effectively, I think that's the way she phrased it, basically.
I think what I wrote down was, is this a way to reduce bureaucracy or regulation?
Okay. And you're saying yes, that by moving it to Hartford and having a Hartford mandate with the responsible growth and OPM overseeing it, that there would be less regulation. That is your point. That would be your argument.
Well, I would not categorize work-life balance as a mandate. I think we'll disagree on that. But I think, talking about social experiment, particularly in Greenwich, it hasn't grown, really since 1970. That's a social experiment, really, right? I mean, it is limitation on the market, forces sort of through regulation. And that might be a totally valid political decision that the majority of folks in town want. And there might be folks that want to see a little bit of growth, but we live in a world where regulations, whether at the local and state level, have sort of conspired in the 20th century to really limit a lot of opportunity for folks in a lot of these kinds of conversations. And we've run into some really significant problems with that. So I wouldn't categorize any approach as more or less regulation. It's just a different mindset that we can have
okay.
a little bit more sustained growth.
Okay. All right. Well, with that, we're going to stop you because it's 5:45. So, okay. Thank you very much for the time. We all appreciate it. You're welcome to come back. And we're going to try to put together some input for the hearing.
Thank you so much. Thanks everybody for the
Thank
time,
you.
and look forward to the conversation in the future.
And if you get a bill number and a hearing date, we'd love to know, because it's so hard to find out when things are being heard.
Yeah.
Talk
it's a
about
little-
lack
little
of
cumbersome.
transparency.
Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
All righty. So you have to do okay. All righty. Sorry, that was long. So we are now moving to our next discussion item, which is Greenwich Communities versus the Planning and Zoning Commission for a proposed stipulation of settlement. And this is on the Vinci application. Does the commission wish to discuss this? Okay. Does the commission have any comments on the stip and and what's in the stipulation? No. Okay, based on that, I am going to turn it to the public to see if the public has any comments. We like to hear from the public in these situations. We did receive an email from someone in the public, and there is one hand up, two hands up. Folks, we're going to limit you to the same 2 minutes, okay? Because we are running very behind schedule. The first speaker is going to be David Wald, then Al Shahadi. Mr. Wald, if you would go ahead. 2 minutes, Patrick. Okay, Mr. Wald, if you would go ahead and unmute.
There we go.
There you
Can
go.
you hear me now?
Yes.
Good. I was wondering, since the town has received after the RTM turn down of the Arch Street, Greenwich Avenue, I don't know, is it a lawsuit from the ADA compliance? But that
That's
was
not what this is.
No, I'm just
So if
coming
that's
back
what you
to-
want to know, just email Patrick and he'll answer you, okay?
No, my question is referring to the housing,
The Housing Authority, yes.
sorry, Greenwich Communities building at McKinney Terrace. Has that been approved by the ADA, First Selectmen's ADA committee? And secondly, has there been any changes to the many staircases for the access to the building in the plans?
The ADA committee is advisory and does not have to approve a matter before the Planning and Zoning Commission. And there have been no changes to the interior of the site plan.
No, yeah, that means the exterior, the outside.
There have been no changes other than the ones that were discussed in our resolution, which was to do with the siding and the roof line.
Okay, so because I noticed on the plans that was submitted that for anybody with a walker or a wheelchair, there is multiple steps that restrict them from accessing the grounds around the building.
They won't get their CO, correct, Pat, unless they have access?
The access is going to be dictated by the building code, which addresses the ADA compliance. I don't believe that there has to be access to all parts of the site, but there will be adequate access to the building in and out.
So the bottom line is they will not get a certificate of occupancy unless they have complied with the building code, which is in line with the American Disabilities Act.
Okay, so when would this come up?
When they finish the building.
It's not an optional decision. It's a requirement for building permit.
So prior to building.
They will be providing plans that will be going to the building department that will be reviewed for those issues of ADA compliance.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Shahadi, if you would go ahead, and then I believe Mr. Hall has his hand up for this application as well.
Good evening, everybody. You know who I am. I'm a longtime resident of Byram. I'm the chair of the Byram Neighborhood Association Land Use Committee. The BNA submitted formal comments opposing the stipulation of settlement this morning, emailed them to Patrick and a couple other folks. I hope they've been circulated. I wanted to provide a summary of those comments. At a high level, from our perspective, the commission's September approval was an imperfect compromise, but a compromise between the town of Greenwich's need for affordable housing and the objections articulated by the neighborhood, including the BNA and several members of the commission. The stipulation of settlement eviscerates any semblance of that compromise. I think you all know what condition 10 includes. It includes a requirement to revise the building's roof line to match the style of the historic Byram School. It also requires replacing the proposed vinyl siding and using brick or brick veneer to again match the exterior of the former Byram School. Condition 10 doesn't say revise a very small portion of the roof line.
It doesn't say revise or replace the vinyl siding on a couple of window bays. And it definitely doesn't say submit a revised rendering that is so dark, it's hard for the general public to see how little has changed from what was previously approved. So what we've got now is a proposal that has a mansard roof still on 3 sides, the long north, the long east, the long west, and the short south. There is no portion of the former Byram School that has a mansard roof. There is, and I'm going to be short on time here, there is still vinyl siding on the majority of the building. It's hard for us to understand why the town would agree to such a one-sided settlement, particularly given the town lease requires approval by this body. So as just a simple landlord level, you have some authority. I would suggest the commission members ask themselves what accepting the settlement does to the credibility of the commission, what accepting it does for the town's ability to enforce the terms of any lease on town property to a third party, and what accepting this settlement does given the multiple factual misrepresentations by the applicant, including but not limited to Mr. Johnson's fairly straightforward lie at the December RTM meeting that the lawsuit had already been settled prior to December. So we respectfully request the commission stand up for the community, stand up for its own authority, stand up for the ability of the town to enforce the terms of the town leases, and reject the proposed settlement. Happy to take any questions. As always, I thank you for the opportunity to represent the community here.
Okay, so whether or not somebody tells something that isn't true in a setting that isn't ours, not our monkeys, you know, whatever, not our zoo, not our circus. Okay, as to this issue of why didn't they change more of it? Nick, if you want to weigh in, or Patrick, but the first thing is, when a commission modifies an application that is affordable under the law, we cannot change the economics of it. What transpired, and again, Nick and Patrick, help me out here, is that any further change would reduce the number of units, thus affecting the feasibility of the project. And therefore, we could not impose that condition because it was being done as a low income application for low income people, and we couldn't affect the feasibility of that. So that's the answer to those two. Do you guys want to add anything else? You've been the closest to it.
I would just add, Madam Chair, that this is an application that conforms to zoning. It conforms to the RPHD E zone. So the commission's latitude to shrink the height of the building is somewhat limited, because again, the heights and the floor area are all predicated in the regulations when a agency like the Greenwich Communities is doing these type of projects. So we understood, given the fact that we weren't going to ask them to reduce units and tried to get some modest revisions to the building. This is where we got to, and it was the greatest compromise I think we were going to get to before reduction of units was going to be in play. And that's the unfortunate summary of it. I mean, it's, I don't want to say that it's not a good looking building. I just want to say that, we had to balance all those factors.
Perfect. Anybody else?
Mr. Shoddy, I think just to address some of your concerns, the renderings that you had seen in the staff report actually are much clearer in the file and are dated, and as part of those dates and the specifics are included in the stipulation, so there's no latitude to deviate from those. The revision to the architecture, the roof line, was sent from the commission to members of the ARC for review and discussion with the applicant as to what could be done and what could be done to change the roof line and the introduction of the materials all the way around the building. This is the result. One side is changed. You're correct. One side is not. There was a part of the mansard roof actually is an infill of what was an open deck, so there would be no loss of units for the applicant, and that the use of the brick veneer actually had been increased an offset on the interior elevation, the one that faces the school building itself. So that's what it represents, is that the ARC has looked at this in conjunction with the applicant to come down with this final design that is significantly better than what was originally presented way back when, and will have actually more in common with the Mount Byram School building than it did before.
I'll just clarify, Mr. McRae, it was the chair, not the committee that looked at this. I don't want to lump the whole committee in, because we didn't, they didn't have a meeting about it. We worked at it under the stipulation process. So we were able to tap the architect that is the chair of the ARC to help us at least talk architect to architect with the project designers and understand where we had flexibility or ability to meet some of the goals that the commission expressed in their decision. And then again, this is where we reached at the end.
Okay. All righty. Is that okay? Mr. Shahadi, anything else?
That's all for today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All righty. Our next speaker is Steve Hall.
Hello.
Yes, Mr. Hall, go ahead.
You can hear me all right?
Yes, sir.
Good. Just wondering, in this whole approval process, whether energy efficiency was ever considered as a factor, both to reduce the capital cost by getting incentives from Eversource, or more importantly, to the residents themselves not having to pay energy bills, which would be a key component in affordability. So the question is, did that ever come up? I think I sent an email about that.
Mr. Wells, would you like to answer that question?
Well, we brought that up during the hearing with the members of Greenwich Communities, making the same points that Steve Hall just made. So we brought that up with them. As you know, we're not allowed to require more energy efficiency than what is in the building code. But the other point is that Greenwich Community Projects can't receive preferential funding from the Connecticut Housing Authority unless they do meet certain energy efficiency guidelines. So they have a big incentive to meet them.
Well,
okay,
they certainly can do a whole lot better than they did. That's for
they
sure.
could, and sadly, we can't mandate it. State law currently doesn't let us mandate it, but I just this afternoon sent an email to Mr. Wells, letting him know that the state is going to be hearing a bill on Monday morning at 10 a.m., Mr. Wells, regarding having stretched codes for energy efficiency. Mr. Hall, it should be on the Connecticut General Assembly website, so you can join and you can speak. I think the bill is like 979 or something. Thank you, sir. We're gonna
Okay.
move. We're gonna move on.
Good, thank you.
Thank you. All right, so with that, I'm sorry, somebody else raised their hand. Mr. Alexander, I see you, but you came in late, so I'm gonna not call on you. If the commission has no further comment, are you okay with making a resolution at this time? Okay, the commission is amenable to a motion at this time. Mr. McRae, would you do us the honor?
Okay, 71 Vincy Drive, proposed stipulation of settlement between Planning and Zoning Commission of the Town of Greenwich and Greenwich Communities concerning final coastal site plan and special permit approval, PLPZ 2022-60 for a property located at 71 Vincy Drive, Greenwich, Connecticut. Motion to approve stipulation of settlement, noting the following. Project consists of a final coastal site plan special permit to construct a new 52-unit senior independent living apartment building on a property owned by the Town of Greenwich and operated by Greenwich Communities located in the R6, RPHDE, and COZ zones. The exhibits of the stipulation consist of the Planning and Zoning decision letter dated 9/22/22. Exhibit B is revised concept renderings of the building elevations sheets A301 dated 1/1/23 and building elevations sheet A301 dated 2/16/23 by Geddes Architects.
Do I have a
That's it.
second? You just needed to let me breathe. Do I have a second?
Second,
Who was that?
Arn.
Arn Wells. Mr. Wells has seconded. Mr. Wells, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe? Yeah, Mr. Lowe.
Aye, sorry. I
Mr.
assumed you could lip read. I'm sorry.
Mr. McRae?
Aye.
Mr. Levy?
Nay.
And Albin is an aye, so the vote, the stipulation passes by a vote of 4-1. Thank you very much to everyone. And we have one more item left before we go to the public hearing, but of course we brought in Mr. Bazili early just in case. The last item before the public hearing is another discussion item. It's historic district. It's on the possibility of nominating One Cary Road as a historic property pursuant to the town charter and to the provisions of the general statutes of the state of Connecticut. Just to remind everyone, although there is a general statute on this, this is a planning activity. And as such, we are home rule, we are a special act community, and we follow only what is in the town charter. For us, what is in the statutes is informative, but what mandates is the town charter. With that, I believe the presenter is Ms. Elise Green. We would love to see you, but if you can't turn your camera on, that's fine. Oh, I can't hear you either, Elise.
Hi, Margarita.
Hi.
Hi,
Now-
everyone.
Hi,
I
we
don't
can hear
believe
you.
I'm the presenter. I believe
Oh.
HTC is, but I was going to weigh in.
Oh,
Who on the
Okay.
HTC was gonna, I don't see
Is
Steve.
Ann
so
Young on there?
yes,
Ann-
Ann Young
oh,
is here.
oh,
She's on
sorry.
her way in.
I
Okay,
gotta scroll up to the A's.
I
Apologize.
got it.
Thank you.
She's on her way in. Great. All right.
Elise, we're gonna leave you here if that's okay. We just, if you want to
I'm
mute.
sorry. I probably jumped in there when I shouldn't have.
No, it was
No,
us.
that's all right.
Totally us inviting you up, so don't worry
All
about
right.
it.
Hi, Ann
Thank
Young.
you.
It's so good to see you.
Hello, and thank you, Planning and Zoning Commission members. What you have before you is a report that has been submitted for designating One Cary Road, Riverside, a local historic property. And at this particular stage of the process, according to the state statutes, HDC is looking for, ideally, for you to accept the report as is, or to make comments that can be incorporated into the report so that they can then be sent off to Hartford for their review. All these inputs will pull together really a very, very extensive understanding of the property. Once it has gone up through Hartford, then it comes back to the town of Greenwich and off to the RTM. And that is where they will decide, based on all the knowledge that's in the report, to rezone the property a local historic property. So we are not asking for you to support the designation or not. That's for a different meeting. But just to tell us if there are any holes in the report or any other, bits of information you would like to see. So.
Okay, we
on
didn't
that
realize that. But actually, in all honesty, we could do both things. There's nothing to prevent us unless something in the process prevents us. We could actually give the comment on your report and also opine on the application itself, which would give you additional support going to Hartford as well as, so it's your call how you would like us to go.
Give it to me all. I would
He's so
enjoy
greedy.
having this.
And I'm
No.
not predetermining this. It's possible that my commission is not supportive of this, but I'm just saying if we could get both things done.
Well, I
we
think it would certainly help us. And of course, give anyone who comes in at a later date, a better understanding of what has happened in the past regarding the process of this report. So I welcome any comments that each member has on this.
Okie dokie then. So commissioners, do you have comments?
Actually, the only comment I have is that the report, as I read it, was quite comprehensive, provided, and I was using actually our own historic overlay regulations as kind of a standard. It provided a complete history of the house, the site, and the surrounding area, both in text format and by photographic evidence. I don't believe there was anything that was really missing, that or any statements that could be alternately construed. What I found fascinating was actually the photographs, the older photographs showing a trolley on the post road. Quite interesting. The one question I would have, Ms. Young, is the house currently a occupied single family residence?
Yes.
Okay, and if somebody would like to have would like to tour the residence itself, those arrangements could be made.
Elise is nodding yes, and the answer is yes. Of course, it may take, some back and forth just to arrange the appropriate times, but yes. Ideally, for those of you who may or may not be familiar with the site, the house is a smaller house. So we would probably be limiting anyone who wishes to come view it, maybe 2 or 3 at a time. It's not a large house that can accommodate, 50 or 60, and no one knows where they are. It's a very intimate suite structure.
Great, thank you very much.
Anybody else?
I had a question.
Yes, sir.
And that
Is
is
it energy efficient? No, I don't think so.
Thank you. Probably more energy efficient than a lot of houses in town, but anyway, that wasn't my question. It was, there are a lot of plaqued houses in Greenwich, and the strategy is if someone buys them and wants to change them, they just let them deteriorate and they get approval to demolish them. What protections will this change in status have for the James Ferris house? How can we prevent that from happening?
Simply by doing what the owner, Historic Properties of Greenwich, is doing, by placing a local historic property designation on it. Once that has been rezoned to that, any type of change to the exterior must come before the Historic District Commission to receive a certificate of appropriateness. Now, of course, changes are subject to zoning laws and, of course, building regulations. But you won't see anything added to it that won't be appropriate. My easiest reference, and I'm hoping that you all have driven by there within the past 3 or 4 years, is the new buildings at the Historical Society. Bush Holly Greenwich Historical Society is part of the Strickland Road Local Historic District. They needed to get certificates of appropriateness to make those changes. And as you can see, I think that was a very, very successful project. We certainly have many other homes that are either part of a local historic district or standalone local historic properties that do make changes. We want these houses to be lived in, but we want to make sure that their architectural integrity is saved. Plaqued houses, the Greenwich Historical Society has done an amazing job plaquing these houses. They're very, very special ones, but they do not come with any restrictions. And so they can go ahead and do what they want. And I know the most recent one that has come up, which is 76 Cackham Wood, a wonderful, wonderful house that was plaqued, that the owners did let deteriorate. And yes, now it's coming down. The demolition permit has been filed. And it's
well, that's the strategy, and that's a problem. I would encourage you to do more, maybe a resolution through the RTM to do more to protect these plaqued houses, because somebody buys them and that's the strategy. They want to put up a new house and, they take the windows out and the doors out and it's gone, and it's gone forever. It's a tragedy.
Well, we're hoping that when people see what the Historic Properties of Greenwich is doing, we've been the organization has been very lucky to get some wonderful press. If this goes through, we can really start to pinpoint these jewels. And they're so versatile. You can have a family of two, those who are looking to downsize, but still maintain, some architectural integrity of the home that they live in. This is for them. There are larger houses too, for families of larger than two people. It really works in so many different ways. And, it's an opportunity to really keep the diversified housing here in Greenwich, to maintain its historic character. It follows along the POCD. I've got 2 hours to talk about this.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I bet
Yeah,
you.
well, thank you, and thank you for all that you and your organization
We'll
do.
keep asking you
Thank you.
questions though. Peter Levy, you had a comment.
Yes, I just wanted to reiterate and comment that thank very much for the application and the interest in bringing this up to us and putting your words up there up front for everybody to hear that these things are important to our town, and that you acted on it and you found a way to make a difference. And not everybody has the means or the understanding of how to preserve something. So this application shows that there are ways for people to come together and take interest in our town and its historic buildings and places, like our town green on Greenwich Avenue. So I think that I'm very thankful that you've come to us with such a well thought out project. And this is the kind of conversation we love having.
We do. But I didn't want to predetermine. I thought the report, by the way, was excellent. I thought it detailed why the building is significant, its history, its contribution to the town, and why it should be preserved. I thought it was very well done, very professional, good work. Does anybody from the public, does anybody wish to comment on this application? On this discussion item? Stephen Bishop, I don't know, should we let him talk?
Probably not, qualified. Right, Madam
Oh,
Chair?
yeah, well, I don't know. Okay. Okay, Mr. Bishop, we're trying to get you into the meeting, besides giving you grief and teasing you.
I feel badly that I've spoken when Steve, who obviously is,
I know, but we're gonna let him in now and, here he is.
All right, there I am. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Hello.
Okay, hello. Yeah, well, I think Ann did a terrific job, and that's why I didn't butt in there, but she did a great job. But and this is just a terrific property. We are so lucky that Elise Green and Historic Properties of Greenwich stepped up to the plate here and secured this property, and hopefully it'll be protected forever. And I'm sure it'll go through some changes, probably improvements. But anyways, I just want to thank the commission for bringing this up, and I hope you'll all vote in favor of it.
And this is only the third one, correct?
This is the fourth single standalone house.
Okay.
We have districts like Strickland Road and
Yes.
Taconic Road. But we only have 4 standalone houses, and everything has to come together for them to happen. And it's so great that it's happening with this house. I've been watching it for years. So
Fantastic. Okay, Elise Green. Oh, and Ann again.
This will be the 5th house, actually.
Yes.
And
sorry.
We've got momentum going and we want to keep it going. So I would like Elise just to speak a little bit about her history with local historic properties, and then of course take it from there to present day.
Okay, just quickly, Ann, we looked it up in the charter. And I believe there are only 2 properties listed. So y'all might want to do the same thing. There's a couple of other places where information's out of date. I can find them. I've got a bad Google habit late at night, so I can let you know where that is. And, but update it so people know that there's just not, that it's growing, that there's more. Okay, at least we can go ahead and, keep it brief, as you know, we got a long agenda, but, we'd love to hear from you. And then Patrick, just jump on in. There was something you wanted to add?
Well, I'll let Elise and Ann go because I just had a question.
Okay.
Oh, am I on?
Yes,
Yep.
you are, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to say thank you to you all. And thank you to Anne for putting the application together, and to Steve for chairing the HDC and providing this opportunity to interested homeowners as well as to Historic Properties of Greenwich. I am the president of Historic Properties of Greenwich, and this is kind of out of our original mission statement, which was to educate and inform the owners of local historic or of historic properties, and hope that they would maybe jump on the bandwagon and protect their own homes. When this property was brought to our attention, we just couldn't let it go. And I think you would all agree to that. And I hope that comes into your voting tonight. We're hoping, not that we are in the real estate market ourselves, but we're hoping that we can turn this into maybe a replicable model where we're showing that the town supports us, the town's people support us, and those who appreciate the streetscape as it was and can remain, that we will be presenting a replicable model that we can do again in the future, which is to purchase and then protect and then resell with options. And so we will be, I imagine, coming back to you for the HO possibility, because it is a large piece of land, as you saw, and that streetcar pushed it back, and it's got this wonderful front yard, but to make it livable for nowadays, maybe we do put in a barn. We were asking local realtors what they would recommend, and some of them are saying a 2-car garage or a 1-car garage or something in a little barn structure with another bedroom or something to make it resaleable. So we're just hoping that this works and it would be a success for all of us, including Historic Properties of Greenwich and the town. So thank you very much, and we hope to be seeing you again. Thanks.
Thank you. Patrick and Peter Levy, you both have your hands up.
I'll let Mr. Levy go because mine's just a housekeeping issue. So.
Okie dokie.
I was just curious about some of the changes over time to the structure. It was originally clapboard, and now it's it's sided with shingle. Do you have any thoughts about there's only so much you can do sometimes, but to bring it back into a more compliant idea of what the original structure was, is that something that is important here, or you let the fact that it's still here is good enough? I just wanted you to, and maybe Stephen can weigh in this as well. How do you think about that issue?
Should I answer, or Anne, or Steve?
Oh,
I'm
please,
happy for you
please,
guys to answer.
please.
Y'all just draw a straw and go for it.
Well,
Um,
I really
I
think.
Oh, go ahead, Steve.
This is Elise's property or her organization's property, so I can't really tell them what they'd like to, what they should do, but maybe they have their own ideas.
Well, I will say that we're well aware of the changes that were made over time, and certainly we believe in being in as historic a condition as possible. But again, we're not in this to own real estate or to tell the next owner what they can do, other than it will be permanently protected. And my mother's home on at 29 Taconic was the first local historic property, and you can change it within reason. And unfortunately, what is there now is what we're protecting. And I would love it to go back to clapboard because I think that's very traditional. But we certainly don't want people to feel like they have to live in the colonial days to live in this property. And it's very livable inside. And we would definitely, as Anne said, it's tiny, but we welcome hosting you all to see it. And we're open to many ideas. We just don't, as an organization, I don't think we're in the business of putting a lot of money into it. We would like your help in kind of, when we resell it, saying these are the possibilities. So we would explore those in the next 6 months that we have before we hope it's designated. And then that would be part of the sales marketing tool, is this is what can be done with the town's permission. I don't know if we can go that far, but that's kind of what we were thinking as a committee.
Oh, that's a different, that comes later. Okay, Patrick's housekeeping
Well,
question.
Can I just add to that, Margarita?
Yes, sir. Yes, of
Just
course.
quickly, Peter, and anything that's done to the outside of the house in terms of going back to the clapboard or new windows, or it all has to be approved by
By
the
you.
Historic District Commission. So,
Absolutely.
Right.
yeah,
Absolutely. Okay.
okay, that's it.
Okay. So Patrick, your housekeeping.
So, Margaret, you already touched on it, Madam Chair, is the list that we have on the charter is only 2. So you guys you mentioned that there's 5 now in total. I think you need to contact the clerk's office to get the charter updated. But with that said, I also noticed that in the statute that you guys are required to have a map of all these properties. Do you have the ability to update it? Do you want? I'm just offering either our staff or GIS staff to help you guys plot those out so that we're all in compliance with the ordinance.
I would love to quickly speak to someone with the GIS staff. I have all the addresses, so
Great.
hoping that would not be an overburden to ask them to pull something together.
Okay.
I think it's a requirement, so I think somebody's got to help you guys get it together, and we certainly have the capabilities in town hall to do that. So
Thank you. I would appreciate that.
Yes.
Yeah.
and
Okay. So yeah, because it should be updated because whatever it is, it's listed on the charter is wrong. Okay, Mr. Levy, did you want to add something?
Yes, I just wanted to make sure, maybe I need to be a little more clear. My thought on this kind of history is that it's a question of how you want to look at it. So by noting that the original structure was such and it's been transformed thusly is an important part of the story, so that this is not the way it originally looked. It actually was a little different, and in fact much of it is still intact, which is fascinating and remarkable, and that's why it's so interesting to all of us, I think. But the story of how structures need to adapt for maintenance purposes and for change of use, larger families, smaller families, what have you. It's the change of culturally, and the change of the business community going from agricultural to other uses, creates a different environment. And the original fabric that existed when this was first built simply is long gone. And look at it after many, many generations, we still have an artifact here. But it's important to note its manifestations and changes through time, because that gives people a sense of that it's not just a relic, it's something that's still with us.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to kind of bring that out.
So I think you have a big supporter. I think that's that's what you're hearing. Okay, and we've heard from the public, we've heard from you guys. Mr. McRae, might you encompass, I guess the first question is if we also support the application, is everybody all right with that? Does anybody object? All righty. Okay, Nick, go for it.
Okay, let me make sure I've got, as I read this, to get both parts. And if anybody has any thoughts on separate text or language, let me know. This will be the 1 Cary Road local historic property designation, the Samuel Ferris House. The applicant is requesting comments and recommendations per Connecticut General Statute, Section 614Q, to designate the Samuel Ferris House at 1 Cary Road a local historic property. Whereas at the 11/22/22 meeting of the Board of Selectmen, they approved the HDC as the study committee for the designation of the property. The property owner has provided a significant and detailed background history of the house and the property through a 37-page comprehensive study report. I believe actually that was the HDC that provided it,
Yes.
not the property owner.
Yes.
And at their January 11th, 2023 meeting, the HDC unanimously moved to accept the study report as presented. Therefore,
And supports and the Planning and Zoning Commission.
I haven't got to that yet.
Oh, you could just squish it in and
I'm
just
squishing
say,
them. Here we go squishing. Therefore,
Okay,
the
and
commission
just-
finds that the planning and zoning greatly appreciates the comprehensive study report on the house as presented and has no recommendations or additional comments to the report. The recommended designation is keeping with the guiding principle number 1, specifically objective 1.4A,
good.
C, and D of the 2009 Town of Greenwich POCD.
2019.
Yeah, that one. And per the Greenwich, Connecticut General Statute, Section 714 QC, the planning and zoning accepts the study report and strongly endorses the proposal for the Samuel Ferris House at 1 Cary Road to be designated as a local historic property.
Yay.
Do I have a second for that?
Just before,
Okay.
did that actually cover both aspects of?
I think it covers it. We have endorsed
Moving
it's
forward.
being considered, and we have supported the
Second.
report. And Mr. Lowe has seconded. Mr. Levy, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. McRae,
Aye.
Mr. Lowe,
Aye.
Mr. Wells?
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. All righty, congratulations.
you.
Well done, folks. We're proud of you. Don't forget to update the list, get people excited, and throw out that tenant. We'll all move in. We need a place to party. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Good night.
Mr. Bazili, sound check?
Hello.
We're
Sounds
good.
Yes, good for the last 2.5 hours. Yes.
Oh, come on. We're so much fun.
Such negativity.
Yeah, come on. And the nice man from Desegregate Connecticut said he was going to be gone by 5, and I said, we'll see about that.
Mr. Vasili, if it's any consolation, I just want to give you a little bit of something. You actually have been on the most attended town meeting ever. At the height, we had a record of about 190 people in attendance.
Wow.
How did you figure that out?
It's on our machines.
You can,
It's on
yeah,
Zoom.
you can see
it
the
got-
counts in the
It means he's writing it down.
oh,
No,
well,
the number is right at the top of everybody's screen. And
Yeah, but it means he's writing it down to know when we've hit a record. So today,
Oh.
when Patrick and I were with the budget committee in town hall, they said, isn't it great fun to be live? And I said, we can't pack in our crowd in this room. I mean, we,
If
only-
I remember, the town hall meeting room is 111 maximum.
yeah. And we, even tonight, we have 73 people.
I mean, even now, we have
Even now,
108 less, or 9 or 19 less, whatever it is.
How many people did we have at the beginning?
190.
Tonight?
Yes.
Oh, and
Yeah,
how you guys?
tonight.
Wow. Tonight we had 190.
Ms.
Wow,
Alden,
you-
this is a meeting of the Planning and Zoning Commission. I'm Peter. To my immediate right is Bob.
So,
You
Mr.
know-
Vasili, just to remember, next time, make sure that you go to hair and makeup before you come on camera. A lot of people watching.
Folks,
I wish
folks, Folks, I don't think that that's a record. I remember seeing something higher, but okay, I'll let Nick have
Go on
his
to the
moment.
next.
All right. And so now, everybody, Mr. Basili, we could just, now we go on the record. Mr. Basili, we are now opening the public hearing, and our first application in the public hearing is Arnold Foods Company for a final coastal site plan and special permit. This is actually to request a revision to a previous approval by the commission, which was made on August 9th, 2022. Mr. Haslam will be speaking for the applicant. This is regarding the generator at 10 Hamilton Avenue and a change in the conditions rendered by the commission. Mr. Haslam, if you would proceed.
Thank you. Good
Just
evening,
just
Madam
before
Chairman,
Mr.
members of
Haslam
the
starts, I
commission.
just want to let
Chip
everybody know.
Haslam for Arnold Food.
Hold on a second. You're
my
gonna,
apologies.
wait, I'm sorry, Chip, hold on a second.
I may need to leave the meeting and hopefully come back to attend a housing trust meeting that starts at 7:30 if I leave.
Okay, well, you will
That's what I'm
leave,
going for.
yeah, just wave and you're good. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Haslam, sorry.
Thank you. Yes, this is a request to revise a decision letter that issued from the commission in August of last year. Some members of the commission yesterday in the briefing session asked what took us so long to get here. But I'll tell you briefly, the letter issued, and I did not realize that there was any difference between a tier 4 compliant generator and a tier 4 certified generator. We got the decision letter, sent it to my clients, who one of them discovered it in October as they're proceeding with the project, and said, just to clarify here, this is not what we're intending to put in here. We're intending to put in a tier 4 compliant, not certified generator. And we want to be clear with the town that that's our intention as well. So at that point, that was October, I believe, I contacted Pat and Katie and said, what do we do? Is this a substantial change that requires us to kind of have to go back to the commission? And they decided ultimately that it was. I started to prepare an application. Unfortunately, I had a glitch with my emails with one of my team members, so their email was going into my junk box, and I didn't realize that they had approved me going forward with this modification. And then, unfortunately, after I filed in December, it kind of fell between the cracks, as Jackie said the other day, at P&Z, and they did not realize that it was in their box and ready for putting on the agenda. So thankfully, Pat and Jackie came through and put it on this agenda so that we could address you here tonight. I also was kind of hoping that obviously that we'd be fairly brief tonight, but Mr. Wells has raised some issues that I think he wants us to address and concerns. And for that reason, I brought on, in addition to Eddie Jones, who's with Schneider Electric and was been to past meetings of this commission on this issue. I also have brought in tonight a special guest, Michael Ruddy, who's from Cummins, which is one of the companies that Mr. Wells referred to favorably yesterday as a large generator company that builds generators, including tier 4s. So Mr. Ruddy, my intention is to ask him some of the questions that you asked yesterday. And if there are additional questions that I'm not covering, to have you ask him directly.
Or can you want to just let Arn ask himself directly? Can you entrust Mr. Wells
Sure, I
to
have
that?
no problem with that.
So we'll save some time. Mr. Ruddy, I'm introducing you to Arn Wells, who is one of our commissioners who has had a great interest in the energy part of our application. So if Arn, if you would go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Haslam, for coming back before the committee. I guess my first question is, because there's a discrepancy between our approval letter, which speaks to EPA Tier 4 final. As you know, and I'm sure Mr. Ruddy knows, there are 2 Tier 4s. One is Tier 4 interim, which is in effect in 2014, and then there's Tier 4 final, which was in effect 2015. And so I'd like to know, because both the Schneider letter and Mr. Haslam's letter just speaks to Tier 4 and does not use the term Tier 4 final. So I guess my first question to Mr. Ruddy and anyone at Arnold Bakery is, which standards are you planning on meeting? meeting? Tier 4 final, which is what was in our approval letter, or just tier 4?
Thank you. We will be meeting the tier 4 final, Mr. Wells. It will be, the net result will meet the tier 4 final, the post 2015 levels. So it'll be the most stringent levels that there is, and that's the current tier 4 final levels that are required to meet, and that's what the system will be. Correct.
Okay, that's great. And can I assume then the principal, I guess Cummins Engine won't be producing the whole thing, but will you be producing the diesel? And then you'll be sourcing the pollution control equipment from other manufacturers?
Exactly. Yeah, we'll be producing the generator set itself, and then we will, we work with a company called Miratech Emission Control Systems. They're based in Tulsa, Oklahoma, that produces, and we've done hundreds and hundreds of projects with them, and they produce the emission control system, the SCR, which is selective catalytic reduction, and it's a constant monitoring and adjustments, and it's a very good system. It works very well, and it will monitor, and as the engine fluctuates load, it will follow the load and provide the proper amount of emission reductions and to keep us at that tier 4 final level or even better.
Okay, and can we talk about the warranties? Because as you know, tier 4 final requires a 5-year warranty from the manufacturer. Will you have a 5-year warranty from who's ever producing Minitel the SCR, or does Cummins provide a 5-year warranty on the entire, equipment?
We can offer a 5-year warranty, and that's something that we will work out with the Schneider Electric folks, and that's not an issue. Yep, we can do that. And Cummins will own the warranty in conjunction with Miratech, but ultimately Cummins is the equipment supplier. We're supplying the complete package, the generator, the enclosure, and the emission control system, and Cummins is responsible for the whole package and that it meets the emission levels required. Yep.
And Mr. Ruddy, is Cummins Engine the entity that provides the compliance evidence or the compliance letter or the compliance form? And maybe you could speak to what is going to be in that piece of evidence that we're going to get.
Yes. So once the generator is installed, we will work with the customers, Bimbo Bakeries, environmental consulting engineer, and we will be working with a Connecticut DEP approved and certified testing agency to do the final testing on site. And they will come up with a test protocol, submit that to the environmental consulting engineer, have it all approved ahead of time, so that way the tests meet all the requirements that they want, and also work with the Connecticut DEP, for final approval. And then once the test is completed, then all that documentation will be submitted, approved by PE, a professional engineer, that everything meets the requirements, back through the environmental engineer and through the permitting process.
Okay. Let's see. Well, that sounds really good. That sounds, thank you for taking the time for coming on. I think I want to go back to something earlier that Mr. Haslam said. We don't have an objection to having that evidence provided prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy. That's not a problem. We can change that. So I think, but I would like, updated documentation, I guess, both from Mr. Haslam and Schneider, specifically stating that they plan to, the request is to be compliant with EPA Tier 4 final, because it's confusing in the letter, and that term is not mentioned in the engineer's report. So that would be helpful for our records, because we don't want to approve something that just talks about Tier 4. We want to be exactly clear on that. Let me just look and see if I have anything else. But I do not. And I assume you've done this before all over the country and provided Tier 4 final compliance. This is, you're experienced in this.
Very, very experienced in this. Cummins does that all the time. And we work with several emission control companies, but Miratech is one of the biggest and in my opinion, the best. And we have a great relationship with them, and it always works out very well. They're a good company and stand behind their product just like Cummins. So we try to align with companies that have the same values as Cummins, and that's who we use in our vendors.
Well, I have the highest respect for Cummins, and I'm delighted that you're involved. And I commend Arnold Bakery for working with such a fine company.
Thank you, sir.
I don't have further questions. I guess we need to
We
I
just
actually come up
take
with some
public, we
language.
need to take
I
public
do have-
comment and then we'll
Yep.
do we'll take public comment, then we'll decide whether or not to close it. And then we'll decide it at the end of the night tonight if we close it.
Right.
Go ahead,
I do have a
Mr.
question for
McRae.
Mr. Rudder.
Mhm.
Does your firm actually do the installation of the component parts, or does Snyder Electric do that? Who actually will be on site to install the generator unit soup to nuts?
That would be Snyder's contractors, and I would defer to Mr. Jones or Mr. Haslin on that.
Okay, so you're providing the component parts.
And we will be doing installation assistance and also providing the startup and all the technical expertise for startup and commissioning and testing. Yes.
Okay,
As far as the
Okay.
hiring and things like that, then Snyder's contractors will be doing that work, as far as I understand.
okay. And would your firm actually spearhead the certification process through DEP, et cetera?
Yes, we'll be working with the Snyder Electric and the environmental folks at Bimbo Bakeries to get that together. Yeah, because that's something that has to come from the owner, the facility owner. So we'll be working with them to provide all the documentation and any of the technical expertise that they require to do that. So it's a joint effort between ourselves and Snyder.
Okay, great.
Yep, thank you.
Any other questions from the commission? Does anybody from the public have any questions or comments on this application? This is Arnold Foods Company, and this is the generator at Bimbo Bakery. No questions from the public. Okay. Folks, any objection?
I just,
Go ahead.
as part of this, I think actually in our discussion, Mr. Wells, I think it's kind of thing, we're looking for a specific thing and we want to make sure that it's, when this is done, it is that specific thing. So I think were we looking for conditions or modifications or something to this request to make sure we are assured of that at a certain time?
That's what I heard Mr. Wells say yesterday, Mr. Wells.
Well,
As an example,
I think, well, they're going to assemble it. They're going to do the test. So presumably it'll pass. There was some concern about, is it, what if it fails farther down? I'm going to backtrack some of my previous comments, given that Cummins engine is involved. I mean, if there were manufacturers that I never heard of, but this is a highly reputable manufacturer. So I'm okay with it. I mean, if anyone wants to consider maybe 5 years down the road, we do another test, that's a possibility. But I think I'm comfortable with it the way it is.
And they're taking responsibility for the whole package.
Correct.
Okay.
Mary,
Mary, did you have a comment?
I had a quick question. The language then will be Tier 4 final compliant or final certified?
Because
Final
wasn't that
compliant.
part of the issue?
Compliant.
Compliant.
It's compliant.
So
Yeah,
it'll be tier 4 final compliant, and that's okay, Aaron?
yeah, tier 4 final compliant, because we've discussed, yeah, that's right. We're not going to get a certification. We're going a different route, but because we were talking yesterday, will you get a certification from, Cummins Engine? And they're big enough to be able to get it certified in their factory, but they're involved anyway. So I think I'm comfortable with this, given what I've learned tonight.
Okay.
I think actually that
I just wanted to make sure I had the language right.
in a strange way, actually, understanding both the certified statement and the compliance statement, we may actually even be better off, because then we know that the generator as installed
Mm,
is going to be certified, as opposed to a prototype or something from the factory being certified. And I think that's probably long-term is what we want, is that whatever gets installed on the site from its component parts as it's operating is compliant with tier 4 final.
That's right.
That's actually one of the interesting things I've learned here. Funny how you dealt with
Hey,
certain areas.
don't talk, Mr. Haslin, because then they have to give you back part of your salary.
Okay.
Go
I'll
ahead.
stay, Mom.
No, go ahead.
No, it's just that I learned that, in fact, when the prototype is actually tested for the ones that are manufactured, the tier 4 certified in the plant, but they're not tested, whereas these are put on the site and then tested. So there's actually better precautions, to Mr. Macri's point, as I
Exactly.
understand it.
Yeah, he's 100% correct.
Okay. All right. Any more questions or comments from the commission? No. All right. Mr. Haslin is forsaking his salary for the evening. See, we didn't even let you talk. Okay, if nobody objects, does anybody object? I'm sorry. May we close this application at this time?
Please.
Yes.
All right,
Please.
this
Thank you.
application is hereby closed. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you for giving me some time off.
Thank you. Have a great evening.
Bye-bye.
Thank
Bye,
you.
Mr. Ruddy. Thank you for coming. So that's the nice thing with Zoom, is that somebody can come to a meeting and not have to sit in those hard chairs all night. Eddie Jones has to leave too, right?
Yes.
Okay, bye, Eddie Jones. All right. Okay, and so with that, we move to our next application, which is GP Holding Company, Inc. for a final coastal site plan and special permit to demolish the existing theater and in its place construct a new restaurant, space with pedestrian plaza. I think that's supposed to be new mixed use restaurant and retail, pedestrian plaza, better pedestrian access, et cetera, and redo the train station. I'm just going to stop reading the whole thing. And this is at 2 through 28 Railroad Avenue. Just so you guys know, it is a must close tonight, although we do not have to decide it. Good evening, Mr. Cohen.
Evening, Ms. Zalman. Bruce Cohen, representing GP Holding, an affiliate of Greenwich Plaza, who's operated and owned the north side of the Greenwich Plaza development for many years, over 50 years. The property is located between Arch Street and Steamboat Road, as you know, immediately adjacent to the Metro North Railroad right of way. And the project, if I could turn to some of the images that we've provided to Pat. The first one that I'd like to show quickly is a site plan that's been updated to some extent. The next one, Pat. Yeah, essentially it shows the area that we're talking about. The major change, as you know, is the demolition of the vacated theater building on the corner of Steamboat Road and Railroad Avenue, and its replacement by a smaller by way of floor area restaurant and retail structure. The balance of the building will be essentially reclad. The major changes, which I'll describe a little more, that were intended to address some of the comments that we received from staff and departments and the commission since we first opened the matter last November, I believe, will be shown here and on the subsequent images. One is highlighted the new crosswalk across from the train station, together with the sidewalk extensions, which we've been calling bump outs on either side of that crosswalk, and also the addition of some more bike racks at a convenient location, which has now been able to be covered. And I'll describe those to you as well. The first image, or the next image, is, and I'm going to focus now on the crosswalk and bump outs, which are the major changes since you last saw them. Going a little quick, but that's okay.
We like quick. Quick is good. First person to do it for us tonight. Go.
Well, what this was intended to show.
I can go back. I'm sorry.
Was a change. That's okay. There you are. That's what exists right now. You all familiar with the crane station. The next one, Jackie, you're doing this, I guess, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Shows the new reclad.
If he talks fast, if you go fast. No, just kidding. Go ahead, Mr.
I
Cohen.
know it's getting close to dinner. I got it.
Yep.
The reclad train station and adjacent buildings and the new crosswalk. The next slide actually shows it a little better in terms of what we're proposing on the bump out. The crosswalk is going to be reconstructed. We met with DPW and Beta since the last hearing for the purpose of discussing this. And I believe that their comments have been incorporated in these plans. The crosswalk is going to continue to be located where it is because, as pointed out by DPW, it is at the highest point of Railroad Avenue. It's now going to lead directly into a bump out on either side. This bump out, as you'll see, not only provides a little area in front of the train station, but is large enough to accommodate a couple of bike racks, as well as two ramped areas for handicapped accessibility. In addition to just the new bump outs and crosswalk, the developer is going to install two rapid flashing beacons known to DPW as RRFB on either side of the crosswalk, to be located in a way that can be readily seen. They will be, as recommended by the department, double-sided. In order to do this in the way that we're talking about, we had to do a couple of things. We had to arrange with Connecticut Transit to relocate to some extent the bus stop area. And to do that, there will be two metered spots that now exist that will have to be eliminated. DPW and Beta are both supportive of that. It will require additional approval from the town, parking services, and I believe ultimately the parking authority, which is the selectmen, will have to agree to it. But with those agreements, which the applicant will endeavor to get, the applicant will be responsible for designing and installing the new crosswalk and sidewalk extensions, as you can see. The next change that was made since you last saw this had to do with the location and number of bike racks. This is yet another picture of the train station showing 2 new bike racks, which are double-sided, so they'll be, they have the capacity of holding 4 bikes. The next one is a plan showing where the new racks are going to be. We are proposing now to be able to install vertical bike racks along the back wall of the 36 space retail parking lot on Railroad Avenue. The section to the right shows the typical installation so that each of the racks will be covered. There is sufficient existing sidewalk area before you get to the parking area to support not only a generous sidewalk area, but also the new installation of 15 bike racks, which are fairly convenient and will be protected, as you can see. So with the addition of the 2 new double-sided bike racks at the train station front, plus these, plus the 3 double-sided bike racks on Arch Street in that little cutout area shown in the lower left-hand corner of the plan, there is now a capacity for holding a total of 25 bikes. It should be also noted that last year, the Greenwich Plaza installed 13 new bike racks on the south side of the train right of way. So in addition to those 13 plus these 25, there is a total capacity now of 51 bikes, which is I think pretty adequate and approved by both Beta and DPW. The next image is a picture of the area that we're talking about. This is an existing photograph of that back wall showing where the installation is going to be, as well as the retaining wall to the front. And the next picture, Jackie, is a proposed rendering of how it's going to look when the front wall is planted and the back wall has a installation of those 15 bikes. And we did a close-up so that you could see it a little better, and that's the next image. And you can see how the covered area now has been arranged to provide for some protection for those new bikes. One question that came up during the briefing yesterday that I heard, I think Mr. McRae wondered whether or not there was sufficient area to plant the landscape screening on the retaining wall. And I checked with our landscape architect, Eric Rains, who tells me that there is an existing 15-inch gap between the sidewalk area and the wall where planting could take place. And of course, when the construction plans are finished, we can show the details of that more clearly. The next and last of my images shows the west wall of the retail buildings, and that on the right-hand side was the area where a number of bike racks were to be installed. But in light of the fact that we are now installing the covered racks on the back wall, we've eliminated that and allowed for an open walkway area. With me tonight are the project architect, Frank Pryl. I don't believe that you need to hear any further about the architecture. Suffice it to say that this has been through several iterations with the ARC. who finally moved it forward, and but with the request that we return when the construction plans are partially developed. And we would ask that the commission note that when something around 50% of the CDs were done, that we would go back and show those details to ARC. Also with me are Eric Rains, and he is the landscape architect. And again, we've shown those landscape plans, which have been reviewed and approved by ARC, and he's with us tonight to answer questions. And also finally with me is John Canning from Kimley Horn, our traffic engineer. And I think in light of the comments made, I guess chiefly by the chair at yesterday's briefing regarding parking and traffic concerns, I thought it might be useful if John were to make a brief presentation, just.
Actually, Mr. Cohen, I think we've narrowed it down to just a couple of things. I spent a lot of time talking to Patrick today, believe it or not, the back of the town hall meeting room. And I think it's down to two things. The first one is the comments that Beta sent. I think it's fine. The extended hours, I'm really glad that you all have offered to do the extended hours for getting into the building. But then the second thing is what was rumbling around my head was a concern about the impact that another successful restaurant might have. Would you all be open to some sort of condition that if the restaurant was a home run and it really squeezed the avenue, that you would have valet parking?
Yes,
And you could do it at a year or 6 months or whatever a time frame. And then if at that point the avenue looks really jammed up, that the restaurant offers some kind of valet parking?
We would, Ms. Alvin. I would like to point out though that the best possibility for valet parking is what's been called the commuter parking lot.
Yes.
Off of Steamboat Road, which was used by theater patrons, at least by theater patrons that I was familiar with when the movie.
Yes, you and I both used it, so we're good.
But the problem with that, of course, is that it is under the town's aegis, and to get that kind of approval, we would love to be able to do it.
Okay.
But again, sort of, it's a little like moving those two metered parking spaces. It does require review and approval by parking services and possibly even by the selectmen. But subject to that, absolutely, we certainly would.
So to fit this for the commission into the greater big picture, one of the things that what I finally realized talking to Patrick, what's been bothering me is I know we're tight for parking on the avenue. So the greater big picture would be just that P&Z goes to the Board of Selectmen and says, look, we need to resolve some of this tight parking situation. We're really glad that the avenue is vibrant. How do we resolve it? Bingo, would you be okay with us would you be okay with doing valet parking at night only, after rush hour, whatever we pick a time? It might not surface as a problem, but that we already start looking at, hey, what if the restaurant succeeds? We already know we're tight on the bottom of the avenue. Might we have some solutions? And Patrick then goes to the Board of Selectmen as the P&Z director and proposes something like that. Would you be willing to buy in? And I think your answer is yes. So we would put it as a condition to you that if the Board of Selectmen were to approve it as such and it became necessary, you might want to help us on the wording, work with Patrick on how to word that. And we would do something that we would do it in the decision letter in a way that works for you guys, but at least we've started to solve the problem of being successful.
Can I make
Nick,
observation
jump
here?
in. Yeah.
Yeah, did we stumbled over this issue of valet parking and the Arch Street lot when we talked about the museum, didn't we?
I don't know if we,
Yeah,
stumbled.
exactly. What are you talking about, Nick? I think it was we talked about it with I don't think it's Arch Street. It's oh my God, like I'm drawing a
Yeah,
blank.
the Arch Street. The other one's the Horse Neck. And I don't know why I remember this, but we had a discussion about valet parking from the museum using the public lot, and that was an issue. I don't know if Mr. Cohen, if you have any recollection of what we had discussed at the time.
The most,
I
Nick,
think-
is this the most recent?
Yes.
Yes, and it was a
I don't
discussion
remember
about
that.
Yeah, you were
overflow
concerned
parking.
about, you were concerned about events at the museum and.
Right.
And
Yeah,
yes,
but-
you did discuss it.
A whole different thing, Nick, because a couple of things. The other thing is, they did a pilot valet park on the lower avenue already, but it was in the middle of the pandemic. Honestly, I wasn't going to let a stranger inside my car. And I know a few people did, but most of us were not going to let someone else breathe inside their car. So it was a bad time to try it, but we knew the avenue was starting to get tight. With Bruce, we weren't really sure about the need. What I'm thinking is, if we have a need and we know the avenue's tight right now, that we then have something we can put into motion. And until then, we leave it alone.
Okay, I would suggest that if we want valet, that the first place they look for car parking is the existing lot on their site. It doesn't, I'm sure you could actually pack maybe double the number of cars in there if it's valet parked.
Sure. I
So-
mean, what we'll do is what we can do is the applicant can give Pat how they would propose wording it, and then he can give us some feedback and some ideas, and we could work that out. But just if we have some sort of plan B,
Okay.
because
The only
that's
thing
what's
I'm
been
right.
rattling around my head.
Yeah, the only thing I'm thinking of is if this restaurant is successful, as we're talking about, and they have to go to valet parking and then they use the lot. The next guy comes in who's on the other side of the street, or up a half a block. If I'm successful, can I do valet down the hall, down the street to the lot as well?
Kind of don't mind if you can use you kind of don't mind. The only thing is going to be an income one. But, I know Fred's willing to look at it. It's where do you use it? Slippery slope, where do you go? At least this is train station property. Patrick, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think the idea for valet in this would be to designate spaces for a particular tenant, which I think is part of the concept that you were talking about, Mr. McRae, about the the museum, blocking off parking. It would just be a way to maximize or utilize all the spaces that may be available, particularly at night. Because the museum is not open at night, right? So those events that are happening typically happen during daytime hours, and that can conflict with other activities. And thank you to Michelle Cronin for reminding me, it's the Island Beach lot that we're talking about, not Arch Street. Arch Street to me is the one by the Lexus dealership on the corner of.
Right.
So that is that's more of the concept that I would be interested in the commission entertaining, and not having the applicant sort of buy 40 spaces, or I'm just giving round numbers.
Right.
And
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. So, and I do think, as Margarita said, I think it's a proactive step that we could take to also ameliorate the parking saturation in the downtown as we're experiencing, or we've at least documented that, sending the cars as far away so that people can park closer is probably a good thing, especially if you're going to be lingering for several hours eating or, conversing.
And the option, if we worded it, I'm just throwing something out to you, Mr. Cohen. We probably want some flexibility, because by the time you're successful, we may have a different way of doing things. I mean, if the restaurant were successful, we might have a different way of approaching things. That was my biggest concern. The extra hours, Patrick, the comment, oh, he went dark. No wonder I couldn't find him. I struggled a little bit to understand what Beta was saying in their comment. Arn, I'm sorry, you wanted to jump in on the valet?
Yeah, just as suggested, as Pat mentioned, Bruce closes at 5. And so you've got all those parking spaces. Maybe, Mr. Cohen's applicant could just make a deal with Bruce, pay him some rent to be able to use it after hours when Bruce isn't using it.
All we're
Well-
really asking for is if it's successful, could we have sort of a plan B
Yep.
that the applicant would work with us so that we can ease the stress on the avenue? 'Cause it doesn't do anybody's business good to not be able to park. Maybe cars will go away. You don't know. The beta comments, I didn't understand. So there is a slight shift in traffic if you're open till 10 o'clock at night, but it doesn't really make a difference. Is that what she was saying?
I don't think it's gonna, what my interpretation, and Mr. Canning being the expert could help out here, is I believe the point that is being made is that the patterns around the station, the volume of traffic is not gonna change, but it may change the points at which people get dropped off, which I think I see as a positive. So right now at the evening hours, when the station is closed, obviously the preferred drop off is somewhere closer to the platform entrances. And I'm not gonna say it's Arch Street or Steamboat. It could be, you know, any of the entrances that are you know, people know where they can get up to the platform. But having the station open, I think, makes that another option, which again spreads out the impact, or at least the locations of where cars are getting dropped off.
All right, so the 1,000 people
Excuse me,
who pass through the hub can now pass through the hub from the hours, whatever they are, 7 to 10, 7 to 11. But it's still the same 1,000 people. And it may actually say be better because now they all can pass through the front door as opposed to the ends of the streets where there is no drop off.
And decoding from, because I was looking at, actually because of the DSEG thing tonight, I was looking at the levels of service at all the intersections once again. So the times that the Arch Railroad intersection would potentially get more traffic, but the times when it is E and F is at peaks, and this isn't peak. And I think that's what she was trying to say. It, you know, between 5 and 10 o'clock at night, or 6 and 10 o'clock at night, you're not going to have a problem at any of those intersections anyway. That's not when your traffic comes. So I think it's all right. I think, okay. All right.
I don't think it's a silver bullet, or like you had mentioned before, it's not changing the level of service letters at all. But I do think, you know, it's hard to quantify, but I don't think it hurts the situation. I think it absolutely does help.
Okay. Sorry, Mary.
Yeah, I was going to, I think I mentioned yesterday, I'm taking a lot of comfort of sorts from the extended hours of opening of the train station. And I assume, by the way, that you might also get a fair amount of people taking the train to the new restaurant if it's that popular. But I'm a little concerned that the hours will be extended, and then when there start to be problems, the hours will be retracted again. So I'm curious as to what kind of comfort we can get that the station will remain open for extended hours, or what the alternative is in the event the hours do have to be retracted back to 7 o'clock on weekdays, for example.
Well, in answer to that, Ms. Jenkins, if the commission sees fit to grant the application, that can be included as a condition. I would point out, however, in light of the 1986 agreement with the town and Metro North mandating a 7 o'clock closing, that it be subject to any objection that we may run into with either the town or Metro North. I think it's highly unlikely. My client thinks it's highly unlikely because, after all, we're responsible for making sure it's covered in terms of you know, manpower and cleanup and that sort of thing. So it is very likely that the 10 o'clock closing during the week, and I think it's 8 during the weekends, will remain the case, and the commission can include that reference in the in a decision that it may grant. But again, I just would point out that it may not be wholly within our control.
Okay.
Understood, especially since you're dealing with Metro North. I do understand that part.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen.
Thank you. Okay, so that addresses, I think, Mr. Cohen, that was what was rattling in my head. I mean, I was concerned about the shift. I mean, we know the theater sat idle, and I was concerned the most about the bottom of the avenue. Anyone else? Comments, questions?
I just have a thought, that maybe I missed some detail, which, sorry to go into the detail. I don't know if it's appropriate to, but I saw that the light poles in the parking lot next to where the new bike racks are not on the new plan. So are those being removed?
I don't believe so, but Frank Ryle, maybe you can answer that.
And Eric Rains just raised his hand, so
Or
maybe.
Eric. Okay,
Yeah,
I didn't
so
see
he
Eric.
probably, okay, oh, I see what the problem is. Oh, good, you did it, because
There
my
he is.
mouse suddenly didn't.
Yeah, I
wanna
just
cooperate.
grabbed them. Thank you.
Yeah, okay,
There-
so Mr. Rains, you didn't remove any bike racks, would you? You know that's a capital crime.
Light poles.
Definitely not.
Light poles.
And the existing light poles are remaining. They'll remain.
Okay.
My thought was, because of the new traffic that's along that sidewalk, it might be a good idea to remove those light poles and just put something that's some kind of lighting that's hanging off the wall. I just wanted to mention that because now you're going to have arguably teams of bikers along there, and that the light poles could be a little bit of a hindrance.
The dimension of the sidewalk is such that it can accommodate both the bike racks and the light poles. We have to have minimum clearances all the way to the length of the sidewalk.
Yes. Okay, good. Because I know that it's just not used right now. So now that it's going to be used, I just wanted to mention that. The other thing I just wanted to understand is, I'm sorry. The green wall, is that going to have any irrigation?
It will, yes.
Okay, so that's good. I thought you might have said that beforehand, but I wasn't sure.
Yes.
And what is it going to be, a vine that you're growing? What is it exactly?
The vine is slated to be Boston ivy.
Good.
Which would be planted in the ground in that 15-inch opening that Mr. Cohen mentioned earlier. And that's it. So that's it through the season. So on the far left is it's late spring, summer. The middle is fall, and then the to the right is it's winter.
Since we have this up, in the fall, as the leaves drop, like with any deciduous plant, you're gonna have leaves on the ground. Who's responsible for cleaning that up?
I believe at this point the
property owner,
the asphalt company maintains that edge as well as the slope there that's planted that you see in the rendering.
Okay, just curious. Okay, very good. Thank you.
Certainly.
Mr. Rain.
Mr.
So,
Wait, Nick, sorry, but Mr. Lowe has his hand up. Mr. Lowe.
Yeah, two quick things. I may have missed this as well. Were there going to be plantings along that internal bike rack wall? I seem to remember that there were, and if that were the case, are we adding anything given these racks are there?
The conflict of the vine growth and all of this equipment would be such that it would compromise. We feel it would compromise the use of the bike racks. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say there was a point prior to the bike racks and the covering that's above them. Prior to that, we had suggested that we would, treat that wall the same way as the Railroad Avenue wall.
Right.
But given the direction that we've taken, the opening that we were going to create in that sidewalk at the base of the wall to accommodate the vines now has to be occupied by a continuous edge to comply with the ADA requirements, since we're having something mounted on the walls.
It's way above my pay grade, and I should never put my toe in this particular body of water, but there could be some green treatment above those little shed roofs there to soften that wall. Okay, I'm done with that. I'm just throwing it out there. The other thing I wanted to ask, and I may have missed this because my attention span is growing shorter.
Because it's dinner break time. We know.
Peter, how about a mural instead of green?
No, Peter, it's my turn. Hold on. Construction phasing. Did we discuss this?
No, actually, we didn't.
That's an
So
issue?
thank you for mentioning it. We did include quite a bit of information about construction phasing on the civil plans. However, they're not detailed enough, and I'll tell you why they're not detailed enough, because we've got to reach an agreement with Metro North about a very detailed very, very finite details of how we are going to construct this this project and still maintain suitable access to the railroad platforms. And so there will be a very detailed agreement with relating to construction logistics, which we would be glad to provide to the commission at the time that we apply for a zoning permit.
Well, we're all ears. Okay, thank you.
Okay, now now we go back to Nick, who was
Mr.
starting.
Rains, Mr. Rains, is there another species of a creeping vine that would be green or maintain its leaves year round for that wall?
Well, the one that would be green is one that is terribly invasive. So not really. There is a vine that could be blended with it that has a slightly different texture. They could be used together. The branching of it is similar, but it has more texture, which is a climbing hydrangea. But in the end, they're still both deciduous.
Okay, because what I'm getting at is that a good portion of the year there'd be nothing on the wall except for the vine itself. No color, no foliage. That's a little.
Well, there is appreciation, or could be appreciation for that. The fact that the pattern is there, and then it does have such dramatic swings of interest through the season. Okay. I always view this particular plant as one that that offers a very broad spectrum of interest.
Mm-hmm. Following up on what I think Mr. Loa talked about, could vine be planted to the east of the the bike racks, where the access and egress location is, and the ADA parking spaces on the inside wall?
Well, we felt that it would just be odd to have a piece of it. And then actually, the closer you get to the building on that east side, that corner there is where the building operations come in and out on a regular basis. So we didn't want to crowd the corner by removing pavement that might impede that. It just seemed that the bike racks are going to be a very dominant visual element, and it would be much cleaner if that roof element were the real feature with the composition of bikes below it, and then let the rest of the wall be sort of the white space, if you would, around it.
I understand. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments so we can turn to the public? All right. Do I have any comments from the public on this application? This is the Greenwich train station. I have one hand up from the public. Anybody who wishes to comment on the station, please raise your virtual hand. Peter Alexander, if you would go ahead. Mr. Alexander,
Just unmute.
I know Mr. Alexander, would
How
you,
about
there he
now?
goes. Now you're good.
There we
Go
go.
ahead. Yeah,
I'm getting modern.
you are. Look at that.
When does the lease expire on this building? I know that it was extended in the last days of one of the selectmen's office. I was wondering because if you look at the intersection of the Post Road or Putnam Avenue and look down, you'll see that this building blocks the cold air drainage every night and increases significantly the air quality problems in that area. In the future, I'm wondering if the town will have that property back at some point.
That would actually not be a planning and zoning commission decision, whether or not we would have that property, or what use there would be of the property, what happens to the lease. All of that is up to the Board of Selectmen. So that's not, the only thing that we need to know is that they have a valid lease now. And that's it.
Actually, there is no lease on the property that Peter's talking about. He's thinking about the lease on the south side.
Yeah. Oh, you're not touching this. Yeah, okay. All right. Okay. All right.
So the north side
Is owned
all-
by the applicant. That's what Mr. Cohen was saying to you.
Interesting. I understood the lease had been extended. I didn't realize it was just the south side. And where does the south side begin? On the other side of the tracks?
Yeah.
or-
Yes.
Metro North owns the part that's over the tracks. And I don't know why well, Mr. Cohen, I guess I'm supposed to answer, but yeah, it's Metro North, and then where Metro North stops, it's them. Okay, Mr. Alexander?
So the large ice cubes there that are blocking the air, they are owned on town property.
Mr. Cohen, I'm not even understanding the question. Oh, I'm not I guess the town property is the south side of the station, and if there was airflow blockage on the south side of the station, yes, it would be on town property, but that is not what's for us. That is not something on which we can opine.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alexander.
You sure?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Always welcome public comment. It's a new one to me about blocking the airflow. It's always interesting.
We'll just go to the top of the avenue and look down. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you, sir. All righty. I think that's the only comment we have. Anybody else want to comment on the train station? No. Okay. No other comments from the commission. That being the case, does anybody object to closing this application at this time?
No.
Seeing no objection to closing the application, this application is hereby closed. Mr. Cohen, I advised the commission yesterday, and I think after we talked about the valet thing, even more reason, we will probably decide this at our next meeting. But we will not decide it tonight. Just because there's still a couple of things that I think we want to just make sure we got the right wording on the resolutions and whatever we say. So, okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Just
Now-
for the record, Madam Chair, we're closing this item, so there won't be another public hearing on it.
Yeah, right.
And then I'd just like to announce for the commission, everyone in the
You
public,
just wanted to get the floor so you could tell people the good news. Are you
did.
ready? There's good news, folks.
good news. We got 420 Field Point Properties, which is the Homestead Inn, is postponed. So we will be moving to number 6 on the agenda after this item.
And we're very sorry, folks, that we told you so late. If anybody's been waiting to hear about the homestead, we apologize. But in fact, Patrick only found out during the course of tonight.
Well,
All right.
there's more good news, right?
You want a dinner break?
No, there is going to be a dinner break. That's the good news.
All righty, 20 minutes and we're gonna come back and do Burying Hill.
There you,
The, I don't know why I even bother doing this, the electric vehicles, the preamp for the mill and Nick's minutes.
Oh,
Why are they
congratulations.
my minutes?
It's an honorarium, I think.
Okay.
Oh, and by the way, Nick, I've dared Patrick, I found how to look up who's had the most attendance on a Zoom. And Patrick said, do we really? Is that something?
I know. Do I really need homework?
No,
Matt?
I was just kidding. I just always have to know how to do the techie stuff. All right. Okay, bye.
Okay.
What's the return time?
It's
That's-
7:29 right now, so we're gonna give you 21 minutes.
what? 10 to 8,
Yeah,
7:50? Yeah.
yeah, 7:50.
Thank
We're
you.
giving you an extra minute if you hurry up.
Oh, he's gone. He pulled the parachute.
Right.
All right.
I'm gonna put that up, Pat.
And then if you could just make sure that everyone's muted. Can you mute everybody in the room when you walk away?
Yes, I can do that as well.
Actually, I'll do it right now. All right.
Okay. I got the 7:50.
Hey, Dennis, we're trying to promote you in. There he goes.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you
Loud and clear.
You
loud and
can't
clear.
see me.
No, we can see you.
Oh, there it is. Okay, good. All right, got it.
So Dennis
we're
is back, so I'm
Dennis is
replaced,
back.
right?
Yeah, but we had you for the EV part.
Yeah.
I mean, the generator part, and then we'll get you for the EV part.
Okey doke.
Okay. Is everybody here? Mm-mm.
Kind of like fouling out of a basketball game, Art. You got to go on the bench.
That's right. Bench warmer.
Well, the great news is we made huge progress on Central Middle, looking at the site plan. So I'm excited for the very first time.
Hey, that's great.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
Have you,
The
have you,
architect-
have you settled on a size?
No. I'm not talking about all the details now. Let's not get detailed.
This is a
I'm
public
looking at
hearing.
Pictures I'm supposed to do and say we're making progress. And
Okie
the
dokie.
architects have a sense of the site, which is good. We walked the site. They have all kind of ideas. That's good.
Is Peter Levy here? Peter Levy, are you back? You can always tell when I'm back because I don't take my camera down. All right, we'll give him another minute.
Are we on Tyler Mitchell?
We are.
Yes. Wow, you're good.
I
Thank
read a
you.
letter in the middle of the meeting that they're going to renegotiate everything. So are we hearing this or is this postponed?
No, we're gonna, don't start talking about it yet. We're gonna let the applicant tell us as soon as, well, I'll tell you what, Arn. Peter Levy, are you here?
I'm here.
Well, Arn is here. Okay, I'll tell you what, let's just start when Peter Levy, the problem is then you're gonna have to stay seated. Let me call him. Why didn't I think of that? And no, Patrick, you really don't have to look that up, that I.
Actually, Mr. LaRoe, quick question. The timer, is that a Zoom thing?
It's built into his head now.
It is.
There he is. Okay, I was just,
That's a nifty trick. I gotta remember that.
I told everybody how to do it, Nick. I would be replaced. There would be no need for me at these meetings.
No, you're a lifer now, my friend.
no, the thing is when I'm whispering to him, turn the timer on.
There's like a 2 Mississippi delay with it. So I am also sitting here going, why is it not
And
working?
it's always when it's the most long-winded person who's talking, he then forgets. And then I'm like, okay, so we just okay, guys, we're ready to go. Folks, all right, Mr. Basili, I hope you weren't recording all of our silliness. We are now ready to go to the next application. It's Tyler Mitchell for a final site plan and special permit for a pool house, pool and patio at 45 Burying Hill Road in the RA4. Mr. Romano, if you would go ahead.
Sure. Good evening. Pete Romano, Principal at Lantec, Site Civil Environmental Firm out of Westport. With me tonight is Chuck Willett, the architect for the project, and Tyler Mitchell's with us also. And Anna Reisenga, who is one of our project managers on this particular project with us. So last time I was here, we decided we would go stake the pool and pool house. And then some of the commissioners came out and walked it. Bianca was with us. Chuck was there. And then we we invited Mr. Pruner to come. He met us there at 9 o'clock, an hour before, and then hung around when the commissioners were there. So we all walked the site for location purposes, and then people got an idea of what the property looked like. We did listen to your work session yesterday, and I got a few things to show you exhibit wise, and then some brief comments. And I understand what some of your concerns and comments were from the work session yesterday, but let me, if I could, take you through what we've done since then. So Jacqueline, can you allow me to share the screen?
All set.
It's all set? Perfect. So I know one of the comments that was made at the last meeting, and mostly by the neighbor, Mr. Pruner, was, why couldn't we push the pool house? Just to give orientation. The pool house is right here. The house that's a few years old, the Mitchell zone is just here to the east. So what I did was I put all the restrictions that are on the property. People said, why can't we move it further towards the pool, further towards the pond, away from the property lines? And this is, for an 8-acre plus piece of property, already has a house and a historic barn that's still there in this white area. This ends up being the place where you could put a pool and a pool house, right? Strangely enough. The yellow represents the building setbacks. The sort of olive green here is not only the wetlands, but the wetland setback of 100 feet. And then of course you have the pond here. So I thought that was helpful. And the red area is where the septic system is that you need to keep 25 feet away. So I wrapped the 25-foot radius around the septic system. And so some of the things that were commented at the last meeting, I think we may be all in agreement with it, that the scenic road does not apply at all to the single family residential piece of property. The scenic road designation is just that. It's designated to the roadway. It concerns itself with width of pavement, curbing, trees, stone walls, but doesn't apply to Tyler Mitchell's house at all. So I think that's kind of off the table. But what the other concern was just what is, and I think it was Mr. Lowe that said it, yeah, I believe it was, that brought up section 6-15. And in 6-15, it says that you must evaluate some of the physical features on a piece of property. And I emphasize the word evaluate. Evaluate's not a hard and fast rule. It's not a setback. It's not a height restriction. It's not a coverage restriction. So it's a way for the commission to have some discretion. They can evaluate how much emphasis they need to put on it. In particular, I think he was mentioning the scenic views. And I think the scenic views, while that is in section 2.9 of 1615, there's really no parameters on it. It doesn't tell you how wide it has to be. Does it say, do you have to have a 180-degree view? Do you have to have 5% view? It doesn't say it. It just says a view. So what is a view? So we did this. This is the Pruner property. This is the Tyler Mitchell property. Tyler Mitchell has a 660 lineal feet of frontage on Bering Hill Road. 298 of it, you still have a shot of the pond. There's, I think, 215 here. There's 89 over here. So that's about 45%. The other thing I'll tell you that in that section 2.2D, it also concerns itself with other physical features on there, things like the wetlands, the trees, any erodible areas, historic structures. And so I put this little fun facts together, which I pointed out. The Mitchells have 660 linear feet of frontage, only 298 of it still allows you to look at the pond. That's about 45% of viewing from Bering Hill. In this zone, point out and talk about preserving and preserving some of the physical features on there. This zone allows you or asks you to provide at least 84% of green space. The Mitchells have provided 91%. The Mitchells are allowed to build up to 57,000 square feet of covered area, and the Mitchells have only 32,000 square feet. So if you looked at 2.9 in its totality, the Mitchells really have addressed all these concerns. The other thing I want to show you, which is interesting, a couple things. This is a picture with your back to the pool house, looking at the pond. This was before some of the trees came down in that area. Some of the trees came down at the request of DEP, because some of you know there's a dam down there, and it's not unusual for DEP to ask people to take trees down so they don't impact the integrity, the structural integrity of the dam with its roots. And then here's a shot, a drone shot looking back at Bering Hill, right? This is the little historic house, the paddocks. You can see it's pretty heavily vegetated along Bering Hill. But I think the most telling evidence of what was actually along Bering Hill, people were claiming that they had this wonderful view of the pond. This is an interesting app that you can get at Google on Google. And this happens to be Bering Hill in 2007. And then if you look at 2000, well, that's 1998, actually. Here's 2003. You can see it's pretty heavily vegetated along Bering Hill, hardly a view of. Here it is in 2010, more vegetation along there. Ponds pretty much covered with deciduous trees. This is the entire Mitchell property, pretty heavily vegetated along the street there. Again, here's a good shot. This is in 2014. This is 2017. I think that there's pretty good evidence that what the Mitchells have done right now is provided, the almost 45% of the frontage along Bering Hill Beach, excuse me, that's a place in Westport, Bering Hill Road. That provides a view that wasn't there in the past. Let me just go back to my other screen. There we go. Okay. So that's we really haven't addressed the what we're here actually for the cubic footage question that got brought up, and I just to clarify, I mean we're over the cubic footage, and we're over the cubic footage because the Mitchells saved the barn and the historic structures on there, so we are over it. But we meet all the planning and zoning regs. We meet the setbacks. We meet the height requirements. It conforms to the planning and zoning regs. The question that I thought we ended up where we ended up, and then what I learned yesterday during the work session was that there was some concern about how you manage or how you determine what is appropriate viewport to the pond. And I think somebody suggested maybe you talk to the town attorney. And so we went a little bit, I think we flushed out all the other stuff on the project the last time. I thought these were the couple of items that were still open about the view, about the restricted areas. And so I can be very brief in my comments and happy to answer questions, but that's our story. Thank you. Hello?
Is everyone awake?
Hi, no,
Yeah, we're
I'm
here.
awake. I'm awake. I'm sorry. What happened was, for some strange reason, when I have my iPad open, my mouse on the Big Mac freezes up. Okay, so Mr. Romano, when the commission decided to create this scenic road, it had to decide which parts of the town charter requirements for scenic road were met by Berrying Hill. And the commission found that the entire length of Berrying Hill met the requirements of the scenic road ordinance, in that the road is lined with old stone walls, large mature trees, some of which seem to have gone missing, and pastures, and blends in well with the surrounding terrain and offers scenic views. So that was the criteria for the decision of the scenic road. So one of the things that we have to do here, and this is what the conversation started, is we have to look at the fact that this is a scenic road. You are not working in the right of way, but is anything that's being proposed inconsistent with what created the scenic road designation? And so to that, I give you the pastures and the terrain and the scenic views. So it isn't the scenic road, it only applies to the work in the right of way. We're very clear on that, but it's also what was the criteria. So with that, having clarified that point, I'm going to turn it over to the commission because they're not asleep and they're looking forward to commenting.
Ms. Alvin, just can I offer one thing before you go there?
Mhm.
Those items that you cited, it's not all of them. It's just one. The criteria.
The
says
ordinance,
one.
so let me just answer that for you, because I wasn't asleep for that. The
Okay.
ordinance requires only one.
Right.
But when the commission made the decision, issued the decision letter on December 12th, 1994,
Right?
the commission said that the following were met. Okay, it said not only does it meet one, but here are all the ones it met. It did not pick one, it listed. So we know that for the ordinance, you only need to have it be unpaved, less than
Right.
20 feet wide, etc. But the commission said it does all of these things. Now the question is, would you detract to any of it? Okay, I'm going to turn it over to the rest of the commission because I think from what I
Yeah.
could tell yesterday, there were comments. Mr. Lowe, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree that the special permit does permit discretion here, but it's not clear that the applicant has addressed all the concerns, as I believe Mr. Romano stated.
You
And
want to take down the share and we can always come back to it? Okay.
yeah, the fact that in any previous year, whether it was 2004, 6 or 7 or 18 or whatever it was, that the property looked different from the way it does today. The fact that there might have been mature trees or other vegetation along the area where this pool house is proposed to go, and whether or not there was at some time in the past a view of the pond, I think is irrelevant. It's hard to deny that this large pool house is not a natural element in that space, and it does not particularly blend in with the natural landscape. So in terms of having some natural or scenic value, this does not comport. This proposed structure does not comport with that, and there's nothing particularly natural about a large, tall structure. So I think that's where some of the problem is. And you cited several times this 615, which I had cited yesterday. But again, 2D, the preservation of natural attributes and major features, and etc., major trees, scenic views from both from the site and onto or over the site. And I don't, it's arguably semantics to discuss whether or not there's a view of a pond or a large tree or vegetation. What there has never been is a view of a very large structure in that space. I'll just leave that and let you respond to that if you would like.
Yep. I mean, you tell me, I'll respond as the commissioners ask questions, but I think you're totally, yeah.
Ask the question, Mr. Lowe, what is your question? He wants you to ask him a question.
He
Okay.
wanted me to respond to his comments, I thought.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Go.
That's fine. I can pose it as a question, or you can respond to it. I'm not thinking about that.
Yeah, I mean, I think, so tell me how much view a person should have to a piece of property. I mean, this is an allowable use in this piece of property, whether you like the way the pool house looks. And I think Ms. Albin said it the last time, you're not the aesthetics police. This is a permitted use in the 4 acre zone.
No, excuse me, but make no mistake, I was trying to draw a distinction between a man-made structure and a natural landscape.
You have single
I'm not
houses all around this piece of property.
This is not
It's obviously
aesthetic.
not natural. It's a
Okay,
full
one
structure.
at a time. Okay,
Excuse
one at
me.
a time.
This
Mr.
is
Romano,
not an
finish.
aesthetic. This is not an aesthetic
Good.
observation about a structure. It is about the difference between something that is natural and something that is man-made. And I believe that the regulations address that.
Yeah, they allow a pool house on this piece of property, like everybody else in the neighborhood has. You see the pools and the houses?
In that regard, I just, so is a way of dealing with that dichotomy to landscape it so that there is a natural edge to this, or it's somehow,
Yeah.
you know,
That's a good point.
greenscape is put in. Is that the
Right.
way to deal with this?
That's a very good point. So what do you want? We could put 20-foot pine trees along Berry Hill. Kind of defeats the purpose, right? I mean, it's an interesting dilemma. Do we put some trees up against the pool house and sort of deflect the view of the pool house? Do we put a row of hedges? You know, they call them the Hampton hedge. We put the Hampton hedge along the edge of Bering Hill, and nobody's seeing the Mitchell property. We don't want to do that either. So I don't know. I think we're getting into like telling us how we landscape our property.
But
No,
we do tell you that all the time.
Yeah, Mr. Romano,
We have landscape regulations, Mr.
Well,
Romano.
we got in, well, I think we got in before those regulations were imposed.
Yeah, but we had landscape regulations before that. You still had to follow them. We do tell you how to landscape.
Mr. Romano, in that, one of those graphics that you put up there,
Yep.
you don't have to put it back up again. I'm pretty clear of what, unless you want to.
Sure, whatever you want.
No, I don't think you need to, but that pink shaded area appeared to come right up to what I believe was the pool coming across. And when I was on the site, I asked somebody about the distance between the edge of the pool and the beginning of the septic area.
Yep.
And it appeared at the time that there was still room to move this pool, if somebody wanted to, closer down the slope or the hill.
That's incorrect. No.
Okay, so
The septic system, no, I'll explain what it is. The septic system is down, and I think I was the one who was talking about it, right? Well, I think we talked about it being a mound in the ground there. But the septic system goes in, and then you need to keep 25 feet away from a structure. So that red is actually the septic system, and then 25 feet all the way around it.
So is the proposed site of the pool right abutting to that 25-foot mark?
Yes.
It's exactly right up. So you're saying
Yep.
it's at the limit.
Correct.
I let other people speak. They want to.
If it kind of, we're kind of dancing a fine razor blade here.
Yes.
This vista that we're talking about was created by the removal of trees behind the property line.
Correct.
As I'm hearing things, if I'm hearing this right, if those trees were never removed and they were still part of this landscape, this property, would the pool house be an issue? Because that natural buffer is still there. I would say that actually that there's been a lot of change, and specifically what I can see is that 37 Bering Hill seemed to have planted a lot of evergreens and screening behind the wall along the property from the east to the west entrance. From what I'm seeing here, a lot of it does not look natural or haphazard as nature would be. I would think from reading also the decision from 1994, they were talking about there were a lot of different things that went into it. And I would think actually at this particular part, and I think this is the one thing we can't figure out, is really what was their intention? What did they actually see at the time? Okay, that part of the vista could be being intended to actually, it's the front of the existing barn. That's, I think, a contributing thing to the scenic road. Because as I see the scenic road, it's the stone walls, it's the windiness of the street, the narrowness of the street, the elevation changes of the street, and not necessarily anything built farther back. Because as I see, everything that's there is either it's the stone wall, and then it's a line of trees, and then the building's far back. This pool house, to me, seems to, be far back. And if the existing trees were there, would we be having this discussion at all? And if that's the case, do we actually request the applicant to put trees in, haphazardly, like we did, for like Mother Nature would do, to get back to that scenic route, that scenic view? I think the vistas that we're talking about actually were man-made. They removed the trees.
You're right. Yep.
Okay, and I think that's the kind of thing is that being asked that now that I have this vista, now the pool house is in the way. Where in 2018, when we gave approval to the house, if they did the pool house at the same time, what would he have thought of then? Are we going to say it's in the way of the vista because the trees are still there too? Would we have asked them to cut the trees down to create a vista?
No.
I think actually understanding where the pool house can be through that map is actually very telltale. Exactly, where can it actually be located on the site that actually fits? And I think actually the reason that this is actually so far back actually makes it fitting for the street, because it's not sitting right on the street and spoiling what I think my assumption would be what they were looking at in 1994, right? That was the year of it.
Yeah, so Nick, I think you and Peter Lowe may be getting to the same thing. It is a recognition that this has been designated a bucolic setting. And how does one ensure that any application along this bucolic setting road preserves that? And that may mean different things in different applications, but that's what you're looking for. So when our predecessors ruled on this, they found that it met several standards, but overall it had the right, I hesitate to use this word, character, that the character of it fit a scenic road. So if this application continues to be or can be modified so that it is consistent with that character, the character can be a vista or it can be a tree-lined road, but it is to give you the sense of deep country, which we once were, and to preserve that. Okay, so how do we make sure that we're doing that?
Understanding that from what you just said, then
yeah,
my opinion would be to restore this section of Bering Hill Road back to what it would have looked like in 1994, which would have been maple trees, et cetera, haphazardly along the stone wall. Not a row of arborvitae or anything. It's actually putting back what those commission members at that time would have seen. And that's the restoration of the scenic road when it was approved.
I don't think it necessarily you have to preserve what it was when it was approved, because I'm trusting our predecessors that in 2017 and in 2018, when we saw apps on Bering Hill, the votes from the commission were that what was happening on Bering Hill was consistent with the designation. And that's all we have to do. It doesn't have to be, it's got to be exactly like it was. It's just got to feel like you were step back in time and you're back in that Greenwich that we're having a hard time. And it can be just whatever. So what works could be more trees. It could be. And they would have to be in the right of way, I think, if that's what we wanted. I don't know. I mean, think about it. What do you think works? It's really just to preserve the intent of the scenic road designation. From that point of view, is it consistent? Then to the rest of Mr. Romano's point, does the application meet the site plan 617 special permit standards? Now, can you guys who have significant opinions find a common ground here? I'm kind of Switzerland on this. All I want is something that retains the bucolic feeling.
If I could, Ms. Albin, speak to that. I think Mr. Mitchell's willing to put trees along there if that's what you want, but I think if I didn't get that impression from Mr. Pruner when he and I walked it. So, and I know he's got great concerns and he did a lot of work on this. Maybe, I'm not telling you how to run your meeting, maybe hear some of his comments, but I know Tyler be willing to put trees along his property inside his stone wall, if that's what people want, but I don't know.
Mr. Romano, would the applicant be willing to lower the height of this large pool building?
No.
No?
Short answer is no. No, I mean, we spent a lot of time, with Chuck Willits on the call today too. They spent over a year designing this, it meets sort of, you saw it, right? It does complement the house that's there. It's 22 feet high to the peak.
Well, no, I didn't see it. I've seen the plans.
Okay.
And the roof line appears to be very high. And
weren't you there when we said it was only up to the eaves of the house?
No, I know, to the snow guards that are
Right,
along the
exactly.
lower part of the roof. I understood it. I saw it. And I would still, I'm asking whether the applicant would be willing to lower that roof line, and your answer is no.
I don't know, I shouldn't say that, Mr. Law. I don't know the absolute answer. If it means the approval or not an approval kind of thing, I guess he'd take a look at it. But I mean, it's you guys have seen it for the last month. The architect's been studying it for the last year. The Mitchells chose this. I mean, there's a whole bunch of things. I'm trying to get Tyler on the text to get him on the call, but I can't seem to get him to pay attention.
Well, I don't know how much time you spent on it, why that factors into a consideration.
Well, it certainly does. I mean, you're designing something, you take account into a lot of things and you spend some time figuring out where it goes and.
Right, but when you're seeking
approval. So it is very relevant. It is very relevant.
When you're seeking approval from a commission that may have some reservations, perhaps it's worth considering a modification or two.
And we just conceded, we'd be willing to put some plants along there. So I mean, I don't know, the building meets your regulations. You are getting yourselves hung up on the scenic road. The scenic road isn't the Mitchell property. The scenic road is the road.
Well, to the extent that I am hung up, as you say, I'm looking at the standard. And I don't want to bore everybody.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Excuse me, Mr. Romano, can I finish what I'm saying?
Sure, I'm sorry.
Thank you. So I don't want to bore everyone and read these things over and over again, but that standard is the preservation of natural attributes, et cetera, and the scenic views, both from the site and onto or over that site. And, it's right there in the regulations.
It is. You're right. So tell me, what is the standard? Is it 65% views? Is it 50%? Or is it 45, what we have? If you tell me,
I'm not looking at percentages
here. Maybe we can make it work. But
All right,
it's not
so,
really defined.
all right, I'm gonna intervene here.
Please.
I'm going to bring in somebody to make a comment. I am going to bring in somebody who is knowledgeable in this area, and I'm hoping that yes, I don't know. I don't know, Patrick. The person is Ann Young. She's the staff person to the Historic District Commission. And they become involved in scenic roads and their designation. And hello, Ann Young.
Hello.
So you're hearing our struggle. And you're familiar with Berrying Hill. And I would just like to ask you for comment. I know the HDC, it's not strictly within your realm, but could you give us some thoughts on the preservation, and I'm going to use the words I used before, the bucolic nature that led to the scenic road designation, and what you would suggest we consider in so doing as we look at our special permit standards. I mean, thank you for sticking around. She was here earlier for a different application. Go ahead.
I understand the frustration and the contemplation that's going on with this particular application. And I do think, starting to take a look at the broader picture, which is the state of Connecticut. And when they talk about scenic roads, they're talking about, as Mr. Romano mentioned, two areas. One has absolutely no association here because there's nothing on the National Register or the State Register. The second one, again, goes to affords vistas of marshes, shoreline forests with mature trees, or notable geologic or other natural features.
And the wording on our charter is what rules here, but our charter is not totally different because it talks about, it doesn't have the same detail that the portal does for the Connecticut. I shared that with everyone today.
Certainly.
But again, when we made the scenic road designation, we referenced large mature trees, pasture, surrounding terrain, and scenic views. So it's very similar. It's just that the state language, because we're home rule, we're special act. So it's what's in the charter. Okay, go ahead.
So, when you take a look at that and then you start to narrow it down and you go to that particular application and there's that sentence, that phrase, the road, and from the road, a good view of the large lake known as Topping Pond. And that's, where it becomes an objective, matter of what did you see back in 1993/1994 as the application was being developed? What do you see today? And, I'm sure that there could be photographs that are found at the Historical Society that accompanied this particular application. But I don't think at this point, the applicant has done its due diligence in terms of providing support that the view of Topping Pond will still be maintained with this particular pool house. I would have enjoyed seeing, and I certainly, thank Mr. Romano for all the great elevation shots that, he presented. An elevation from the street showing the proposed structure, its height in relation to the present structures. And then, of course, what does that obstruct when one is either walking the road or a passenger in a car, because I certainly wouldn't want the driver to be looking at what is going on. But would that pool house obstruct the current view? Of course, we can go back and argue what was the intent back in 1993 or 1994. But at this point, I think there has been a certain consistency with those residents who live on Berrien Hill Road, that they are used to a particular view of the natural surroundings. And if this proposed pool house is interrupting that view, then I would certainly ask the applicant, for one or two other designs that either lower the height or can be placed in another portion of the property so that the residents, and of course, I have to thank the Mitchells very much for being so sensitive to the historic structures on their site. If they could take that additional step to really ensure that this new structure blends in with the natural landscape and of course with the present historic structures. And I'm done.
Okay, now, I think that's Anne put so eloquently what I was trying to say in kind of an iffy way. Anne, were you looking at the actual application that created the scenic road?
Yes.
Thank you. Might you email that to us, because we have snippets of the language and we don't have the whole thing. And I think it would be fair, it should be shared with the applicant. It needs to go into the record because we found pieces of it. We found the decision and we haven't found those specific items. Now, folks, I believe there's a consensus, there's an agreement we can reach here that will make everybody happy. I believe we can accommodate the applicant, but at the same time, what we're looking for is to respect. It's the same thing that's in 617D, which is to retain the character. I know the word character is not in there, but to retain the neighborhood and the setting is really what we're talking about when we're talking about the scenic road. Nick, you were going towards a compromise, towards language that you thought could work, something that the applicant might be able to hammer out. Could you go over that again?
I think actually, what is the real detrimental issue here? Is that I'm hearing that we have a building that is obstructing the views to the
Poppin'
pond. Mature trees have been removed or something. There's a lot of different things that were issues here. I think Ms. Young actually brings up a valid point of understanding what is the real obstruction of the view to the pond. One thing I would suggest or offer, would it be appropriate to have a photo rendering conducted of the view from the opposite neighbor's yard someplace across the street to the pond, and then sketch in the outline of the pool house to see how that would actually work? It's something I think we've asked other applicants to do. They're more of a commercial nature of things, but what is it actually going to be obstructed by the construction of the thing from the neighbor's point of view and even the street? We can get a sense of that.
Okay.
The other thing would be is if it's an issue with what's happening at the road edge, a landscape plan that shows maybe a restoration of the trees that were there at one time. The only other thing I would think of, and I don't know if this would be even appropriate, is actually pull out our decision from 2018 for the original house, look at the site plan and the landscape plan and see what was approved back then.
And that, by the way, the only thing I found in my, my late night Googling was that we did acknowledge that this was a scenic road in 2018, and we incorporated that. I believe we would have incorporated that. Okay, so let me suggest this. Ms. Young, do you have historic pictures?
Not on me, no, but I do.
No, I mean, but generally, no, I didn't expect you to flail them out of your back pocket. Mr. Romano's not laughing, but
I'm sorry.
come on, Mr. Romano, we're gonna get there.
No, I do know that the Historical Society does have a folder, archival box, that did collect, the materials for designating Berrien Hill a historic road. So there is that can certainly be reviewed. The Historical Society also has photographs of homes that they have done a windshield survey, deeming those eligible for historic preservation. And I know those go back to, the 90s and the early 2000s. And that, might give you an idea in terms of assistance with landscaping, in terms of developing the property. So Christopher Shields would be able to.
Okay, so if we could put that together for you, because Mr. Romano, forgetting scenic road for a second, and one of the things I was articulating poorly is that scenic road and the standards and the special permit standards overlap here. The special permit standards say not materially obstruct significant views, which are important elements in maintaining the character of the town. Okay, then it says be in scale with and compatible with surrounding uses. It says preserve land structures or features having special historical, cultural, or architectural merit. So those right there, that's where you intersect the scenic road, bucolic setting with and we know that. So now you go to 617D and you say, here's what you're looking at from a special permit point of view. You've got some time before you close. Could you look at how this has evolved over time, and then come back and say, look, we are meeting the 617, focus it on 617 standards because they're consistent with the scenic road in this case. Here's how we could do it. We'll put a tree here. We'll do this with the pool house, whatever you think. And you would be building towards maintaining that sense of history. And from everything you've said about Mr. Mitchell, I think he'll be on board. Mary Jenkins, Mr. Willett, I'm going to not call on you just yet. I'm letting the commission talk first. Mary Jenkins, go ahead. And if you haven't met Ann Young, I introduce her again to you. She's relatively new on the commission and we keep her chained to the Zoom.
My question is actually, I'm going to take it back to the scenic road issue.
Okay.
Is this one of the few or only properties along the scenic road that has view of Topping Pond? Is it the only place that you can see the pond along the road? Is it one of very few, so that you're eliminating something that's unique or nearly unique along the scenic road?
No.
And do you know the answer to?
I can answer it if you want. I mean,
Okay, sure, Mr. Romano,
yeah,
we'll
but
let
no,
you.
I can, if you, let me share again, I can show you
Okay.
to Mrs. Jenkins' comments. Here's Topping Pond. There's at least 3 other places where you can, if you can see through the trees, you could see Topping Pond. It's not the private property, it's the only one.
Okay, I'm trying to gauge how easily the pond was seen along the length of Berrying Hill Road, given the fact that this may be the only time when there was a clear view as against.
No.
I'm trying to determine the particular value of that view of Topping Pond along the whole length of Berrying Hill Road. Yes,
Yeah,
you could see it through the trees, but the only place you could see it.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that's the thing that we have to balance. And to Ms. Albin's comments about addressing 2D, you need to give us some parameters. I mean,
Right, that's what we're working on, but we want pictures for that. Go ahead, Mary.
No, I think my point was really once I heard that at the time of designating the scenic road, the view of Topping Pond was specifically mentioned, if I understood Ms. Young properly. It was important enough to specifically mention. So I'm just saying it was important enough then. And I'm not familiar enough with the whole length of the road to know, again, is that unique? Is it particularly good? Is it a particularly fine view that they thought to mention it at the time?
Oh, I would say, Ms. Jenkins, if you look, I can take you through from 2005, and I think what was there at 45 Berrying Hill is probably consistent with the balance of Berrying Hill Road, right? Look at.
Okay.
Heavy
It's kind of,
trees, heavy
yeah,
trees.
I'm sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
No.
Again, with a scenic road, an aerial view is helpful, but it's not really, I
gotcha.
don't consider
Sure.
that to be definitive.
Okay.
But I appreciate the information. I think, again, it will be very helpful to see the scenic road application from 94 as well.
Okay,
Thank you,
And-
Mr. Romano, for that.
thank you. And I think if we could get, and if you can get some pictures to Patrick that he can share with Mr. Romano, I'm not sure we're far apart because to the point, Mr. Romano, we think that some big trees came down. It could just be that at the time the scenic road designation was made, there were more big trees. We get some trees in, we can do that with the tree conservancy. If it's on your land, you could, I think we can find a way of addressing this to everyone's satisfaction. We
Okay.
certainly want Mr. Mitchell to have
Sure. He
full
happens
use
to-
of his house.
Just by the way, he happens beyond, if you, I think Patrick promoted him to a participant, if you
Yeah,
want.
he's not picking up the phone.
Okay.
So,
But I think Ms. Young would.
there it goes.
Agree that, I mean, they did a yeoman's job on restoring all the historical things there, and now it seems like we're getting squeezed on this thing. So, it's like no good deed goes unpunished.
No, it's not that. You're dealing with a town that has had a huge amount of development and a huge amount of development, and we are fighting to protect our heritage
Gotcha.
in every way we can. Okay, Mr. Willett, before Mr. Mitchell speaks, I'm gonna go to you.
Thank you. Well, I wanted to go back because I agree with you. I don't think we're really that far apart. If we can
No, we're
break it
not.
down, and if we can break this down into just two quick view
Exactly.
corridors. Mr. Romano, can you bring up the illustration that you had with the view corridors
Yep.
to the left and the right of Mr. Mitchell's
Yep.
property? So one thing that we keep talking about is the view corridor itself. From the preliminary pictures, actually, Peter, go down to the photo of the barn. One up.
What do you mean? I'm sorry.
One picture up. One photo
Oh, one
up. from the
picture up?
slide you
That's
were-
why they made
Yeah.
Pete Romano the boss, because he's not
Yeah.
good at doing the clerical work.
So if you look at the upper right-hand
I'm
corner
too
of
high
this,
level.
right, if you look at the upper right-hand corner of this picture, it kind of gives, to one of the commissioner's points, an aerial view doesn't tell the story, but this starts to tell the story. This is a historical photograph. We don't have the actual date of it, but you can see that there was, from that position, there was no view of Topping Pond. If Peter goes up to one more photo, this is the same. There's yet another layer of plantings, vegetation across the paddocks. Again, no view, considerable view of Topping Pond. If we go back down now to that view corridor, the Mitchells have opened all of this up. If you look at the Google stuff that Peter showed you, there was nothing from basically the start of that barn headed up Burying Hill Road. Now you're looking at the yellow area, which goes over a play surface and has a better view of Topping Pond from the scenic road that had ever been at the property before. So not only on top of everything else that we've complimented him for, whether it's the barn, the root cellar, the guest house, putting a new top on a silo, holding all of this, he's actually, as it sits right now, he actually has improved the scenic corridor from Burying Hill. Now that brings me to my next point. Are we really just not talking about how to screen a pool house that is being requested within the regulations from the scenic road? So instead of talking about the whole street, are we not talking about just a planting plan?
No,
to
we're
screen it?
not. We're not, because when I read you the 617, so this isn't just a zoning regulations. It's just, is it this high and this wide? It's also that when you have a special permit application, there's an extra layer of review, and the standards that I read you from that section of the regulations are you continuing what the neighborhood character is like? And because this is a scenic road, they overlap. So it's not screening the pool house. It is just, so now you're driving down Burying Hill and there's this new pool house, but you know what? It all looks super nice and it still looks bucolic. I can't think of another word. It has another building, but it still looks bucolic. Screened isn't necessarily the answer, but there is an answer, something like, a big oak tree.
Perhaps screened was the wrong word.
Exactly, yeah.
I was talking more about, large trees, natural, like in the photograph.
Yes.
At the beginning. But I think to what Peter's been asking for is, what are we being asked for? And I think that's part
And
of
we
the question.
don't know because we hadn't seen the photographs from when the application was approved and what it looks like now. And
Right.
it's a piece of research that should have been done by one of us in this Zoom, either the applicant or the commission. And here we
Mhm.
are doing it now because we tapped Dan Young to help us out. So if we get those photographs and we get a feel for it, we could put you then, what I'm suggesting is we put you on the next agenda and we then will know, everybody will know exactly what they're looking for. That's a happy landing.
Well, I would just add to that, if I may, that as Ms. Jenkins pointed out, we're looking at aerial photographs here. This photo, for example, shows this nice corridor off to the right. But it doesn't do justice to what it would look like at the street with this tall pool house in your way, looking out from the road. So I think if the applicant would be willing to try to provide us with a representation, as we discussed, somebody mentioned earlier, I think Mr. McRae, and we've done that with commercial buildings, I think, for sure, and maybe in other residential ones, to give us an idea of just actually what this would look like, the massing of the building and the height, and to get an appreciation for the obstructive view, if you will, or influence on the road and neighborhood, the neighbors.
That sounds fair.
Okay. Mr. Willett, you have your hand back up, or did you not take it down?
Did not put it down.
Okay. Yeah, normally I lower the commissions, but I don't always do it to everybody. Okay, so we're gonna try to, we don't want to stand in your way. We just want to find something that works and that people can enjoy. I mean, to give you an idea, y'all know this, the scenic roads. So there's this web page on Greenwich attractions, like things to do in Greenwich, and one of them is to drive our scenic roads. I know I do weird things late at night. So one of the things is scenic
You
roads.
should drive those roads during the day.
No, I surf at night, and I found there's this great
I
page
understand.
online of things you can do in Greenwich, and one of them is go drive all the scenic roads. Okay, and it lists all of our scenic roads, so you can spend an afternoon driving around and looking. So that's what you're looking for, is just something that isn't inconsistent with that. We can do that. How would you guys feel if we turn to public comment? The hands go up and down depending on how much we're arguing with each other. I know Elizabeth Grant has not lowered her hand, so I would call on her first. Is that okay? Okay. All right. So Elizabeth Grant, I am going to bring you in, and Mr. Pruner's hand has been up and down several times as well. Oh, Mr. Mitchell was going to speak. I'm sorry. Mr. Mitchell, did you want to speak?
Sure.
Hello, Mr. Mitchell. We think you're a
hello.
wonderful store owner.
Oh, thank you.
Elizabeth Grant, just hang tight because Mr. Mitchell's going to speak.
Well, that's my segue into I am the aesthetic police. So
Oh, good.
we've had a lot of fun with this property. I would say from day one, everything that we've done aesthetically has been in the spirit of preservation to the history of the property. It's a fantastic, structure of the barn. I think everything we've done has been with the utmost respect to what was there, and complements everything very well. As Chuck said, I do just want to echo, we have substantially, and this is, I've heard Mr. Pruner say this, enhanced the views and the vistas and the historic nature of that property since day one. And I can't tell you how many compliments and outright, thank yous we get from people driving by and stopping and, oh my God, we thought they were going to tear the barn down, and the new house is just outrageously cool and fitting, and you've got old versus new. We were acknowledged by Architectural Digest, and we get more compliments on the house than we do the barn. I mean, it really is a stunning, unique, cool property in its totality to drive by or ride your bike by or walk by. We get it all. It's one of those, streets on Sunday that everybody's doing their thing on. And we're more than happy to, the amount of new plantings that we've done is in the hundreds so far. So we're more than compliant and agreeable to do some big trees and
Great.
Work with the commission on
Wonderful.
what would be considered preserving of what was there historically. That's been our plan all along, but we wanted to get the house up and then versus committing to something on paper. But you can, if what it's going to take is my commitment to do something specific vegetation wise, my wife and I are all in. We love the property. We love the town of Greenwich. We're huge community people. You know, I had a nice conversation with Mr. Pruner yesterday for about 20 minutes. You know, our relationship is important to me. I'm in the relationship business. You know, and I do think, you know, I've been on this call since 4 o'clock, and this is really my first experience to a P and Z commission meeting, and you guys are great. I like the way you handle things.
You like the way we
So
don't like Hartford. So just as
yeah,
much as Mr. Romano is railing about us telling you what to
yeah,
do, yeah, we rail at Hartford for telling us what
and
to do.
yeah,
Okay.
and thank goodness you got a sense of humor, because I don't know how you could do this without a sense of humor. So I respect that.
Well, thank you. Okay, so you're willing to work with us. We're willing to work with you. We're trying to work with you. We can do this. I'm gonna go to Elizabeth Grant now, and then I think Mr. Pruner wanted to speak if he wants to raise his hand again. Ms. Grant, go ahead. Ms. Grant, you just remuted yourself. You were unmuted. Just go back to unmute. If you can unmute yourself, Ms. Grant. You were unmuted, and then just when I called on you, you muted yourself. All right. Okay, I'm gonna bring in Mr. Pruner while you work on that, okay? Mr. Pruner, I'm not
Okay, I
seeing
did
you.
it.
Oh, done. Okay, good. Go ahead, Ms. Grant. Good job.
Okay. So I'm married to Mark Pruner. We live directly across the street from Tyler Mitchell.
I will not make any jokes.
We have lived there for 70 years. Myself only 69 years. My mom and dad bought it in 1953. There has been a view of the lake always from our property. I mean, there has been vegetation, comes and goes. Mr. Mitchell and his wife have made it particularly beautiful down by the lake, but there has always been a view of the lake from the road. The trees that were there were mostly, the ones that have been removed were mostly large enough so that you had a view under the trees, through the trees. There is no view of the lake to the right of the Mitchell property. Bering Hill takes a dip down towards the stream, and the dam obscures your view. There is no view of the lake from the road on the right-hand side. And there never has been. On the left, if the pool house is built, again, it's very tall. It's only 85 feet away, would only be 85 feet away from the road. It would completely obscure the view of the pond within, it looked to me about, I'd say 10 feet. There's maybe a small gap between the pool house and the Mitchell's house. And then on the other side, where the parking lot tennis court is, there may be a small view there, but on the right-hand side, there is no view. So that's not true. Around the pond, the view of the pond that has always been the most visible is that one. To the left of the Mitchell's property is the Rusakoffs. When the Larneds lived there in 1994, the house was much smaller. There was a bit of a view of the pond around either side of the house, but there is none now because the house is much bigger. And they also planted a lot of evergreens in front of their house. There is no other view of the pond from Bering Hill except where the Mitchell's house is. I also applaud the Mitchells for all that they've done to preserve the barn and the little house. We were delighted that that was done. But now, to us, the prospect of a very tall building, which will completely obstruct the view of the pond, for us at least, is very upsetting. And I think from the road, there will be very little view of the pond.
Okay, thank you. Now, Ms. Grant, just so you know, case law does not protect private views. We can focus on the view from the road because it's a scenic road, and we can
Understood.
focus on the overall neighborhood. But a private view has not been upheld by case law. Now, that said, what we often get are concessions from neighbors who are building, but case law doesn't uphold it. You don't protect a private view. And I myself had my view obscured at one point, and it is what it is. Okay,
Yeah,
it is what
I
it is.
do
The law
understand.
is what it is. So
But I
just so you
think
know,
it will change the character of the neighborhood.
there you go. I hear you, and that's the question we're trying to address. All right. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
So I think that household has spoken. I think that's what happened. All right. So do we have a battle plan here? Right? We have a battle plan. The only thing is that it is, when's our next meeting, Patrick?
7th.
7th. Okay, so we're in good shape. Can we get him on the next agenda?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm hearing cooperation or at least an understanding of what the commission is looking for, so there shouldn't be.
Well,
an issue with-
and photographs, and then Mr. Mitchell sounds
Mm-hmm.
like he's totally on board. And if it's, as Mr. Willett pointed out, if it's trees, if it's just a softening, I think we can get there. So
the only question would be if the renderings or the visuals that I heard mentioned are needed, is that going to be enough time to get things beginning of next week to us so that we can talk about it? I mean,
guys,
What is your drop dead date?
we publish everything in the agenda on the Friday before the meeting, and those type of materials don't need to go to other related departments. So really, it would just be having staff have the opportunity to look at it. So Tuesday or Wednesday next week would probably be the ideal.
Ann Young, can you get, I just enabled you again. Ann Young, can you get some photographs to everybody soon? How soon?
I've already reached out, so yes, I'm on it. Can you hear me?
Awesome. Yes, you're great. Okay, so we could maybe have them by the end of the day tomorrow?
Don't know. It's
Okay.
today.
All right, let's give it a shot, you guys.
Absolutely.
We also are looking for these, as Patrick referred to them as these renderings, showing what it would look like at street level.
Right.
Patrick understands. And so that, I thought that's what you were referring to when you were saying materials.
Yeah, I'm not, I don't want to make the applicant, I don't want to push anybody into coming back with less than the best presentation that they want to make. So that's why I'm asking if that's acceptable. And if not, we certainly can do another meeting. You know, I'm not trying to rush people to come back to the commission if they need time to do the proper work. So
I will have them ready in a week.
Okay.
I think actually what I was suggesting about renderings was that it's basically indicating the outline and the height of the buildings on a photo. It doesn't have to be a photorealistic rendering. It's just looking like a massing thing, just so we get a sense of the height in comparison to the building, the view from vantage points, at street level, across the street on the other property owners' land, that kind of thing.
Right, but-
It's actually really, everybody wants to see how much of the building really obstructs them.
But Nick, not just sort of a dotted line across, but an actual
Yeah.
Opaque, if you will, without the detail of
silhouette.
windows, all the rest of it.
We will overachieve. We will be fine.
Yeah, I would just prefer not to
Oh,
have.
I got a job for you, my friend.
This is the punishment for doing good work, right? No, so I would just recommend not doing it from private property views unless it's from Mr. Mitchell's property, because again, that's not
Correct.
something we really could consider. So keeping it to the right of way or the property of subject is fine. And that thank you for doing that.
The road is good.
Weather permitting, I will go take pictures from several different angles and we'll see if we can get a more than an outline.
Don't
and
go
we can-
tomorrow morning. I'm getting like email blasts left and right about poor driving. So take it easy.
Sounds good. Well, then you got to give me another day.
Mother
We'll get
Nature
it-
is for no person. So
We'll get it done.
thank you.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you very much. Ann Young, thank you very much. Really appreciate the help.
Yay.
All right, Mr. Willett, I'm going. All right, thank you, Mr. Romano.
Thank
I'm,
you. Thanks.
thank you. Okay, all righty, so now we go to our next application, the Town of Greenwich for a zoning text amendment for electric vehicles consistent with the new state law. And on that will be Patrick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is the second reading, so to speak, that the commission's had, or the public as well, for this amendment. Just for way of background, it was state statute that prompted this. The town's regulation, just to be thorough, varies slightly from that, with requiring charging stations and not just infrastructure on parking lots that are new work that's going to be more than 30 spaces. We are also including municipal buildings, not just schools, and also private schools into the projects that would require EV charging stations. There was some formatting and version errors last time. I think we've incorporated all of those. The language in front of it, aside from any content issues, if there's any editorial, Scrivener error type things, just let us know and we can address that before it goes to post for if it gets voted on tonight. Any questions or any comments from the commission that I can address?
Mr. Wells?
Yeah, the other thing I'd add, thanks, Pat, excellent summary, is where we go beyond is not only new construction of schools, but also major renovation of public schools. Because as you know, some of the big school projects are going to be major renovations. That's it.
Okay. Any
Just
questions?
with the regulation and a procedural thing down the line, if we move on this, the 163C section, we can actually modify the number of stations to be installed. We would be expecting something from an applicant to ask for that, correct? We wouldn't actually just go ahead and do it. They need to actually reach out about that.
I think
That's how we would do it.
Yeah, I think you'd want to understand the reasons why they couldn't install all of them and what that is, and then let that be the merit to the discussion.
Right. Okay. So it's something from them, but no matter what, they have to put in 30 spaces, EV stations. They have to have the conduit and the capacity for 30 EV stations during construction. Okay,
I agree that, yeah, the infrastructure is there, which is also compliant with the state statutes, and that's what the state law is.
So they need to put in 3. If they have 30 spaces,
Then they need to put in 3.
3, and they need to have be what's it called? Ready. Ready. If they want to actually have those spaces operable, they have to be ready to be operable.
So the state statute requires the infrastructure. The town ordinance that we're looking at right now would require the stations unless there were mitigating circumstances as to why they couldn't put the actual charging units in.
And why is it that we're not letting market forces decide whether or not somebody thinks it's relevant for them to install?
Because the infrastructure has to go in by state law. It's not market.
Right.
We
So
can't.
I understand that, but why is it important?
If someone, the infrastructure?
No, to actually make them operable.
If someone says this is craziness, I refuse to make them operable, then we have discretion. But what we're saying is, since we have the option, we will ask for them to be operable, because right now in Greenwich, there's a shortage of them.
But I just want to make sure I understand. We can't force them to be operable, or is that the point? We say that we think they should be operable, and we want you to make them operable. But we ultimately, we're not saying you must install.
We don't think people are gonna
charging
have a
stations.
problem with it.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understood.
Arn, did you want to comment on that?
No, I think you answered it. You know, as we said before, there are 1,500 EV vehicles in town. We've already received
Just
letter from someone
Teslas.
who moved from, yeah, okay, just Teslas. Email from somebody in Old Greenwich saying, complaining about the lack of EV chargers. So I think we're anticipating the demand or meeting the demand.
We have a very high usage, Peter. I don't think that people are gonna push us back much on it.
Well, I think also, Peter, the redevelopment or the new building, if you're building a significant amount of parking, the project is of a significant size that this is probably something that's not going to be that egregious to do. You know, like you had mentioned, 30 spaces, it's three units. You know, the larger you get, the more. And again, the state is requiring it as well. So it's not, you know, I think there's an understanding that the scale of the project, you know, would probably accommodate these a lot easier. It's not, we're not requiring it for every 4 spaces in all situations, that kind of thing.
Well, you know, I understand the issue in New York City where it comes to the point where I've had to install these stations because regardless of whether people use them or not, I can say that I have them for use, and therefore it's valuable to the operation.
Interesting.
Okay.
So it's a marketing benefit. That's
Yes.
cool.
So, but I found that it wasn't important to install many of them because they are rarely used. So
yeah,
but that's beside the point. I don't mean to say that they will or won't be used. I think that what I've found is that if I were to meet what the city says should be done, I'd be spending tens of thousands of dollars on operable stations. So, but to their credit, they're allowing me to make the decision myself. And I found that by having some, I get over the hump and can make the claim that we do accommodate electric vehicles. So I'm just making the point.
Okay.
Well, Peter, can I ask you just one question, Peter?
Yes.
What percentage of the parking lot or whatever, wherever you're installing these, do you think you are putting those in? Do you think 10% or more, or, you know, what in your mind, have you done that math?
Well, it really has to do with the market forces and what the brokerage community and the real estate community are trying to figure out. So talking amongst the operators and brokers, there's a consensus that, you know, that you should have a few.
So you're looking at it again as a market or an amenity, a feature, and not so much as a demand thing.
Right, but what's interesting to me, even though we have plenty of electric vehicles on a daily basis come to a park, I'm not there on a daily basis, but my understanding is that the spaces are just not used because they're not there overnight.
Right.
And the spaces that we do have overnight, they use them occasionally.
Right. And that's a good segue to, you know, we've mentioned this before, but EV spaces are not dedicated for EV vehicles only. If there's parking, you know, if there's no parking and that's an open space, that you're absolutely allowed to park there. It's not a protected class, so to speak.
Right, and we have them right out in front, right where you first come in. those are where the EV stations are. So I'm just commenting on that.
Okay.
So
Anybody else want to comment? Does anybody from the public wish to comment on the EV, proposed EV regulation? Does anybody object to closing this application at this time?
Oh, I see a hand up, Madam Chair. I'm sorry.
It blinked and then it's
Oh,
gone.
As I
You know
just.
what?
went over-
Andreas had his hand up, but I don't know if it was for the EVs. Andreas, if you wanted to speak about the EVs, please raise your hand again.
I
Does
feel like I
any,
scared the
Ah.
public and
no, it goes up and down. Andreas, do you want to have your hand up or not? Make up your mind. Raise your hand. It's down.
how about we
Okay.
just, oh, okay. I'm
Oh,
just
this
gonna.
is bizarre. I'm just going to let him talk. Andreas,
Thank-
do you wish to talk about the EV regulations? He's gone again. There he is. Andreas, do you wish to talk about the EV regulations? And you need to unmute if you do.
Hi, how are you?
Hi.
I had my hand up the entire time, so something went wrong there.
Oh, no, you know what it is? We don't, there's a moment when we look at who from the public has their hand up and I don't look in the meantime because it gets distracting. I got to focus on these guys. Okay, so
I'm
you
sorry.
wanted to talk. Hello, Andreas.
I'm here. Thank you, commissioners. I think it's fantastic that you're enacting these green regulations. As we know, we are very committed to sustainable architecture. I just wanted to give you some pointers to the language of the regulation, especially item number C. It says EV parking spaces shall be for public use. Now, how's that work for like an office building like ours? Is public use meant I need to have the minimum quantity plus EV chargers because
No, what we're doing is if you have 30 parking spaces, you have to have 3 with EV. If somebody comes and is not an EV user, that's just the way it goes because there's not enough parking in Greenwich for us to designate them. You can only park here for EV. We went through that and I mean, you can only park here if you're driving an electric vehicle because we're too tight on the avenue, for example, and in other places for parking. I don't know how tight your building is. I think you always have spaces in your building every time I drive by it, but you wouldn't want to be full. So what we're saying is, hey, it's first come, first serve. You have an EV and a regular car parks in that the only EV spot there, it's the way it goes.
actually, I'm asking a different question.
Oh, I'm sorry. And I
No,
gave
no,
you
no,
that
it's
big long
fine,
answer.
perfectly
Sorry.
fine. I would like to, you say public use. Now, our parking lot is private. So does that mean anybody from any place can kind of like just park because it's public use? Now, again, I'm just asking you because this is the first time I'm reading it. And I
No.
think it's important to clarify that for whoever reads this for the first time, you've had a long time discussing this internally.
Okay,
You
this-
should basically clarify it's in addition or it's not, it's part of the parking.
Arn, you want to go ahead and answer Mr. Streisman? The quick answer is no, we don't mean Joe Blow who would never go to Granoff gets to park there now because it's got an EV.
No, it's true. And we also had the question come up on faculty housing that if, faculty parking for schools, that if it's designated for faculty housing, just because there's an EV charger in there doesn't mean anyone can park there. If there are existing restrictions on the parking lot, they prevail, they dominate. We're just saying in any parking lot, public or private, if you've got new construction, you have to have a minimum number of EV charging stations. The use of public is, anyone who's authorized to park there can park there.
I think the intention is that it's for.
I'm trying to say the language needs to be a little more specific because it includes multifamily, it includes office buildings, but you're saying public use. Now most in our building has all dedicated parking spaces.
Yeah.
We are wondering how we have more requests for EV chargers and we're trying to basically accommodate requests.
Okay, Mr. Streisman, from what I remember, that is the way the state law is worded. And so we use the wording from the state law. We can look it up before we make a decision. But as I remember, that's how the state law, Arn, do you remember?
I don't, that specific question.
Okay, I'll look it up while we're still here tonight, and we won't do anything if we don't have an answer on it. But I see your point. You're at Grand Oak Architects and you don't want me to show up from 4 Osceola Drive and take up one of your parking spaces and charge my car because I'm not a Grand Oak client. I get that.
Not only that, but it's also a question for multifamily projects. We do plenty of those.
Yep.
And we need to understand whether we need to add them to our account, meaning there's
No,
3 more.
no.
But again, it doesn't really say that. It says for the public.
There,
Even-
I can't help, on the 10% requirement, it is straight out of the state law. So where it says 10% of the parking must be for EV, must have an EV availability, that's just the way it's written. So don't add it, but it's just the way the state law is written. That I'm sure of, because I remember seeing the wording.
But can you strike that for the public?
Let me look at
public
the state
use?
law. I can't
Well,
strike
we want
something.
to, well, we're gonna make sure that we're not going below the minimum. If the state statute says public, I don't think we can go.
Exactly. So I'm gonna look up at the state statute before we're done tonight, and we'll use whatever wording they have. But I believe that that's their wording and we can't take it out then.
I hear you. So basically, it's going to be one of those things that is the understanding that is all part of the parking count.
You
So-
don't have a, yeah, and you don't have a big sign on your property that says the public is welcome to come and charge it. I mean, you're not gonna do that, right?
Absolutely not. It's more a question for future, meaning when
Yes,
we are
I got it.
presenting multifamily projects,
Okay,
do we have to add 3 more or 20 more parking spaces open, not assigned because it's for the public?
no.
No,
Okay.
that's
Again,
not
but
the
it's not
intention. Yeah,
clear.
right.
All right, I'm
But
gonna
all
look it
saying
up.
is I prefer that to somehow be explained to anybody that reads the zoning code, which it's not totally clear. That's all. And then
Got it.
I rest my case.
Yeah, okay, no, I totally got it. I think it's, it's funny because it's a great point and none of us had really talked about it. But I think we've been reading the state language for so long that we haven't. So I will look it up and I will make sure that what is in there. It'll take me a minute. It's a very long bill.
Okay, much appreciated.
Okay,
Thank you for your time.
okay, thank you, Mr. Streisand. All right, so with that, folks, do we have any other comment from the public on this application? No. All right. Let's not close this just now. We will check the language before the end of the night and then we can close it and vote on it. Okay? Is that all right, Patrick?
Absolutely. I mean, the meeting
Okay.
is.
Okay, so we can close it after the public hearing is over?
Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry. The next item is
Discussion item.
yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, hold on. Why is? All right. I don't think I can find the language that fast.
I'm looking for it.
Yeah.
We're all looking for it. Sorry, folks.
Yeah, can we do like a control F? Like help skim through it?
Yeah, that's what well, it's,
Okay.
yes, that's what I'm doing right now.
Okay, just making sure we all have the same strategy.
You know how many times that word is in here?
Yeah.
Oh, public. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All right, we should have started at the bottom. I'm not seeing it. Well, keep going.
You mean the context?
Yeah, I'm just gonna scroll. I'm gonna do it the old fashioned way.
Yeah, I think I got this from the Westcog submission where they gave language. It was either that or our former colleague at Middletown. These are basically general descriptions. So we could ask a sentence.
Can't you add a sentence that says this
That's right.
regulation does not apply to private restricted parking lots?
Well, it does apply though. I mean, that's the thing.
Wow.
You have
The-
to have the
the-
parking. You just don't let
Yeah.
in Joe Blow.
Right.
The sentence then wouldn't the sentence be added that says that that EV parking spots are not for the exclusive use required for EV vehicles, something like that?
No,
Yeah,
no,
that's-
what Mr. Streseman's problem is different. What he didn't want, he was okay with that part. What he was asking us when we said it was for the use of the general public, what he didn't want was for somebody who isn't a client of his firm to show up, park on their lot and charge their
Alright, so
vehicle.
any member of the public otherwise authorized.
That's the
to
problem
park-
with the language, and we've got to see,
My bad.
that's okay, you missed it.
Well, that'll teach me to open my mouth.
That,
Well, you could say something like, while EV parking spaces shall be for public use, they will not override parking restrictions imposed by private owners.
Can't do it.
I think the way to say it is that the parking is part of the use, and the property owner, has the right to those spaces. It's not, it's related to the tenant and not the the property owner, and not the public as in public parking. I'm struggling to come up with a good word here. I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah.
it was before all the bylaws on the rentals,
How about
right?
EV
Well-
parking spaces shall be used or shall be for occupants of the site,
Authorized occupants.
authorized occupant of the site? So that
No,
way, as you were saying, Joe Blow, who has no either tenancy or used to be reason to be on the site, can't just jump in and plug in. They have to
If
actually
it's-
be
if
part and
it's a-
parcel to the site.
If you say it's a private lot, I mean, which part did they not understand about the word private?
Yeah.
The fact that it says public.
Well, why don't we just strike that first phrase and be silent on it and just say EV parking spaces shall have a sufficient number of ADA compliant EV spaces?
There it is. That works for me. Because
Otherwise,
right,
it's
right
confusing.
now, if you have a lot that's adjacent to a building, unless you're monitoring the lot, anybody can go and park there physically. You have to run out and, say, hey, you can't park here. So if we just say that and it's not public, private, whatever, it's just you have to have them. It's up to the property owner to police their own parking spaces.
Yeah, and we need the rest. We need the ADA stuff and we need the ability of planning and zoning to, scale up or scale down, but we don't need that first phrase. I don't think it adds anything. I think it just adds confusion, and to explain it, it's going to add more confusion.
Okay, I still haven't found where it is.
I don't think it's in there because I think I either got it from West Cog or Middletown.
Yeah, I think
I wordsmithed it from the materials that I got from, there were language from all over the country, and I took what I thought was the best.
Okay, all right.
But
Okay,
one,
so-
yeah, let's just get rid of shall be for public use.
Okay, now is that called a wordsmithing change or did we change
absolutely.
it?
Well, deletion is always a reduction in the content, so that's okay.
Okie dokie, so we've got something, does anybody object to closing this item at this time?
No.
No.
Okie dokie, this item is hereby closed. Mr. Bazili, you can go home now. You have to say goodbye to us, though.
Goodbye.
Forced pleasantries are always so nice.
All righty,
Oh, Rich.
Rich is there.
John,
And
do
I
you want,
guess-
sorry, Mr. Tessie, would you like Eric or Stephen involved or not?
Stephen particularly.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Tessie.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I'm going to turn off.
Okie doke, Mr. McRae's recused from this application. We don't seat for discussion items, but we have Mr. Barilak will talk for Mr. McRae. Oh, no.
No, Mr. Barilak will.
I don't
talk.
think it matters. Everybody can talk.
All right, everybody can talk. All right, so we don't seat, so we're at a
So,
discussion
and Mr.
item.
And
Hello,
Mr.
Mr.
Shachter
Shachter.
and Mr. Granoff.
Hello,
Oh, there
Mr.
he is.
Shachter,
I
how
see
are
him.
you? And hello, Mr. Granoff, how are you?
Excellent, thank you. Good evening.
Okay,
Yeah.
so folks, our next item is the Mill Owners Company LLC for a pre-application review. This is at 6 and 10 Glenville Street, and the proposal is to construct a 2.5-story residential building with 16 rental units and 18 parking spaces, as well as the conversion of 15 existing parking spaces to green area.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pat, could you put up the architectural deck or allow Rich to put it up?
Be great if I can.
Oh, you're muted, Pat.
If you want to do that, Rich, that's fine. I'll blink your co-host.
Okay. While that's happening, thank you very much. We're here to just give you a relatively brief presentation of what Mr. Shachter, Mr. Schwartz have in mind for their mill campus. There you go. And without much ado, I think we're best served at this point to have Steve Shachter provide a presentation as a verbal presentation as Rich follows along with the graphic presentation. Then we can address some of the points that were raised or all the points that we heard yesterday's briefing. Steve?
Good evening. As you know from our pre-application, Eric Schwartz and I came before you a little less than 4 years ago. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Seeking your approval to convert the 2 largest of the 5 buildings at the mill from office to residential. We didn't propose any additional lot coverage at that time. Everything you approved was within the existing building envelopes. And to refresh your recollections, the mill sits on a nearly 9-acre tract bisected by the Byram River and highlighted by a magnificent waterfall and 2 restored 19th century buildings. And as part of that repurposing that you approved, we redid all the site lighting, site signage, landscaping, and hardscaping on the entire property. Most onlookers have expressed appreciation for what we did. We come before you tonight to begin a new chapter in the redevelopment of the mill, the first ground-up construction in over 40 years. Based on the demand we've seen for the 59 apartments we built in 2 buildings, yes, we built fewer than you originally approved. And based on the waiting list for those apartments, we see an unsatisfied demand for additional apartments on this unique property. To be sure, we are seeking approvals for far fewer apartments than our unused FAR and lot coverage might allow, not to mention a fraction of what an application under 830G might yield. Specifically, our current lot coverage of 38.6% would be increased to only 42% by this project in a zone that allows 75%. Rich, I'm going to come back to that one a little later. You can go back to the pretty picture. The reason for this restraint is quite simple. No one has a greater stake in the Glenville streetscape bordering our property and the traffic flow within it than we. No one has a greater stake in avoiding any diminution in value of what already exists by compromising aesthetics in favor of additional development dollars. With that in mind, Eric and I asked our architects, Granoff, to design a 2.5-story residential building that recalls and complements the century-old building already on the parcel, the building that we have always referred to somewhat euphemistically as the mansion. The mansion was originally built to house business people visiting the American Felt Company, meaning it was built as a residential property. We considered moving the mansion, and we even considered removing it entirely. It has no historic designation, in each case to allow for a larger new building. We opted to keep it exactly where it is and where we and our neighbors are accustomed to seeing it. A word about our neighbors. Eric and I have been working over the last several years with both the town and with local groups to improve the Glenville Street, Glenville Road corridor. Our hope was and is to improve the street lighting and landscaping with private input and capital to piggyback on the traffic measures and improvements contemplated by the town. We've committed and pledged our resources, both human and financial, to this effort, and in doing so, established, we'd like to think, a good working relationship with others involved in this effort. As a courtesy to those others involved in this effort, the ones that we work with most closely, Eric and I met with them to share our pre-application in advance of filing it. They acknowledged that it was relatively modest in scale and an attractive addition to the corridor. We similarly met with the president of River Run, our neighbor that will be most impacted by a new project on the property through which they have an easement for ingress and egress. In both cases, it was important to us to demonstrate a sense of responsibility to those with whom we share our property and our neighborhood. We're aware that the town would probably like to see affordably and/or moderately priced units included in our application. We've considered doing so and have concluded that in consciously undersizing the project for the sake of both the property and the neighborhood, we've necessarily sacrificed affordability for aesthetics. As noted already, we could surely seek approvals for a significantly larger building with an affordable component subsidized by the added bulk and scale. Most other developers in our position would surely have done so. We believe we've made the right choice for us and our neighbors in not taking that route. One final word about the neighborhood. Residents of and visitors to Glenville can't help but appreciate the front lawn on the north side of our property. Rich, now we get that one.
Okay.
It evokes a quieter time in Glenville's past. Our application includes an important graphic, here you go, showing that our proposed building would reduce the pervious portion of the parcel on which it's sited, meaning that front lawn, from 74% to 59%, a reduction of 20% of green space visible from Glenville Street. We accomplished this both by keeping the footprint as small as we did and by placing that footprint to a large degree where we currently have surface parking. Unless you prefer otherwise, we'll spare you bedroom counts and parking details that are all discussed in our application and with which we believe we are in compliance. If you'd like, Rich Granoff can quickly walk you through the architectural slides and our green space graphic. Otherwise, we'd be happy to move on and simply answer any questions you might have about our application. Thank you.
Mr. Schachter, when, we're going to start asking you for, what to do when you come in with the application. Is there a way that you can do what it's going to look like next to the Victorian house so we can assess how it will work together? Is there
Sure.
any way that you can, I'm sure Mr. Granoff has
Yeah,
lots
of
of
course.
comments.
You're talking about
Of course, we
the
can do
actual
that,
application.
that view, no problem.
I mean, I think with this picture, if we all print it and then go up and walk around, we're going to have a really good idea, but it would be helpful to us if we could look at them together. And I think the HDC will probably ask you for the same thing.
For sure.
Okay, commissioners, questions, comments. I know There were some yesterday, so folks,
Well, I'll just go.
By the way, before you open it up to questions,
yes, sir.
it's only appropriate to note that we have 4 EV chargers in each of our garages and plan on putting 4 into the new one.
I knew you would, and that's
we
why.
will, and we will absolutely not allow the public in, no matter what you write in this reg.
No, we took it out. It's funny because we just never focused, and it was good to have one of the Granoff people, to have Mr. Streisman say to us, wait. So it says, yeah, we got that. So yeah, you're not gonna let the public in. The idea is that it's for the users of the lot, not
Right,
for,
right.
and that in some
Yes.
cases, that may be the general public. Okay, coming back to this. So before we go to questions, you said you're gonna have, and there's demand. We keep citing the number of Teslas because it's the only thing the tax assessor could give us, but that's a lot of Teslas in this town. When you think about the value of them. Commissioners, questions, comments?
Yes, maybe you could comment a little bit on specifically the traffic and any mitigation things that you've done in particular, because I think that would be good. The other thing is, I was just wondering if Richard could just comment on the siting of these new buildings and what was the thinking behind, moving it to the corner, and how did that all work out?
You want me to go first on the siting, and then Steve, you can go talk about the traffic?
Sure.
Okay. Let's see. Sorry. Let's go one more. Yeah, I think this is good. So as Steve mentioned, we spent about a year doing a series of studies for basically this entire site. And we started with leaving the mansion where it is and adding on to it. And we had a scheme that was, you see my mouse, by the way?
Yes.
Yes, we see it.
So the first scheme, we left the mansion and we basically had a long building here and try to leave as much of the front lawn as we could. That scheme had problems because it's actually a topographically challenged site, believe it or not. There's a lot of slope and it really wasn't working. So then we had a whole series of studies that we did and design work that we did, including, as Steve mentioned, relocating this building and the mansion, and also demolishing the mansion, at which point we had a much larger project. And I think Steve and Eric are the only clients I've had in the history of Granoff Architects in 33 years that said it's too big. We don't want to do that to the community. And that's the truth. So ultimately, what we came up with respects the front lawn of the mansion building. And what we're trying to do here is break this building into really 2 pieces to reduce the scale. So there's the mansion at one end, there's a middle building, and then there's the kind of the L piece off this middle building. And we all felt, after looking and studying this, that the 3 different kind of buildings and masses brought down the scale from the street on the project and still preserves much of this open lawn. And remember, the street is here, so this is still all open lawn, all of this, and this whole area here is still open lawn. So as one of the slides shows, we're actually protecting open space. I think I answered your question, Mr. Levy.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mary, you had a question yesterday.
Yes, I think the discussion yesterday.
Steve could just, pardon me, if Steve could just
Wait a second.
give us a little
I'm sorry.
background on the.
I'm sorry, Mr. Levy, I don't know how that happened, but you just talked over Mary Jenkins. Hang on a second and she'll finish, and then Mary, go ahead.
Steve, I had 2 questions. I just wanted to get.
Oh, okay, go ahead, do your second one. Go ahead.
The second question had to do with traffic. I mean, we would expect for the formal application, we will have to do a traffic study.
Right.
We would expect that the addition of 16 apartments will have minimal impact on the traffic.
Mhm.
Particularly, we've found that the demographic attracted by the apartments we've built are multiple homeowners. And it's rare that everybody's in the in Greenwich at the same time. They have summer homes, they have winter homes, 2 and 3 and even more in some cases. Not everybody, some of them are there year round. But the occupancy, even at 100%, is very very comfortable in terms of the number of cars actually going in and out of the property on a daily basis.
Mhm. Okay. I think that Mr. Levy might have, Mr. Levy, were you asking about what they did in the past regarding traffic? Was that part of your question?
Yes.
Yeah, so it was the town. So just to clarify, DPW was doing, you came to a couple of the meetings. DPW was doing a loan, had gotten a grant. CMAC is what it's called, and they had gotten a grant to do improvements in the Glenville corridor. And we gathered a whole bunch of people from Glenville. DPW was going to do the traffic improvements, and the mill people, the mill guys, as we so fondly called them at the meetings, pitched in and helped with the lighting to go to do lighting that's consistent with the historic district. So what they were working on was, as long as DPW was doing traffic improvement, what the mill guys did was add aesthetics and pitch in with the enhancement to downtown Glenville. They didn't do the traffic. Does that make sense? Mr. Levy? Oh, you're muted. That's why I can't hear if it makes sense. Mr. Levy, you're okay.
Yes, thank you. Okay.
So they didn't do traffic improvement. What they did is, we had this big task force, and then we went to the BET, and if the BET gave money, there was going to be matching money, and that's what happened there. So the takeaway from that is that they were committed to the historic district, and they were committed to enhancing the attractiveness of downtown Glenville, and they have been committed to Glenville and to its beautification. Okay.
I mean, to be fair, nobody benefits from Glenville's beautification more than we do.
Yeah, I was figuring that
It's
when I
it's
recruited
hardly our
you.
greatest act of philanthropy.
No, I know that, but we still appreciated there are people who benefit from beautification in a downtown and still don't participate. So
Yes, I
we were glad
approached
to.
several of them to try to join in
Yes.
with us.
Okay, there's the picture of the mansion. Can you go back to it? Did I see that?
I had it up before.
All right, okay. Yeah, I had it on my little screen and I couldn't see it. Okay, so if you can take this down for a second, and then so we can all see each other, and then we'll make some comments. I think the commission doesn't, I've got some guidance comments, as you can imagine. We would want you to go to the HDC. Y'all know that. And we actually prevailed on HDC staff to remain with us tonight, which she has done. So she, Ann Young, is observing, and we could actually, if she wants to comment as a member of the public, we could ask her. But so that's the first thing, that we would want you to go to HDC, because Glenville, as you guys know, is trying very hard to enhance its village. The second thing, you heard me say it in the briefing, is there any chance you could give us something below market in the units? And I'm not using the capital A word, I'm just asking for something below market. And you don't have to say answer now, but would you consider it? You know, my favorite affordable housing place is the one on Byram Shore Road in town. Where's, oh, Eric's not in. Okay, so you,
Eric's actually listening.
okay, Eric knows that's my
You-
favorite.
you-
Whenever
you-
I
You're
show
talking about
people
Delavan, you're talking about Delavan Avenue.
No,
No, Greenwich Shore
Fire
Apartments,
Shore.
like Greenwich
Oh,
Shore.
Greenwich Shore Apartment.
another
Yeah.
Granite Architects project.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that is my, every time someone's, I show someone affordable housing in Greenwich, I show them that picture.
Right.
I loved, and it's in the POCD. So we know we know that you guys have a commitment to affordability. Don't answer us now. It doesn't have to be state median income. We would just love to see something below market. We're just trying to increase, housing options and price ranges. And so that's my main two pieces of feedback are HDC, is it consistent with Glenville? I don't think you're going to have a big, huge problem with the traffic because it is a relatively small scale development. And then would you consider something below market, a unit below market? Obviously, we would be incredibly pleased if we had an 830G counting unit, but that's at 80% of state median income. So that may be a stretch for you guys without that many units. Is there something you could throw in there? And you're not required to. We're very clear. Patrick went over this with us that as the regs are written, you can do this under the HO and you don't need to do affordability per 6110. Okay, Patrick, sorry, Arn, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I can't tell from the FIBA flood maps, but is part of your property in a flood zone? And if it is, are you going to be building in there and you're going to take that into account?
We're not
Number-
building in a flood zone.
Okay, is there any flooding on any part of your property on that side of the river?
Has there ever, have we ever?
No, there's something called
Nowhere,
the FEMA
nowhere
flood
near where
zone.
this building is gonna be.
Okay. And then the second question is, do you own the dam that's there?
I hope so. We've spent a lot of money inspecting it every 2 years and doing
Okay.
whatever the engineers tell us we have to do.
No.
And they're all happy with it, right?
I think, Mr. Wells, we have to understand is actually the river that runs through the mill is owned, that portion of the river is actually owned by the owners of the mill. So they're not separate parcels. This is one zoning parcel. There isn't a property line at the edge of the river or even in the middle of the river. It's all one parcel. And it's always been
Okay.
treated that way by the zoning commission from the beginning of the mill development 40 some odd years ago.
Okay, well, my interest was in, it sounds like the dam's been inspected every 2 years and it's in good shape. That's the question.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that's a big, we had an application recently. Patrick, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess this is probably a question for Steve or Mr. Tessie. The HO, is it a preservation easement? Is it the whole property? What's the decision on what was the coverage on that?
Well, the HO declaration
What
is
happened, Mr.
obviously a record.
John,
We have
John, you
the
froze.
HO designation. What I do.
No,
You muted yourself. You're good.
No, your feed froze for a second, so you.
Oh.
Finish- Start at the beginning.
Okay.
Mr. Tessie.
There's an HO declaration on file in the Greenwich land records. So the entire property was designated HO. In terms of individual buildings, in terms of preservation, it's interesting that what was called the 1881 building is specifically called out, as is the railroad building, what we call the railroad building. Those are both on the east side of the river. The mansion building was not called out specifically in terms of preservation. And then the new building that was built it's called the 1981 building, right?
Yes.
Where there was a conversion from office space to residential. That wasn't given any designation because it was new. So that, so we have the overlay of the zone, and then you have preservation provisions in the declaration relating to specifically to the railroad building, we'll call the railroad building along the street, along Pembroke Road, and the 1881 building, which was the building on that side that was entirely converted from office space, that side meaning the east side, and along the river from office space to residential. And we can certainly resubmit that as part of the application, that declaration.
Yeah, you're well aware, but sometimes the method of the HO is specific to the preservation easements and the facades. Sometimes it's just all encompassing. So I just wanted to make sure that we're aware of what the scope of that is. So
What the parameters were, right? I mean, there's nothing in the declaration, for instance, to preserve any portion of the land as, say, open space where we're building now. I think we have to remember too, that was a long time ago. And you've changed the HO zone bit over the years and have refined certain aspects.
I was going to ask about that. When we changed the HO, the new HO regulation applies to you, even though you got the HO back then?
Well, you have the HO in terms of the zone itself change. That's a zone designation.
No, but what I'm saying is
number one. Number two is-
we
go ahead.
changed the HO language to give a
Yeah.
bigger bonus.
Right.
So that bigger bonus accrues to you even though you already had the HO?
I
That's your
believe that's a legal point. My legal opinion is because it's not unlike changing the zone, changing the RA1 zone parameters, changing any zone category once overlaid onto a property, whether directly or through an overlay, that those zoning regulations prevail if you happen to not being in compliance with the current regulations, then you're legally non-conforming in those
Non-conforming, but
regards.
you're saying you can now go to the incentives with the change, you can go to the incentives of the new HO.
Yeah,
Even
we
though
don't-
you already created an HO. So the legal question for me, Patrick, would be, how did we word the HO? And do you only get incentives when you create a new HO, or do they apply to a pre-existing HO?
I
And you-
would, yeah, I would say it in this way when I'm thinking about it. There's the decision that was made at the time, and then there's the current regulation.
Right.
So where those diverge, as Mr. Tessie mentioned, if it's the prior regulations that were more generous in any prior decision, I should say,
Right.
generous anyway, that would be protecting those things that aren't changing, and then the new regulation would apply. If the new regulation is more generous, then then everything's fair game underneath it, because you're not doing anything that's against the zoning regulations. So
Yeah, that's because there's a difference between the site plan approval, special permit, those are approvals. And then the zone, it's the change of the category to, in this case, an LBHO. Interestingly, the only real incentives, essentially the only real incentives from the original approval, really from my perspective, was to allow for that much office space, on the property. Because you were allowed, you were limited to, I believe, at the time to either, a category for 7,000 square, I believe it was 7,000 square feet. So that allowed it to go up to the amount of floor area for office space that existed. And ironically, we brought a lot of that office space down now. So by going with the residential uses. So I'm not sure if there are any really HO benefits left over from the original approvals. We're under the FAR of the LB zone. We're under the coverage, lot coverage. We're under building coverage. It's quite interesting.
Right.
Okay,
I'll just add to that, Madam Chair. I'll just to finish my thought was that if there's anything specific in the decision that precluded any of these buildings from being modified, that would also probably be still the standing order. And then, you know, the commission would have to either agree to make those modifications under the current zoning regs or stick to the prior decision,
Yeah.
so.
Well, we'll get it to you. Now, we did review them before we undertook this.
But you
effort.
cannot change, the mansion has to stand, correct?
There's nothing in that approval that states that the mansion has to stand. I don't know
Well-
why. I didn't do the zoning back then. If I did, I wouldn't remember. But but we'll get it to you. We're
Okay,
obviously
yeah,
gonna-
I think,
we're gonna-
or we should dig it out. I mean, we should have dug it out. Maybe we don't usually get material out for a discussion
no,
item, but
it's-
in
it's fine.
in this case, we really should take a look at the language for both questions. And the other one was, so as you go forward with this, you're putting a question forward as well, which is, will you now create protection for the mansion?
Well, that's gonna be for you to decide.
Well, if we asked you to protect the mansion in the course of this proposal. So
Well,
you get
Obviously,
your,
I'm not the property owner, it's Stephen, but given
Yep,
the application.
I'm looking at him, not you.
Disappointing.
And the reason we have John here, I handle the softballs. The tough questions, John does.
Oh,
Well,
that
look, the
what they taught
logic is
you?
look, irrespective of whether it's preserved or not, Eric and Steve make, forever as opposed to,
Well, I would expect that
just
one of
saying
the,
that.
yeah,
Well, I just want to
HDC,
finish and just,
Yeah.
all I'm saying is that you make your decisions under special permit rules. The logic is of this application as well articulated by Steve verbally and as articulated from an architectural sense by Rich, is that there's a complement here. This project is designed basically to preserve the mansion building at the end of the day. There's no reason for it to be knocked down between now and the foreseeable future, probably our generation. Whether Stephen and Eric think it's prudent to agree to preserve it in perpetuity, that's something they can consider.
That's a not insignificant undertaking.
yeah, I know that.
It's a wood frame building, and we've given it tender loving care over the years, but that's a big undertaking to promise that it'll never fall down.
But I will tell you guys honestly, it's kind of a cake and eat it too situation, because you're developing the lot some more and you're saying we can do this because it's an HO, but we might not want to keep the building. Now, I get the fact that you don't have, that apparently we don't have language protecting the building. But if, for example, the building came down and all we had was your new development, there's no HO anymore. There's no historic anything. The HO's dead. So if what you're purporting to do is to use the density bonus that you get under the HO, then it would make sense that you protect the building.
But it's not a density, sorry, just to be clear, remember, and just for informational purposes, there's no density bonus. This isn't a residential zone, it's a commercial zone. So the regular rules apply, which, as you know, we don't have density requirements now in any of the commercial zones. Except maybe now you created one for the BEX, I don't know, or you're going to.
Yeah, we're getting there.
But other than that, I'll call the regular zones, usual suspects, you don't deal with density.
Okay,
deal with
so
all
where
the other
you're
parameters.
going with this is you're saying, oh, by the way, this is an HO, but the building might go away. We don't know.
I don't think they focused in on it. They specifically said they worked around the building. So,
All right, Mr. Schechter, you know where I stand. I'm looking for protection of the building.
You want affordability, and you want protection of a very old building.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're not
and-
giving affordability.
And we don't have, yes, and we don't have either one of those. My guess is HDC is going to be asking you for the same thing. They're going to be looking for protection of the building. We're sending you to them for review of this because you have an HO on the site and we want it to be consistent with a historic building that you may or may not keep? Okay, so
Well, it's a
there you
step
go.
process. Mary's here. Obviously, she heard you loud and clear.
No, this is Ann. Mary is in
I'm not
Westport.
Mary, I'm sorry, Manny.
Yeah, Mary Young
Funny, I talked
left,
to
not
Mary a few
Greenwich
months ago.
anymore.
I know.
I mean,
And neither's Larry Bradley,
the
sadly.
reality is that if we built the building that's under discussion,
It's got to
there
match the
there
mansion.
wouldn't be much that we could do with the footprint of the mansion.
Right,
We're kind of boxing it in.
right.
I said earlier, right.
So
was your
why
choice.
not? So think about it, you guys. You got it right there. The HO. Consider below market. In all honesty, I'm going to take a stab. Bob Barilek probably doesn't know this about Glenville, but I believe that we do, several of us in this room, in this Zoom. My guess is that Glenville is going to care more about protecting its historic buildings than about us eking out an affordable from you or a below market. It would be great if you could do both, but my sense is that in this case, and we'll see how it plays out, that preserving the historic nature of the building will be more important because those are disappearing.
The one across the street from us is about to come down.
Yeah. So I leave you with a question. That's obviously you can be compliant with the regulations and not do any of that, but those are the big questions. Folks, any other comments on this? I think we've hit they're all shaking their heads. Arn?
Well, just who's in the mansion now? I mean, could you make some of those apartments affordable? I don't know.
We
I'm just throwing it
actually
out.
looked at making the mansion residential, and it doesn't lend itself to it because of its age.
Yeah.
And creakiness. We have a tenant in it now, signed a lease last fall.
It's
Thank
an
you.
office building. It was approved as an office building, Mr. Wells. That's what
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think we've told you the things that, we're reading you the POCD. It has two things. And as you know, I don't have to tell you this for the millionth time, the POCD has guiding principles. And the first one is to preserve community character and the historic nature. So my guess is we would end up prioritizing that, but the next set of objectives includes creating housing options. You are doing that by adding apartments, but on the other hand, wow, wouldn't it be great to have below market?
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else that people want to add? We know it's no flood zone. Okay, everybody talked out? Hey, and it's
Never.
only 10 o'clock.
Six,
All right.
Open to the
okay.
public, Madam Chair. Did you want public comment?
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. We don't have very many people left. Does anybody from the public wish to speak on this application? This is in Glenville.
Of course they do.
No, most everybody has left. We're down to 15 people and some of them aren't here. Anybody from the public wish to speak on the Glenville application, the pre-app? Nope. Most of these people forget to leave the Zoom when they turn off their computers. I've noticed.
Are we
Yeah.
alleging that there's ghost attendance? Is that-
Yes, yes. I know who forgets to check out of the Zoom. I know that they're not there anymore a lot of times because. Okay, so I think we've given you the questions. Patrick, we'll need to dig out all the HO because we could feed some guidance in through you once we've seen the HO approval and all the documentation for it.
Okay.
Yeah, and my point of bringing it up, Madam Chair, is that this is
Thank you.
It's an old decision, and was done with a different thought, because the regulation was different. So, and Mr. Tessie's already said he'll give us the full background. So, we'll do our research too.
Yeah, we've done the research along the way, the various recent applications, recent meaning over 10 years. So we're happy to work with you, Pat.
Thank you.
Work with you and Jacqueline the team.
So what would be helpful as well, I can ask Patrick this, since Ann Young from the HDC so kindly gave up her time tonight, could you also circulate the material to her that you get regarding the original HO in case she doesn't have it? Pat?
Asking me, yes, absolutely.
I didn't know who she was, I didn't know. who
Well,
you-
could somebody just keep her in the loop? Because
Yeah,
my
absolutely.
guess is,
Yeah.
you know, they're just trying to make a historic property. One of our applications tonight was considering that a discussion item
Mhm.
tonight. You heard it. We're fighting for every historic property right now. So
Is there any issue with the commission to let the applicant go to the HTC prior to coming back with any site plan application?
I
I-
would be interested in seeing the HO documents before I answer that question. Is
Okay.
that okay?
I think it may be normal protocol though with an HO zone, isn't it? For us to, for you to get the recommendations.
Well, the problem is, Mr.
HCC?
Tessie, you haven't told me that you guys haven't said that the building's gonna be there. So I don't
That's
even
not the
know,
point. The point is it's an H, I think I'll have to check the current regulation.
you're not
it's an
doing
H-
a new HO, you're doing an existing HO on which they would have to sign off. But do you have an existing HO if you suddenly decide to take the building down? That's the thing I don't know. So I'd like to know more about that. And
No,
then,
we're not proposing, the application is not proposing to take that. Let's be clear, we're not proposing to take that building down. The site
But you
plan
might.
application is for the new building. The question you had was whether or not as part of the zoning, I thought, as part of the zoning process, with respect to the site plan and special permit, whether under special permit, you're going to make that requirement. But the HO, I think we have to appear before
you
the,
do,
HDC before we,
you do, they
before we're
have.
heard by you. So
We do need a report before we decide. but-
We
Right.
do,
Yeah, right.
but here's the problem. I'm gonna try to say this differently.
I'm not
You
understanding.
all aren't assuring us that there's still gonna be an HO.
No, let's understand something. I think let's understand what the HO is. The HO is a zone. It's an overlay zone that was overlaid under this entire campus. As I said earlier, in terms of the buildings that were preserved, called out to be preserved, were the buildings on the east side of the river, what's called the railroad building, and the 1881 building that we converted, as I said earlier, Stephen, Eric converted from office to residential. That was the trade-off to preserve the building. And the HO allowed for that building and also the new 1981 building to be built with office space that otherwise would not have been allowed under the LB zone regulations because you were limited to 7,000 square feet under the LB regulations.
You just
So
answered my
the HO exists. We don't have the power to get rid of the HO. What you're saying is that that's why to understand that. We can't, under the regulations, any changes to an HO zoned property have to be, especially since it's a business zone anyway, have to be brought before the zoning commission for review and approval with the advice, at very least the advice or the report of the HDC. We can't get to you without going through them
I know
to
that you
make a
need,
decision.
I know that we need an advisory opinion from
Yeah.
HDC. I am phrasing myself badly and I'm trying to figure out how to say this to you guys. If you are proposing a building where a historic building might not be next to it anymore at some point, that's what I want to understand.
What we're saying is that we're coming in to you with that building, that meaning the mansion building intact, making no suggestion that we're going
Today,
to remove it. Well, that's what we talk about when we appear. I don't. I
Mr.
think it's
Tessie,
getting
Mr.
late. We're
Tessie.
not trying to take
Okay.
anything away that's legally obligated. I just pointed out, sorry, Mr. Lowe, just finish the point.
That's all right.
I just pointed out to you that I didn't read in the original approvals or the declaration that that building was specifically called out to remain. I just reported that to you. I wasn't suggesting because that's there, we're gonna remove it. Sorry, Mr. Bluff, go ahead.
No, that's all right. Are there inherent restrictions with regard to development associated with the HO approval?
He says no. He
No,
says
yes, of
that
course there are. Sorry.
on this HO, you are saying there are not.
No, what I'm saying, when you say restrictions, there are zoning regulations. We have to
No,
comply
we're not
with-
talking about the zoning
You
regulations.
mean
What-
you mean deeded restrictions?
No, what Mr. Lowe is asking you is, when this HO got approved,
Yeah.
were there any restrictions on the preservation of the house, correct, Mr. Lowe?
Yeah, I was trying to get at what restrictions were put in place with the designation of this HO at the time with regard to existing buildings within the
And
HO.
he
Yes,
says,
what I read, and it's in the declaration, which followed the terms of the approvals, was the preservation of the two buildings I cited a couple of times, both on the east side of the property. And what seemed to be clear is the whole property was made an HO zone to allow basically Eric's father and Steve's uncle, Ralph Schachter and Cy Schwartz, to create the 1981 building, which is the big office building on the west side, that's been substantially converted to residential. And as I said, the irony is that those buildings could have been built could have been built, if they were all residential, they probably didn't even need the HO zone. It's only because they wanted the office, that much office space, that the only way to get it was through an HO. It turned out to be a win-win for everybody. Ultimately, now it's going through generations. So let us come make the presentation. Steve and Eric heard you loud and clear what one of your goals were. You articulated it very well, Margaret. Is you said, look, you brought out two understandable goals. One was to preserve the building, and the other was, is there any affordability potential? And then you pointed out that you thought that the community would be most interested in the preservation of that building. I mean, we heard you loud and clear, so we know what to expect along the way. Steve and
Yeah,
Eric
and
will have to make decisions. We'll have to make decisions and talk
and
it out
I'm
with you.
I mean, I don't have a problem with you going to HTC but the question is, they are going to review, I'm going to try to say this just one more way. They're going to try to review a building going next to an old building, a new building going next to an old building, when they have no way of knowing how long you're going to keep that old building there, if it's even going to stay the next day after you finish the new building or you get your approvals.
And I expect that given your clear lead, that they're going to make, that this constituency of this HTC is going to be looking at the proposed site plan and the preservation issue as seriously and then as depthly as you are, and other commission members, I'm sure, are supporting your position to some degree. So we respect that.
Oh,
Respect your
actually,
opinions.
it actually works the other way around. We respect their opinions and we are trying to support what they're trying to do. That's our, they advise us and
Oh, I
we
know
try to
that.
support their
I
goals.
didn't mean to suggest
Okay,
otherwise.
so that being the case, does anybody object to these folks go into HDC and letting them see what happens with it? In the meantime, we'll get from staff the documents for the HO, and I think we need to get them to the HDC. Along with, my guess is the HDC is going to want you to talk about traffic impact on the neighborhood and on the historic character and stuff like that. I don't know what else they ask you.
Usually not traffic, but certainly historic character area. Yeah.
Okay, so whether you're affecting the historic character in any way, if you guys, Patrick, if we can get that HO documentation to, HDC may have it. They had the scenic, a lot of that stuff from an application earlier tonight.
I'll send you over what we have.
Okay.
I'd probably get it over tomorrow, or myself or
Okay.
Chris will. And you can supplement, we'll give you what we have to help you along the way.
Okay. All righty, folks.
Thank you.
Okay, so you're gonna go to HDC and you know where our head is, our collective head.
Loud and clear.
And you thought I was always.
In a beautiful mansion.
What's that?
Nothing.
I said her head's in a beautiful mansion.
Yeah. No, I know how Glenville feels about its downtown
I
very
can
clearly.
understand.
Yeah. I know how they feel about it.
Good.
All righty, thanks, folks.
Thank
Thanks so
you.
much, everybody. Have a good
Okay, we
evening.
need to find Nick. Oh. that's
He's allowed
bizarre.
to listen, right?
Yes, he's allowed to listen, but I don't
Well,
know
he's
if
not-
he is.
He's not listening.
Nick, Mac, right, we need you. Somebody come
What do you want?
come back. Okay, you're back.
Wake up.
Okay. So
The
Nick,
party's over.
the party's over. You don't have much to do,
Where are
but we
we?
expect.
What are we doing? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Where are we? What are
Wait,
we-
come
where-
on. It's almost cocktail hour, folks.
I've been, I've been sitting around for about an hour now.
All right, I'm just debating between sidecars and margaritas again. Okay. We only have two decisions.
Hold on a second. Wait a minute. We did that one. No.
Arnold,
Yeah. Arnold
Foods?
in the Chargers.
Yeah, Arnold and the Chargers.
It sounds like a band.
Yeah. And with the amended language for the Chargers, and heck, you could almost get Wells to make the motion for Arnold. I'm gonna just sit here.
No,
No? Come on.
go
Okay.
ahead, Nick.
Okay, what are we doing? This is 10 Hamilton Avenue, PLPZ 2023-031. Final site plan special permit. Applicants requesting revision to the Planning and Zoning Commission decision letter of August 17th, 2022. Wow, that long ago, huh? Under application PLPZ 2022-74. That application granted approval to add an emergency generator to the existing baked goods manufacturing building in the GB and COZ zones. Whereas the applicant would like to amend their decision to substitute the language referencing a Tier 4 certified generator with language referencing a Tier 4 compliant generator. The commission finds that a Tier 4 certified generator meets EPA Tier 4 emissions requirements. Units are constructed and assembled off-site by a single manufacturer, and the single manufacturer tests prototypes and certifies units per EPA Tier 4 requirements prior to completion, and that the Tier 4 compliant generator meets Tier 4 emission requirements, is constructed on-site from various component parts and assemblies from several manufacturers, and the unit contractor tests the unit to be compliant with EPA Tier 4 requirements posted on the site and after post on-site assembly and startup. Therefore, motion to approve the language amendment, noting the following. Prior to to planning and zoning certificate of occupancy approval, the applicant shall provide certified documentation that the completed unit meets Tier 4 final compliant generator emissions requirements. The testing organization shall be certified by Connecticut DEP to conduct said compliance test. The installed unit shall remain Tier 4 final compliance in Tier 4 final compliance and be tested for compliance on a yearly basis. And if the unit does not meet compliance minimums, the applicant shall in a timely manner repair the generator so as to become compliant.
Do I have, hold on a second, just to double
Yeah.
check, Arn, you are still seated on this one, correct?
Yeah, I am. Just a
Okey
couple
doke.
comments, Nick. I didn't think we talked about a yearly test.
No, we didn't. We didn't.
So that's new. Number one, and I think in your earlier whereas, every time it says Tier 4, we have to have final after that.
Okay. I
So
can
in
do
every,
that.
in all your whereases, just add final, and then we know what we're talking about. But I mean, and based on our discussion, I think certainly I felt comfortable they test it and it works and that's good. We don't
We
need to
don't
do an
have a
annual one.
way of monitoring the annual
Exactly.
test. We've got no infrastructure
Yeah.
to do, to
Okay, so we can
enforce
easily
that.
cross that out. That's fine.
Yeah,
And
just
then
cross that
final,
out, final
Was
on
there,
everything.
was there a mention of a warranty period?
We,
no,
again, I think
No way we
with
can-
Cummings in there, no, we didn't.
There's no way we can enforce, look,
Right.
we,
Well,
we
you
fall
may
down.
not be able to enforce it, but it might be nice to have. Anyway, go ahead.
I know, you write things you can't do, it's just not a good idea. Okay, all righty. So do I have, and this isn't strict Robert's rules, okay, but do I have a second to the motion as amended by Mr. Wells?
Second,
Peter
I'll give it to
Levy,
Levy.
No, I was gonna give it to you because you worked so hard on it. We're gonna
No,
have
but,
Mr.
but I appreciate Peter's support, so I'm gonna give him
Okay,
the second.
Mr. Levy has seconded. Okay, all righty. Therefore, for the vote, Mr. Wells, how do you vote?
Approve.
Mr. Levy,
Aye.
thank you. Mr. McRae,
aye.
Mr. Lowe,
Aye.
and Albin is also aye. And with that, the motion passes 5-0. And we go now for the next one, which is the EVs. We have, no, wait, I'm getting, yes. We have Dennis seated now and Arn is back on the bench. Okay. We have amended the language for a Scrivener's error, and we have eliminated the word public.
I've I made some notes here on that as to
Okay.
exactly what it's supposed to be.
Okay, you go.
Wrong one. Here it is. Okay, text amendment, electric vehicle charging stations, PLPZ 2022 546. This amendment will modify section 6-5-5A to define electric vehicles, electric vehicle charging station levels, electric vehicle charging stations, and create a new section 163.1, electric vehicle off-street parking requirements. The commission finds that section 163.19C shall be revised to eliminate the text B for public use and from the first sentence. Westcog issued comments dated 12/2/22 indicating the matters of local interest. And the proposed revisions are amendment is in keeping with objective 4.2, 4.2P and 6.2B of the 2019 POCD. Therefore, motion to approve the text amendment as revised.
Do I have Mr. Levy has seconded. Mr. Yeski, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Levy,
Aye.
Mr. McRae,
Aye.
Mr. Lowe,
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. Before we close tonight, I wanted to add just one question to you guys. I was talking to the chair of the Wilton P&Z recently, and they have a very different take on what they want to do with their downtown. Now, they have very little downtown, okay? Just so you guys know. But they are looking at form-based code, and they are looking at saying yes to 830Gs and more development. Very different from what we've been thinking about. And I said to him, how would you like to come and just talk to my commission about what you are doing and considering? He's an architect. He's a hoot. He's very smart. His name is Rick Tomasetti. I think Nick knows him. Would you guys be okay if when we have a relatively slow agenda, we add him for 15 minutes at a briefing session?
Yeah, what year would that be?
Well, we currently, hey, guys, we only had 8 items tonight. It's just
Yeah.
all.
And here it is, 5.5 hours later. Yes, go ahead.
I know it's
Or we're an
no.
expert.
Time flies if you're having fun.
Okay, but folks, you heard Nick. We had 190 people at our meeting tonight.
Yeah, what happened to Nick's minutes?
Oh,
Yeah, we
Nick's
need the
minutes.
minutes.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
dudes. Oh, your minutes.
I hate to prolong this.
Hey,
believe
wait,
me.
you guys didn't answer my question. Just tell me, would you be
That's
willing
fine.
to
Yeah,
just
sure.
hear him? Okay,
Why not?
they're trying to do affordable. Bob is gonna like that, right, Bob?
Right.
Bob's been in enough meetings today that he just wants to fall down and go to sleep, right?
I'm already at fall down and I'm half
Come
asleep.
on. Yes.
Okay,
We
go,
love it. Let's go.
go.
Minutes, says the minutes for the July 14th, 20, July 28th, 20, September 9th, 20, and November 5th, 20 public hearings have been distributed. Are there
Second.
any proposed corrections?
Second,
No, no
Hearing no
proposed
requested
correction.
corrections to the minutes, therefore a motion to approve the minutes as distributed.
All right.
What was that?
Mr.
Seconded.
Lowe has seconded the approval, the motion to approve the minutes. Mr. Levy, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Yeski,
Aye.
Mr. Lowe,
aye.
Mr. McRae?
Aye.
Alvin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. All right.
Good night.
Dennis was like, I'm so tired of being at meetings. All right. I will talk to Tomasetti. It'll be a while. I need to know when there's a slow night.
Okay, well, I'll tip you off. Does he
You
need,
know.
does he need more than a week?
Does he what?
Does he need more than a week's notice?
Yeah, probably. He's pretty busy, but I'll ask him.
Okay.
I'll ask him how much notice he needs. I think he would just come to the briefing.
You know, I
talk to
just
us.
think a shorter briefing, I'd know better if it was between meetings. That's why. So,
Yeah, okay. So we'll ask him if he can make us, he already said yes to a Monday afternoon. Okay, guys, thank you for all the time and stuff. It was a great night.
It was.
Okay.
Thank you for everything you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Night, everybody.
Bye.
Take care, everybody.